because I haven't had a cash in any other event. But I'm going to Malaga tomorrow.
Oh, a poker tournament?
No, to detox before I go home.
Good idea.
Yeah, so I'll be there 3 days and then I go home.
I've got a theory for you as well. So if this jacket was lucky the last time, I think you need to change your jacket each time.
Well, I have two of these, actually. So I have one at home and one here. I bought it in Vegas, and next time I probably play the World Series in a couple of months. And then I think I will buy my third jacket.
I'm looking forward to see it. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Good luck. This could be the one. Fingers crossed.
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6max championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am with John Hesp. How are you doing, John?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And yourself?
I know. Well, it's been a long while since anyone has been here playing poker tournaments. It feels a bit alien, doesn't it?
It does indeed. In fact, I just told you a moment ago, I've been looking forward to this for 3 years. I met JP over in Malta back in October 19, and he suggested I might like to come and join him in April 2020. Well, you all know what happened in March 2020, and the world went crazy, and it's taken sort of 3 years to get here almost, and I'm here now for the main event on starting Wednesday.
We are here. We're excited. The buzz is still here. Have you been to the Irish Open before?
No, this is my first time. I've been to Ireland actually a couple of times, but never to play poker, so this would be the first.
Well, a lot of players come here and they actually don't even play poker because they're too busy at the bar or just at random events having fun.
Well, yes, I'm sure. I know the Irish like a flutter, and of course we had the big race over in England on Saturday, the Grand National, and there was a lot of Irish over for then. Of course, it's been a talking point from a few people. I didn't have a flutter this year, but I did watch the race. It was very interesting. But I'm quite looking forward to this, especially meeting all you guys as well, because it seems so long since I've met you.
So I think we saw each other last in Malta, wasn't it? So how's your poker? Have you been playing a lot online? What's been going on?
A little. I've been playing a little bit of small tournaments online, but overall, I think it's just been home games, recreational players, and sort of playing with my friends at home and just keeping in practice. But it's all. It doesn't matter how much practice you get. It's all about what happens on the day, isn't it? Really, and I'm looking forward to getting off to a good start on Wednesday, hopefully.
So, are you playing something today?
I'm playing a tournament, yes. It starts, well, in about 5 minutes. So.
The charity one?
Is it? Well, whatever it is. What is it? What is it? What's that one? You tell me.
Oh, it's event 3. No, it's a 150 no limit hold'em.
It's only a small one, yes, but it's just to get in some practice.
You need practice,
so
yeah.
Are you here on your own then, or have you come with your entourage?
My entourage? I do not have an entourage.
Oh, I don't believe
you have an entourage, surely.
I think you've got a bigger following than I have. But anyway, listen, it's lovely to see you, and I hope we get to meet up, because I'm here for a week, well, ish. I booked a single flight, so in case I bust out early and I go home early, but fingers crossed I might get through to the last day with a bit of luck.
Well, we will continue checking on your progress as the days go on, but best of luck and see you soon.
Saving my jacket and a hat for the main event, so
Okay.
you probably see me dressed. Yeah,
I think we'll match, won't we, if you wear yours and I wear mine.
I'm a waistcoat as well, so you can borrow that if you want. Anyway, lovely to see you again.
Thank you so much, John Hesp.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm here with the winner of Event 2, Michael Muldoon, who took away over €5,000. It was the 8-game mix. How did you find the tournament?
Oh, very good. It's very refreshing. Most people play very quickly at the mixed game, so it's a nice change up from Hold'em.
So the event you actually won on was the stud. Is that your game? What would you say is your strongest game?
Probably the pot limit Omaha would be my strongest game, but the stud's pretty straightforward.
How did you find your other competitors in the field?
It was interesting to say the least. I had a boy folded a quarter pot to me, he open folded his hand, and I had a boy stick with ace and deuce to 7, which is a big mistake as well. So some of them were nice to play with.
That's a nice way of putting it. Anyway, you're the one lifting the trophy. That must feel good. Event 2, the start of the series here.
Yeah, lovely. Nice to get a tournament win under your belt, and I can hopefully push on over the next couple of events.
You're going to play the high roller, the main?
Probably play the high roller in the main, yeah.
Well, congratulations once again, Event 2's winner.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Laura Cornelius and we are back for a very busy day here at the Irish Open 2022. There is still time to get involved in the main event through a satellite for just €115. There's one going on behind me right now. There'll be another at 4 p.m. and again tomorrow at 12 p.m. and at 4 p.m. although main event day 1A has officially begun at midday today. We also have the conclusion of the high roller, which will crown a champion, and the conclusion of the heads up event, which started yesterday. We come back with 8 players today to a winner, and the America's Cup has also begun today. So exciting times. Also the live stream and the commentary will begin today with our favorite commentators. Of course, Mr. Emmett Kennedy will be there, as well as Fintan Gavin. So stay tuned, and if you want to catch some blog updates, you can head over to irishpokeropen.com and follow our YouTube channel. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by Alex, who is working for Party Poker. We wanted to speak with you because we had just been talking to the guys working for Rapid Response Ukraine. They told us that they've been chatting to you. You're obviously from the Ukraine. Tell us how the recent events have affected you.
Well, it's been really tough since my whole family's there, my relatives, my grandma, and they're living actually in a safe region called Transcarpathia. It's safe, but the sirens are sounding every day there, so they have to hide. So for elderly people, it's like scary. It's real war for them. So, but yeah, the main thing is that they're safer now, and we're just hoping for the best. That's going to end soon. My parents live in Austria. They're safe, and this is what most important to me at the moment.
And you didn't know anything about the charity that had been set up here. You met them here,
This
yeah?
was a big surprise for me. Very big surprise. And I just entered my room and I saw all these flags everywhere, Ukraine, and my heart was breaking. I was crying the moment I saw it all. And the guys just did an incredible job, actually, the stuff they did. I mean, I've met people like this before. There's just help coming from everywhere, from all sides, from all countries. And I did not expect to see it here as well, at the events that I'm doing. It's incredible.
And how have you found the poker players here? Have they been generous, and are they talking to you as well?
So everyone's asking where I'm from, and like when I say Ukraine, it's like, oh my God, my heart's breaking. I'm praying for you. So of course, it's just very nice, but it's hard to hear as well, because I'm here, I'm not there, and I'm not really. It does affect me because my family is there, but I'm here and I feel useless. Like I really want to do something. I'm thinking to go there. I really thought to go and fight, honestly.
Wow.
It was in my head. I was like, just gonna go and fight because so many friends of mine are there, my brother is there, and I really want to go and fight myself.
One thing people can do, obviously, is dig deep into their pockets. Can we give them a plea to come, maybe if they win some tournaments, to donate a little bit of their money?
Yes, it would be really nice, really appreciated if every poker player could just come and help, because every little thing it matters. And as everyone knows, Ukraine is a very cheap country, and for little money you can buy there so many supplies for people. So that would be a great help.
And how about you in poker? Do you play much poker? Are you able to play any events here, perhaps?
No, I don't play poker myself. I just work here. No, don't play.
Maybe we can teach you. There's time.
That would be great.
Thank you so much for chatting with us, Alex.
Thank you
And
too.
I hope we can raise lots of money for the Ukraine. Good
Thank
luck
you
with
too.
everything.
Good luck, you too, guys.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by the champion of the Heads Up tournament, Anthony Blano. Congratulations. You only just took it down just moments ago. How did it go?
I'm fine, very good, and I'm very happy to win this tournament just 10 years after my first live tournament here in the City West Hotel.
Oh, wow.
Really?
That's amazing. And 5,600, over 5,600 euros for this first place. Do you normally play Heads Up?
um, when I arrived in Ireland, I don't want to play this tournament. And whenever before, I say I'm my friend, I register, I buy in the tournament, and 6 rounds after, I win it, so it's so good.
So now you're a specialist in Heads Up.
Thanks. Yes.
We will see you hopefully in the main event as well.
Yes, I will play tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and good luck. Congratulations once again. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm with Philip and Fergal from Rapid Response Ukraine. So tell us, what is this all about?
So Rapid Response Ukraine obviously is in our response to the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. So it's 5 weeks ago. I have a couple of developers work with a startup, and they were in Kharkiv. They had to flee the country, or flee to the west of the country. And they didn't want to pick up an AK-47, but they wanted to do something for their country. So they were getting medical requests from heads of health departments all over the Ukraine, and they were connecting them with people like myself in the West and said, listen, can you help? And we were sent requests for like incubators and medicines that we didn't know where to get medicines. This is like on a WhatsApp chat. And then they said they ran out of body bags. They didn't even have enough body bags to bury the dead. So we were like, look, if that was it. We said, we got to do something. So I found the local funeral director, David McGowan in Sligo, who's like, oh, I've pallets and pallets of body bags. So that was it. Let's get the body bags to the border. That was the simple mission. And then it started out, actually, JP from this festival gave a donation. A mate, Mark Walsh, from the local casino in Sligo, said, I'll come with you. And then through JP, we had a contact with Marcin, who's involved in Pokio and On Game, and he ended up being our driver and fixer. So it was like the poker community right across Europe came on board, met us from the airport. The body bags ended up going into piling medicine around it, piling medical supplies around it, and then we got it to Ukrainian drivers, and 40 hours later we got it to Kharkiv. So we're now have established a supply run where we can get medicines to battlefield towns where the Red Cross and UNICEF can't. So this is a vital supply line. So what we've done now is we just rinse and repeat. We're just raising funds and then just getting the meds now to Ukraine. It's getting better and better, and we're on our 4th or 5th delivery at the moment. So this is what we're doing, and this is why, like, I suppose Philip here is another local poker player, and he's got involved and is helping us out in the fundraising side of things.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing up here.
So sort of like a payments operation management coming in here. Just we came in and we got a third-party company to provide us with a digital payment unit that's over there, Tap to Donate, which allows people, if they don't have any cash on them, just come in and tap the card down. Money then goes directly to the charity. They've also kind of absorbed a lot of the fees from it, so we could get as much as we can to the charity. And aside from that, I'm just helping any way I can with Fergal. And look, it's a great cause. It moves me. We met a lovely young woman working at this event here today, and she came up. And I have to say, it moved me, because she asked us what we were doing, and she quivered a little bit, and she says, you know, I'm from Ukraine. And she says, my brother is, and I have to be honest with you, I was holding back to connect with someone who was genuinely doing it. A beautiful young person here whose family is there, and that's one person that I've connected with personally. And now I'm getting an idea of the grand scheme of things and how it's affecting people. And this is only motivating me now to want to help more, myself and Fergal. And Fergal is doing fantastic what he's done, and all the people, the doctors in Sligo, and all the people that's came in together, and Mark Walsh and Johan and all these guys who's gelled just to get this going. And look, it's amazing. I couldn't help but not get on board. I couldn't.
I mean, you've already raised quite a phenomenal amount. Just, you had a charity tournament as well. How did that go?
Yeah, like special shout out like to JP, Paul, everyone at the Irish Open. And on top of that, like we got the reg fees from that, which came in at like 7.5, and the dealer tips as well. So even the dealers like took out from their tips to give towards this. So like we made 9,500 on that, which 9,500, our weekly loads, we might do a load for about 12,000. So that's the guts of a load going to a town. And that's direct from the tournament organisers. So what we're doing now is going to hang out here for the week, and we're going to get like donations. People are going to donate a percentage of their potential winnings in the Irish Open, and have more chance of winnings with the good luck here. So they're hopefully going to get donations from players or get some hard cash and match what the tourney operators have done as well. Like. So basically, and it's amazing because it's back to the poker community from the start of it, and the poker community like pumping the funds into it right now, and it's just a real testament to the goodness and the generosity that's in this room here today. It's amazing.
You must feel really, really proud. Well done. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I'm going to go around and tell everyone to dig deep in their pockets. I'm going to also give a donation. Let's hope we do Ukraine proud. Thank you.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play. But finally, it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm joined by Wahid Ashraf, champion of the Hendon Mob Championship. You've had a phenomenal start to the Irish Open.
Yeah, I've had a really good start. I'm really pleased with myself.
Yeah.
Things are going well.
So talk us through, so the first event, the mixed game, came second.
Yeah, became second in the mixed games. Should have had 2 trophies, but that's the way it is, you know. It happens, poker.
And talk to us about this event. How easy was it? It was quite a late or early morning, shall we say?
It was a very hard grind, very long hours. I was absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
But I'm happy, delighted. You know, hope the week gets better.
Yeah. Well, you've had a nice win.
Not asking for much, but you know.
A nice win of €10,825. Yeah. Pretty nice payday. So you'll be jumping straight in the main and
that's right.
Free rolling.
That's right. Hopefully go deep in that as well.
Yeah, you had a great hand with 4s, right? And the crowd went wild.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're here to cheer you on as well?
Yeah, all my friends are here, so we're all having a good week.
All right, well, great to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you back up here again sometime soon.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 championship events take place yesterday and today, and we want to make an official presentation to our 2 winners. We had the Heads Up Challenge, won this afternoon, 64 runners, €5,640 goes to our winner. Congratulations to Anthony Blaineux. Well done, Anthony. Well done, Anthony. Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, also a winner very early in the morning. We're going to ask Roland to join us on stage representing the Hendon Mob. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the Irish Open, winning €10,825, beating 331 other participants in the event. Please put your hands together for Wahid Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to both our winners. We'd like to invite Fergal Naylan up now. Fergal is going to say a few words as part of our sponsored charity here this week. Fergal has done tremendous work with the UK Relief Project that he has put together with himself, friends and colleagues. Fergal, you have a stand outside for us. Just tell us a little about what you have done for the charity so far.
Yeah, so firstly I got to thank JP, Paul Riley and the Irish Open. We got $9,500 from event number 1, from the organisers and from the dealers' tips. So that's $9,500 that goes direct, no wages, not even the price of the stand out there, goes direct to medicine, which goes to battlefield hospitals that Red Cross and UNICEF can't reach right now. So while they're sitting on their hands playing politics, we're doing back roads like the French Resistance, getting the meds that's needed to the people that need it on the ground. So what we're doing, we got to stand outside, we're calling it Do Good and Run Good. So you can donate straight into the bucket or a percentage of main event cash, but every single penny that goes in those buckets gets sent direct to the Ukraine. So I want to thank the staff, the people for having us here this week, Phil, JP, the dealers and all the players who've been massively generous. Thanks a million, guys. Slava Ukraini.
And Fergal, I know I don't only speak for myself, but I'm not even for the poker community, but for people in general. Tremendous job you're doing. Fair dues to you, bud. Great job. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our first tables are going to be on break in a little over 4 minutes' time. Best of luck to everybody for the remainder of the championship. And remember, all championship winners right throughout the week will receive their prizes here on our presentation stage. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius. I am joined by Daniel Pilgrim. How are you, Daniel? Did you just come here today?
Yeah, I got here this morning. Flew in about 9 a.m. from Stansted. We're a long night in London. It's terrible. But so I'm glad to be here. It's actually my first time here, so.
Is it? Oh, wow. You are in for a treat. We have lots of fun here at the Irish Open, as I'm sure you've seen.
I've heard about it. I've heard all about it.
Are you going to be playing many events? Tell us what you've got planned.
So my current plan is I'm currently in the 8-game run break. I'm going to play a few main event highlights and then buy in anyway if I don't win a seat, and then the 1K PLO to finish it off.
And what's your specialty normally?
Full card PLO now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, but normally back home we play 6 card and it's just even worse. Swings.
So how's it been going poker-wise for you? Obviously, there's not been much live the last few years.
No, but there are a ton of private games happening back in the UK, so I've been playing a lot of those. And the stakes I've been playing now have just slowly risen over the last 6 months. Yeah.
So, ready to crush?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get ready for Vegas in June for WSOP, so should be good.
Okay, and ready for the crack here at the Irish Open. There's lots of
yeah.
fun to be had. For Aldo, we're right here, stood at the bar, waiting for him to go back to.
Ready to do a Jaeger bomb again.
Yeah, ready for another Jaeger bomb.
So I'll be ready for. I'm prepared for the drinking as well. So.
And you do some DJing as well, is that right?
I do, yeah, and take photos as well. But I ain't got none of my stuff with me, so I ain't doing none of that this trip.
Just this one is purely poker, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So, left my girlfriend at home, come back here for a week, and then play again for another week next week. So
Party's on. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
No
Good luck
problem, anytime.
in all the events that you play.
I appreciate that. Pleasure to see you.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Party Poker Irish Open. It is day 3 for us. This is day 1C. Fintan Gavin, colour commentator, alongside me, Emmett Kennedy. We're both back, the dynamic duo. Sorry, Bex. We're back in action again, and we have a feature table for you. But before we get into that, the prize pool has jumped dramatically, and the amount of players who are playing, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, we always knew that this was going to be the biggest flight. This is Flight 1C. So a lot of new players arriving into town late last night and this morning. And I'm looking at the numbers. I think it's close on 650 already in this flight. And it's boosted the prize pool up to 1.5 million. So 2 million is very achievable.
This is what you've been calling, by the way, since the first night.
Okay, I was very adamant and I was going to bet my house on it, but...
And this is when we were doing the high roller. We weren't even doing the Irish Open main event at the time. We were doing the high roller.
It's going to be very close, Emmett. But either way, it's the atmosphere is just incredible. I'm meeting people I haven't seen like in 10 years. Don't mind 3 years. It's brilliant. All the players have come out. What a community from the UK that have come over.
It's extraordinary.
Isn't it brilliant?
Do you know, I couldn't sleep last night. I got up at 6 a.m. and I just decided I'll stroll on down and see what the action is. The place was still filled.
Yeah.
And the amount of UK players that have come to the Irish Open in years before but hadn't been, like in 2014, 2015, that are back is just amazing. It's fantastic to see.
Brilliant. And that's
it's
what
brilliant
it's all
to
about.
see.
A load of Scots. We have Andrew Headley.
Yeah.
We have Ludo arrived today. Fraser came in last night. Foraldo's here. It's just the place is absolutely buzzing, and it's just going to get better.
And we need to mention the amount of Americans and Canadians who have made the journey over as well. They could be anywhere, and they decided we're coming here to the Irish Poker Open, and that's great to see because that was something that had died off a little bit as well.
It's fantastic. Well, we have an American on the table, and it's an American familiar with us. It is Arthur Boatman, who we featured on yesterday's live stream.
Yep.
That's an Irish reg you see on your screen. This is Arthur Boatman, sent to your screen from America, in the healthcare industry, but he goes on poker trips quite often, just back from Amsterdam in the deep stacks there, and he made a stop at the UK IPT in the Hippodrome, and he actually cashed there just last week. So in good form. He was a little bit aggressive yesterday, but he's back again today, firing today. And
I have some questions for you about aggression that we're going to see here as well. We didn't get to see what Razar had, but he stepped away. So our table is 47 officially. You can go to irishpokeropen.com for live updates. In seat 1, Owen Mullen on 38k. Michael McGee's in seat 2, 51k. Arthur Boatman, who we just mentioned, about 20k. He's just added to that slightly. Nathan Silver, 48,900 in seat 4. Sandor Clegane from Game of Thrones. It's Sandor Linneroth, 12,800. John Gardner, 12,700, is in seat 6. Razvan is in seat 7. Daniel Oliver in seat 8. And then we got Ditron, who is kind of floating on. He's down to 19k. He is in seat 9. So I met a lot of players who were up way past bedtime. Now for them, 1B is done, so they don't have to come back until tomorrow.
Which is great.
Yeah. Alex was actually talking about watching back the commentary yesterday.
Okay.
I've been on the feature.
This is Alex from the 5K.
From the feature table yesterday, from
Alex.
watching us.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
He
yes.
was. His friends had come over to us at one point and were
absolutely
waving to us.
Yes.
And he was just saying how much he enjoyed it, how much he loved it, but he wanted to see how certain players had played against him. And he said that he actually spent the last 2 years watching old Irish Opens in preparation for this, in the hope that it was going to come back. And thankfully, the restrictions lifted, and here we are.
Brilliant.
So it's quite remarkable to see the amount of people that we have in attendance. It's going to get bigger. There is another chance for you to qualify. 1D still to come.
Interesting hand there. Viewers, the Irish viewers in particular, will be familiar with Owen Mullins. Actually made a super deep run in the World Series of Poker main event going back 20 odd years ago. He finished like 13th or something like that. That's Owen Mullen, you can see there. He just got three bet there by the young Mancunian and Nathan Slater.
And 3-bet pre-flop as well.
Yeah, Nate, just giving us a little indication. This is Nathan. Gives us a little indication of the type of player Nathan is.
So
Owen decided just to fold with the ace 10 off. Didn't want to get into any raising war.
Which I can understand. I can understand why that's the attitude that you're going to take at this particular point. With the blind structure the way it is, you were saying you buy in super late, just the way you play. It's 1 and 3.
Yes.
Currently. So
yeah.
How do you expect this feature table to go?
Well, it is still at very early days, and there still is opportunities. Like, as you say, you still have another flight later tonight. The thing about the structure here, right, it starts at 100-100. It's a really super structure. I mean, 100-100 level 1, 100-100 level 2. I mean, it's fabulous. Like, you get a 30k starting stack. I mean, there's no, you're not gonna win the tournament day one.
No,
Emmett. There's no.
But you can
chance.
lose it day one.
Certainly can. So I think slow and sure gets there. I think you have to pace yourself. I think you have to actually focus your mind, like reset your mind. A lot of players who wouldn't be used to playing 4 or 5 day events, they really have to think about that, because it's a marathon. It's like, and you got to pace yourself. There's always going to be other opportunities.
Yeah.
So you just maybe avoid the all-in flips with your draws, possibly, depending on the circumstance, of course. It's all going to play out differently for each player, and many of the most successful players, they don't really have a game plan, because things change depending on your table draw, your seat draw, etc., and how they run.
Who's drawn next? I was speaking to, we keep getting her name wrong, and I'm so sorry to her. Let's go, shall we?
Okay. Now, Fina, I'm going to go with.
Yeah, let's go with Fina. Fina's better, right?
Fina.
So we actually got a photograph. She was donating to the Ukraine Appeal.
Brilliant. This is the ladies' champion,
ladies
by the way,
champion,
in case the
event,
viewers are wondering who we're talking about.
By the way, if you weren't watching the final table
Watch
last
it.
night, my God, the standard of play was amazing. But she was laughing with me because she watched it back today, and she was like, "You guys had no clue." That's my
I know, yeah. We're brutal.
Flush here for the Queen 9, by the way. The 7.5 was destroyed. We got Siri to help us. We got Google Translate to help us. It was all useless. And then she recorded her name for us, and I still butchered it. So, yeah, Flush gets through.
Well, actually, that was 2 diamonds. I think that was the Queen of Hearts that was out there. So he actually won it with a pair of 9s, Nathan Slater. And I have a feeling, Emmett, right? You see this guy, okay?
Yeah.
Now, I've only seen 2 hands, right? But I'm a punter. Okay?
Yes, you are.
I'm going to predict that this guy is going to run up a massive stack.
Okay.
Now, obviously, it could go desperately wrong. He could be in the turbo flight later on. But I have a feeling, I'm just getting a feeling from this guy straight away, just from the couple of hands he's played, that he is an active player. Let's see how it progresses. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it develops, this table, because we're familiar, obviously, with Arthur Boatman, who, again, he's plenty of play. He's very creative, Arthur, very aggressive. And, of course, we've Owen Mullen, who we're familiar with. Mick McGee, bit of an unknown quantity from Clonmel in Ireland, but has experience, been on the go for a while.
Yeah, but the rec standard has just gone up so much as well. So the Jack 9 has taken the lead here with the flop, A7, A7. from Mullen and Gardner. It's a check from Mullen.
Now, in the cutoff, this player in the cutoff, what is his name, Emmett? Please tell me.
Oh, Jesus. I'm going to go with...
Sailor? Afla Sailor.
I'm going to go with Razvan and leave it at that.
Razvan.
I'm going to go with Razvan.
Okay, I like it.
So
First name.
each player has a piece of this. 10 might kill some of the action. It's obviously made it for Razvar. He's now 11 life.
Queen on the river gives him what's going on? No, he's just one player now.
There's a straight possibility out there which might kill the action, unless he just still thinks he's ahead. But the two boys with the A7 are no longer loving the way things have transpired. But yeah, getting to talk to Fina.
Fina, lovely lady, absolutely beautiful girl.
She's absolutely stunning in personality and always. And one of the things I got to do afterwards was I was going to do what you did, which is head off to bed. Of course I didn't. I ended up talking to Sarah, the German player.
Sarah Link.
Yeah, who we lost way too soon.
Absolutely.
Because Chucky had been sitting here and she was very aggressive. And she was saying that of all the players on the table, I think she's the one who's going to win because she kept attacking my big blinds. And so when I asked Chucky when she got knocked out, like, Chucky, how do you feel about that? I said, that's what you get. But I went up to Sarah afterwards just to shake her hand. Jenny was with her, and the two of them are sitting beside one another drinking with their partners. And I said, look, it was a pleasure watching you both. And Sarah's so bubbly.
Yeah.
Turns out that this Ice Queen persona that she had on the table is nowhere near her personality. She's just a lovely, lovely person. But she's nervous about playing the main event. And I'm like, why are you nervous about playing the main? Go play it. Her partner was even saying it. I don't know. I think I'm going to play one of the side events instead. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm like, play the main event. She's got the skills. Like, it's there.
It's a big... I mean, I kind of get it, Emmett, in a way. I mean, you take, the ladies' event, okay? Not even the buy-in, right? Say the buy-in for the ladies' event was $250.
Yeah.
Okay. But not only that, the structure of the ladies, right? I mean, okay, it was finished by midnight or something last night, right?
Yeah. But it was compared to the high roller, it was hyper aggressive.
Yeah, it was kind of fast, But basically, that was a one-day event. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's one day, and just what I was saying about setting your mind, focusing your mind. It's pretty. I think it's pretty much straightforward for any kind of poker player, regardless of the background, whether they're a recreational player.
Ace King's moved all in here for Gardner. What do you do if you're Ditron?
He's just got 12k. It's all in.
He's called?
Call. Yeah, he's called. Okay, 20k pot.
Well, I guess he had to. Now he's got the suited ace. He's hit the queen. He's hit the queen.
That's pretty sick.
And that's game over.
Well,
good night and good
Jack,
luck.
one out. Jack ball in the corner. We'll give him a straight. Hits the king, no good. That's pretty
hits the
desperate.
king too late. This is why it's called the long walk to Houston. So we lose Gardner, and to be fair, we didn't get to see an awful lot of him. But he gets it in good. He's loving life when he's called. The only thing you're afraid of is a random queen. Straight possibilities or the flush draw, really. That's what you're fearing.
It's a perfect scenario.
But you've got it in good.
It's not good. It's absolutely perfect. You get your money in with ace king, and your opponent wakes up with ace queen. This is the goal. This is the target. I mean, and then you just got to hope it holds. But unfortunately, he was short. He 10k, which is about 33 bigs.
Yeah, he was kind of left in a situation where he didn't really have a huge choice.
Oh, he's got to put it in. But I don't mind the call with ace queen, given the size of the shove.
No,
I don't mind it. Perhaps could have got away. I'm loving these graphics. Look at the background. Another
we've
real slick image for today. They've changed it up.
Yeah, the background image was actually designed by
Okay.
Paul O'Reilly.
Paul designed it. Lovely.
Paul designed the party poker background image, so the LED. Now, I believe for the I could be wrong about this, but I think the final table, the LED screen is going to change to show the graphics of the table. Now, they're not obviously going to show the whole cards because that would be ridiculous, but they'll show what the players are seeing in live time.
Oh, great.
Because what was happening yesterday was, and it's one of the only criticism that Sarah and that Fina had was they had to explain to their friends what had just gone down. And the rail, by the way, yesterday, we haven't had a rail like that yet. That was ridiculous. So imagine what, you made the point, imagine what the rail is going to be like for the final table. If it was like that yesterday,
it's going to be class.
The ladies' main event, what's it going to be like for the final table? So 8 with the flush draw.
Well, he's pots over. That's McGee from Clonmel. He smashed that pair and a flush draw. And Arthur Boatman down to 20k, but that won't bother him. That's the American straight in front of you on a bit of a poker trip. Went via Amsterdam, went through London, cashed a couple of times on the way. He said always wanted to visit the Irish Open, but just never got the opportunity.
That's what Sarah and her partner was saying yesterday as well. They always wanted to come here, and they went to Amsterdam first. Then they went somewhere else. I think they're heading to... Ooh, Razar's just woken up. Razvan's woken up with the kings. Ace 10 from Oliver goes into the muck. Ace 4 suited in the hijack position for Ditron.
I like that Ace 10 fold.
I do too. I respect that a lot. It's a suited ace with straight possibilities, so he gets the call. McGee's out of the way. Bowman's out of the way. So here we go.
Well, he 3-bet with the Ace 4. Now, interesting spot here. 2.6. It's another 1.7. Do you 4-bet? Yes, you do. Close to 6k. So the Ace 4, well, he's getting his answer here. He knows.
Stacks are pretty evenly matched as well at 30k and 33. 9,200 in the pot. He's gone into the tank, but is he Hollywooding this?
No, it's a genuine decision. He's suited. He thinks his ace could be good.
He's pretty clear.
Yeah, he's pretty clear now. He's up against a premium, but he's blocking the aces. He's blocking ace king, so he's probably putting his opponent on something like 9s, 10s, jacks, that kind of range.
In terms of,
he's finished with it now.
Yeah,
absolutely.
In terms of just being able to save as much as he possibly can, that's the best he could hope for. In terms of, for Razvan, the fear that he may have had was that he was up against ace 8 suited, like ace 8 of hearts. So the bet, if he comes over the top of him, he gets his answer pretty quickly, and your Cowboys are dead.
Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, right, the 3-bet here with the ace 4 suited, I think it's a good hand choice to 3-bet. And the reason I think that is because you're going to get a lot of hands, like you say, like ace 8, ace 9, that are better than you to fold, which is an ideal scenario. You're getting free money, okay? It's also an ideal choice to 3-bet with because you're blocking a lot of premium hands like ace ace, ace king, you know?
Yeah.
So it's a smart choice. And if your 3-bet does get called, and remember, he's in position, okay? So if his 3-bet gets called, he's a suited ace, he can hit a flush, straight, and his ace could be golden like it was in this case.
Yeah.
So I don't mind the 3-bet. Now, there's a case there for...
Oh, this could be trouble.
This is Owen Mullen.
Pocket pair of 10s, raises to 800, called by Mullen with pocket 7s, king jack gets out of the way. Blinds 1 and 300 with a 300 ante as well, just to really keep things going. 8-6 suited. 3-bet.
Yeah, this is... Now, what did we say? Who was the player we picked out? Where
Who was the player you picked out?
All the activity. We knew this. Emmett, you
Finton
knew
picked
it.
it out.
It was you that pointed to him on the screen, right? Okay.
I asked you about him, and you went, this is the guy who's going to be most active. So 8-6 suited with a 3-bet.
It's interesting. Now, this, I mean, Owen quickly folds. He realizes his 7s aren't going to perform too well.
Imagine a 7 hits the flop. He's going to be sick.
Is it Haxai, how you pronounce this?
Don't even. Just go with Ditron.
What do you call him?
Ditron.
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 Yeah. I'm going with Ditron.
Now, Nathan is, well, he's a small piece of this board, but he wants a fast fold here, Nathan Slater.
Yeah.
He may not get a fast fold, Haxai, I think, will stick around for one more street and then reassess things. His opponent might shut down, which will he'd glean information from that his 10s could be ahead here. Oh boy, that's an interesting card because
Ace is a very interesting card.
Okay, this should really favour Nathan Slater
because he's going to rip that.
Well, he's the guy that 3-bet pre. So what he's saying with that 3-bet is, "Hello guys, I'm the guy with the hand here."
Yeah.
And he's going to put in, I think, a sizable enough bet. I think around 6K. Looks like 5.6, yeah.
It's ridiculous how good Finton is at calling what people are going to do, and obviously, Dethrone has no option but to get out of the way.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't mind.
You've got two overcards. There's the flush possibility as well, and you've bumped into a player who's 3x'd.
Yeah.
So
well,
pre-flop.
he's deducted like Haxai there with the 10s. He's deducted. Okay, right. Two overcards, two cards that he's thinking, right, this is likely to have hit his opponent.
Yeah.
Because that's the power of the 3-bet pre-flop. It's just what it is. This when you take control, and that's what this young guy is doing. We've seen him doing it against Owen Mullen on the very left-hand side of the screen there. He did it with I think it was a weaker Owen at ace 10. He did it with ace 7 or something like that. But he's entering the pot. He wants to be in control. And then straight away you're giving yourself the advantage. You're going to be favoured to win that pot. I think I'm going to shut up for a while, Emmett. Am I talking too much?
No. This is the thing that I love about Finton, because like the Irish poker players will come. Finton is beloved in the Irish and European poker community, but there's players will come up and they'll go, "Oh yeah, Finton, he'll talk about the box." Finton is absolutely
a
aces.
very balanced comment there from.
He's absolute aces in terms of with all the commentators I've worked with over the years, and I've worked with some really high-class commentators. I cannot remember sitting alongside somebody who 90% of the time is right. There was a hand yesterday where I said, "This person's." It was actually the ladies' main event, and I said, "She's gonna shove here with the 3-4." It was Jenny, and you went, "No, she's not, no," and she did, and straight away you went, "Well, fair play to you. I don't know how you called that." It was the one time I got it right. Every other time you've been on the ball. Bet sizing, what a player's going to do, the aggression that they're going to show, folding where it might look as though, with the benefit of hindsight of 2020, where we've got access to the whole cards, which, by the way, how many Irish Opens did I commentate on where we didn't have access to whole cards? This is fantastic. We're on a 15-minute delay. Feature table is a good bit away from us, so they can come over and see, and they can learn 15 minutes later what went down. But everybody's happy with that, and this is how it's done. It's done at the WSOP. It's done in the major poker tournaments now, and it's what the players want. The vast majority of them, anyway, that I've spoken to, this is how they want to see it. They also want to watch it back. That's what I was talking about with Fina. Fina wanting to watch back how it went last night. And as I was talking to Fina, Grace was heads up with her. So Grace ends up being second. Fina gets the trophy. We took a photograph outside with Fergal Nealon's Ukraine appeal. Fergal will chat to us about that a little bit later on. She was making a sizable donation to that. He's king for boatman here. But I'll just make this point that as Grace comes along, I said, look, either one of you could have won it. But I'm going to be honest, when it was 5 out, both Finton and I pointed at Fina and said, this is the girl who's going to take it down. And that's no disrespect to you, Grace, because you would have been a great champion either.
She did brilliant.
And she criticised the hand she played.
She criticised herself big time. But when I, at the end of the event, and I walked past the bar and I met her brother and herself, and Una was there, her sister. She knocked out her own sister on the final table.
Killed your sister in cold blood.
But she came up to me.
Didn't care.
She said, "Finton, I played so bad there." And I goes, "What are you talking about?" No, you didn't.
I was like, "You're crazy."
I was like, "She played brilliant." She had a strategy.
Yeah.
Her strategy, right? I have a big stack here. I'm going to preserve my chip stack, and I'm going to go heads up and let these two aggressive players just clash against
let them kill each other, and
that's what happened.
I'll take on. Yeah,
Jenny and Fina.
And you called that.
And it could have been anyone. Could have been Jenny. Could have been Fina. It really was exciting to watch. It was really class.
6-5 makes the straight with the 8. So Ace King is a dead man walking here. And he's checked his straight. I love this. But
you see, this is the problem with Arthur. He's he really is super aggressive, and he bets sizable here.
It's 1,600.
Yeah,
into
it's
a
about
f- in-
55%.
Into a now 4,400 pot.
55%.
Do you flat
pot size
call?
bet. You've the nuts against raising the hijack. You've the nuts here.
You just flat call?
Of course.
Happy
Well,
to- oh.
he's announced raise.
Has he?
Yeah.
Oh no, flat call. Come on, mate.
Yeah, he's announced raise.
Flat call and just take him to the cleaners.
He definitely gets another bet out of Arthur if
But-
he flats there. I think Arthur, depending on the river, I think Arthur fires again.
One of the things I found interesting, and I'll share a story about ONOD from yesterday as well, was that Grace said to Fina and I, legitimately, I couldn't get a read on you. I couldn't figure out what you were doing. I didn't know whether you were hyper aggressive. She then said, "Are you a pro?" She genuinely asked her, like, "Are you a professional player?" Because that was the standard of play that we were looking at, and she wasn't being sarcastic or anything. Like, she really meant it.
Fina definitely is.
Fina has,
player.
she
There's no doubt in
knows
my
what
mind.
how to play. She knows exactly what to do. But she was saying that, well, I was short stacked for a long time, so I just had to just shove. I was like, no. There were times where you could have shoved, and you just went, nah, this isn't the moment. You read your opponents each time. I said, the way you moved through the gears. And she said, I heard you say that, actually. I did hear you say that on the commentary. And she heard us say when there was five-handed, this is butchering her last name, Fina's going to take it down. But the standard of play there was fantastic. Also, later on tonight, we get to do something pretty special.
I know what you're going. I think I know what you're going to say.
Can I just say,
you
season 12 of high stakes poker comes to the Party Poker Irish Open. Finton and I get to commentate on it.
Oh, absolutely class. We have a sick lineup. We really do. Some real big names in the poker world. We have Rob Young confirmed. We have John Dutty with a question mark. John has another engagement.
He'll play.
He's not 100%.
He was playing a high stakes game last night.
I seen that. Yeah, that was pretty sick. It was
Chris Dowling was getting heavily involved too. Yeah, Chris was playing real well.
Chris, I seen Andy. I seen Craig, Michael Muldoon, Rob Young. It was a pretty stacked, well stacked table. A lot of money on the table. That was the PLO, the 4-card format. It's going to be the 2-card tonight. Irish pro Jason Tompkins confirmed for that 25-50.
Commentated on Jason a number of times. An excellent player. That's been something really nice too, by the way, as McGee flopped 2-pair with the 4s and 3s.
It's a pretty horrible board now. It's running away from him.
With the flush after getting there for the 5. But does he trust his 5? Do you stick?
Well,
it's a blocker.
It's a blocker to the straight flush. It's a blocker to the nuts. So that would motivate me to continue. I'd certainly be calling here. It's a bluff catcher. You're just beating a bluff, really. That's exactly what this hand is. But he could turn his hand into a bluff also. I'd expect him to call here. He could even raise with this type of hand.
Okay, so he may not know this, but he does have the best hand. Maybe he does know. Bit of a sickener to flop 2-pair.
Yeah, now Mick McGee, he knows his 2-pair isn't good here. He knows he's up against a flush, but he's probably...
I think he's going to try and rep, is he?
Well, he's saying I have the bigger flush. Okay, that's exactly. He's the one that opened mid-position, and Hacksai, I don't know why I'm calling him that. He's the one in the big blind.
Just go with Ditron.
So he should have the bigger cards as the pre-flop opener, so he's going to fire again. This would be a real good call. A real good call. When you look at his stack size, right, this is
his tournament life. He's folded.
Basically.
Yeah.
Wow. That's Mick
That was
McGee.
a great bet for Mick McGee.
Very strong.
And that goes back to what you were saying before. It's like, I'm repping the bigger flush.
The range advantage because he was the pre-flop raiser versus the big blind. So he should, in theory, have the bigger hearts in his holdings.
And basically all you're doing is defending. Like, you've defended your big blind and it's worked in the way that it has, but what are you now beating?
A bluff.
You're beating a bluff. That's it. And you're going to risk your entire tournament where you've still got chips and you still got 15k in front of you with the blinds at 1 and 3. Nah, you're not doing that. We're not doing that. Next level is 6, where the blinds will go to 2 and 4. Ante is 400 as well. That's another question I wanted to ask you. I've been asked about this on multiple private messages on Insta. By the way, shout out to everybody who's watching. Hello, we must tweet a link to today's coverage, but I know you're watching already. Final Furlong Podcast Posse following us in as well. So Finton, Gavin, and Emrys Kennedy alongside you. It's an ace-jack raise from Boatman to 700. Oh, call with the 5s and the Cowboys for Dithron. And patience is a virtue, because he could have got paid off last time, but he's in a great spot here as long as everything plays his way.
And Arthur snap calls with the ace-jack. Now, this is pricing Oliver in.
It has to, doesn't it, with the 5s?
Yeah, he hates his hand. He really does.
But he gets out.
Yeah, a small pair. He's not performing well. He's basically, he's drawn to a set to get ahead. He knows that, and he decides to get out.
This is going to be Gus Hansen territory now. If 5 hits the flop.
Jack High would be
I told you. Jesus. Oh, my God.
That's sick.
Oh, God. He's hating life right now.
Can't see his expression, but believe me, he's disgusted. And he's getting a big price, isn't he?
It was priced in.
It was very reasonable.
He's priced in.
It was a reasonable call if he made it. But I get the fold. He figured he was behind. He's correct. He gets rid of the 5s. And now Arthur
is going to fold.
Yeah, he folds. He folds.
Dithron gets a 7,800k pot.
It's not really going according to plan for Arthur so far.
No.
He's down to 16.3k.
But he still has 54 bigs.
Yeah, it's huge.
Like I was talking to guys last night. As I said, I came down here at 6 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. And I have chronic back pain, folks. So if you see me getting a massage at the commentary booth, and you're going, what's this clown up to? This is something that we've done for years, and Crystal and the team are amazing. But the amount of players I met who were saying, I've only got 50 bigs left. 50 big, mate, you've got a great chance.
Yeah.
You've got don't give up. They were almost like shoulder slumped. I don't know. I'm floating on fumes. I've got 40 bigs. You're okay. You're still in. That's why you were saying you would reg late.
I
Just
think
with
so.
your style.
And again, it's like it's a huge psychological thing with players, you know. And it's not like it's just a challenge, you know. Like if you lose a few pots, right, and you lose like 5, 6, 7k of your stack, there is the tendency to kind of like, you know, start going into panic mode. You know what I mean? Whereas with the structure and with the volume of big blinds you still have, it's absolutely, do you know what I mean? There's no problem. You know what I mean? But it's just focusing correctly, just setting your mind just to understand how deep you are, how many bigs you have, and that this is a marathon. It's drawn over 5 days. You know, I mean, what happens in level 2, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 even, you know, it's really not that significant. Well, if it is, if you go bust, right? But, I mean, even a double up in the first 3, 4 levels, it really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
You know?
No one cares if you're chip leader on day 1. Like, ESPN make a big thing out of it. Oh, Finton Gavin, chip leader, the World Series broker. Finton's going, I don't care. This all changes tomorrow. The antes go up, the blinds go up, the whole thing changes. Also, if you are coming down to the City West, tip the masseuses, tip the bar staff, tip the people who are working in the service industry. They're working extremely hard. And you are lucky to be here. So, In Touch Massage have a fantastic team. Samantha runs it, and make sure to look after them. And the bar staff are amazing. There's actually one of the guys working here is an actor who was in Game of Thrones. He was in Vikings and Game of Thrones, and he got down to the final 3 to be Hodor. He almost was. Hold the door. Spoilers for a show that ended 3 years ago. Hold the door, Hodor. Which was kind of heartbreaking when you find out that's why he kept saying Hodor for all those years. But yeah, he got down to the final 3 for that. He's been in Doctor Who. Amazing stuff.
He's playing the main?
He's a barman.
Oh!
Does it just for the crack. His wife is in a mega job, and he was up in Belfast working with Kit Harington as part of the Night's Watch. And he was then part of the Night King's battle on the House of Stark as the undead come to try and kill them all. And he was saying he has to sign an NDA each time he's in a show. Because, like, he can't go, Arya's going to kill the Night King. She's going to sneak up from the shadows. All that skills that she's learned, she's going to sneak up from the shadows. And she's going to use the Valyrian blade dagger that her brother gave her, which he probably foresaw, and use that wicked move to stab him in the stomach and kill him. There's actually, you know, the way they show like audience footage of what happened when the two spoiler alert for something that's now available on Apple TV, by the way, when the two other Spider-Men, there's only 3 men have played Spider-Man on television.
Okay.
Tobey Maguire, Andrew
yes.
Garfield, and now Tom Holland. And
Really?
they brought back Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield. And they were interviewed countless times, and they all said, I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I haven't even talked to Marvel. This has not happened. They'd already shot the scenes. They'd gone back and done reshoots. But they had to lie because they'd signed NDAs. And there's reactions when Ned opens a portal, goes, I wish I could see Peter. And it's the Andrew Garfield Peter who comes through. And they're like, oh, Pete! And he takes his hat off and okay, I'm not your Peter. And Zendaya's like throwing stuff at him, going, catch it. Do you have the Peter tinkle? Like, you know, I don't catch bread. What are you talking about? Prove it. It's like crawling on the wall. But there's reactions from the crowd. Endgame, when all the heroes return. When Hulk has brought everybody back to life. And all the portals open up and you've got Black Panther coming through and Doctor Strange. And just people filming the audience reaction. And Marvel have used that as promo. Normally, you shut that stuff down. You go, no, take that off the internet. Marvel went, the power of the cinema is this, and showed actual live audience reaction of people
Brilliant.
in India, America, UK, Ireland, all going, oh my God. It's roaring and shouting.
I love it.
It's amazing.
This is Owen Mullen just making a decent fold there. Called on the flop when he was ahead, but went behind when that queen hit. And Dreton.
And quite rightly got out of the way.
Yeah, Dreton bet with the 2 overcards, got lucky.
But yeah, you can meet a legit Game of Thrones actor behind the bar here. So tip the bar staff, tip the masseuses. They're all doing extremely hard work. Mickey's here taking photographs, by the way. Jesse Mays, better half by far. And love you, Jesse. And the screens, just to set the scene for those who have just joined the Party Poker Irish Open live stream. So there's the normal screens that you had every Irish Open. There's then this Borg cube-like setup in the very center of the room. If you look in under it, it looks like the Borg.
It's class, yeah. The setup is really
all LED
top-notch.
screens. We're looking at Crystal staring at us from it now, from In Touch Massage. And the largest indoor LED screen is over the final table, the feature table. And behind us, we got a big LG screen here at our commentary booth as well. So it's Paul O'Reilly, JP, the entire team. In the old days, no bar in the poker room. That's out the window. There's a bar here. Plenty of cash action if you want. There's 42 tournaments in total. 14 of them are championship events. It's off the hook, and the atmosphere is amazing.
big numbers for today's 1C. Did expect this to be the biggest flight, and it's proved so. There's 716 players, so over 1.5 million in the prize pool, and there's still another flight later tonight. So we're going to get very close to that 2 million mark. Outlandish prize pool when you think it's just for a 1K event. But this is the Irish Open main event, and live poker back, that is for sure. So blind level here is 100, 300, 300. starting stack is 30,000. So even if you're edged here, level 5, you're still getting 100 big blinds. And in fact, players can late rage right up until the start of day 2. I understand that once the clock starts on day 2, that's the end of registration. So we won't have the final figures until tomorrow, because we'll definitely have we'll have a flurry of late registrations. The blind level is 500,000. Last blind level, I'm sure that's what it is, 500,000. I'll just confirm that now, because that's an interesting. It is, yeah, 500,000 is the last blind level. And the level actually we're in now is level 800, 300, 300. Big blind ante. So already 7 levels played. This is level 8. Last level of the night is level 15. 500, 1k. So players can come back with the big blind at 1200. Get a 30,000 stack. As long as they reg before the clock starts tomorrow. Now, we're looking at a pair now, good shot versus the 2 overs. That's Nathan Slater just admitting he's from Manchester to Mick McGee. Mick McGee from Clonmel, you see him on the very left hand side of your screen there. Nathan. For me, the standout player so far, but this guy here, Owen Mullen, believe me, huge experience, super solid, really is a quality tournament player, looking very well. Owen, obviously getting some gym time in. Now, action with the big blind, who looks down at ace-5 versus an open from Mick McGee. And Mick's been active, 56k, averages in and around 40,000. Now, Mick will continue, has the backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight possibility, backdoor and of course he's going to rep that ace. Fires 800. And Daniel Oliver, of course, going to be check calling with top pair. He's under rep this ace, given that he just flatted in the big blind position. Now 7 on the turn, 3 hearts. Daniel checks. I think Mick, well, I think he should be checking back here, but if what we've seen of Mick earlier does tend to be very aggressive, does check back now. Daniel Oliver with the decision, does he value bet here? 4 hearts. He's hating this. 4th heart on the board. And Mick McGee with just king high. I think Mick is going to bet and bet big, bet about 2k. Well, he goes even bigger, 2,500. This is tough. That fourth heart. Obviously of concern to Daniel Oliver. But this is a pretty big proportion of his remaining stack, 2.5k. It's 1/6 of his stack. And really, Daniel with just a hand that's beating a bluff here. And he makes the call. Mick McGee. Well, he doesn't want to show his hand, but he has to. King high. Daniel Oliver wins a very sizable pot, gets his stack up to 22,000. Mick takes a hit, leaves him on 53k. This is the Irish Open main event. It's day 1C. This is the third of 4 flights. Biggest flight, well over 700 entries, and the late reg, of course, available right to the end. 15 levels. Mick McGee from Clonmel, centre your screen. Arthur Boatman, 17k. Not a great start. Slater has done well. He's folding the nut low here, 3 deuce, but action moves to Oliver. Now that's interesting. Raising the button from Raz Van with the ace jack. Suited king folds in the small blind and big blind with 5-4 diamonds. Makes the call and flops, trips. Big blind player. Driton. Checks. Calls the 500 bet. 10 on the turn, it goes check, check, and now the queen on the river. We're going to see value bet here, which probably won't get called from just ace high. Well, it does. That's interesting. Ace high makes the call. Razvan just didn't believe the Driton.
So I presume he just thought, you're at it, son, not realizing that he bumped into trips.
Yeah, well, certainly didn't realize it until, of course, he's seen it.
Life got pretty real, pretty fast there for him. So this is officially table 47 at the Party Poker Irish Open. This is day 1C. Back in the old days, Finton. Back in the old days, back in my day. There would be no such thing. There would be day 1 and then straight into day 2.
Absolutely. I mean, it was whoever, I don't know who came up with the multi-day idea, but it's brilliant.
It works really well. I think it was Paul. I might be given that miscredit. It could have been JP, but I think it was Paul. I think Paul went, you know what, multi-days is going to create more action. And we've got 1.5 million in the prize pool. It was $1 million guaranteed. And Finton called it. He said, this is going to be a 2 million prize pool. This is going to be 2 million. And we are headed that way. We're very much headed that way. So 10-6 and 9-8 go to war, and 9 connects as Owen Mullen takes the lead.
Now, Owen Mullen.
Dietrich with 10-6 is just going to get the hell out of the way. Talk to me about Owen Mullen. So,
well, first of all, can I just say he looks absolutely fantastic, Owen. He looks like he was in the gym pumping iron.
The guns are
very
out.
Trim lately.
The guns are out.
But Owen is a well-known character in the Irish poker community for quite a long time. I mean, I remember when I first started playing, bumping into Owen and his good friend Joe O'Neill, two real characters in the poker scene, both kind of on the East Coast, Dublin based. Owen a bit further north, I think, Drogheda. But Owen actually, I believe, I could be wrong, 2002 World Series of Poker.
I think you're right.
Just missed out on that World Series final table. 2002. He became something like 12th, 13th in the World Series. Could be 14th, but incredible run.
So he bubbled the final table, basically.
Yeah, just a couple of spots off the final table. Owen Mullen, real quality character, but I mean, he's very well liked on the scene. Plays all the events.
12th.
12th. Okay, can we go into that and see who went on to win that?
It was 2002.
Robert Varconi with the Queen 10, Julian Gardner, Scott Gray. That's the same year, Scott Gray. That's incredible. I forgot about that. Scott Gray, who's playing this.
Yeah, Scott's a legend. I met Scott briefly yesterday. I've commentated with Scott in the past. He's an absolute legend, and he final tabled.
Okay, so we have that particular Ralph Perry. I don't know, do players remember Ralph Perry? There's all kinds of YouTube clips of Ralph getting absolutely slated by Tony G. Yeah.
Who didn't get slated by Tony G, though, in fairness?
Yeah, but Robert Varconi, if you remember watching that, okay?
Oh, we're going to see war here. Boatman, Queens, call with the threes. The long walk to Houston, ace-king suited. Now, if you're in Slater's position...
All the money's going to go to win pre, I think.
56,008 to you. Is he flat call?
No, it's 10,000.
10K. 10K bet.
Yeah, 4 bet. So now Owen is hating life because he's put in 2,100. He's not going to realise his equity here. It's interesting. Look who 3 bet. The weakest hand, like
with the King 10. Yeah.
And this is the 5 bet. All in. And as expected, Queens versus Ace King. Owen Mullen gets out of the way. And obviously the King 10, who kicked off all this action, snap folds. So,
well,
it's an opportunity, good opportunity here for Arthur.
Because
he's got Queens. And, you know, like, we did see at least one of Nathan Slater's cards folded. So you can see but it's interesting, the equity. The Ace King, because it's suited, and because
ahead.
There's a Queen folded,
oh,
and that's sick.
Good night and good luck.
That is sick. Nathan
My God.
connects.
Do you know what? If you're going to go out, you may as well
It's
go out
over.
in style.
He's dead in the flop.
Yeah, that's it.
Because there was only one.
Killed,
there was only
stone
one.
dead.
Yeah, there was only one Queen left in the deck.
Again, in Super System 2, where does it say how to flop a set? How to flop the full house?
Full house. End of story for Arthur Boatman.
He gets it in good.
The American.
He's caught by what's known as the long walk to Houston, Ace King. It's a hand that's never going to be laid down by Slater. Boatman had dropped down to, what was it, 22, 15 about. So it's always going to go in, and it's always going to be called. What's interesting is the action that had gone on beforehand. The King 10 raise, the threes gets involved, and suddenly you've got the Queens.
Yeah. I think the King 10, was it a 3 bet with the King 10?
I think it was.
It was a 3 bet, and the pot got really bloated. Owen made a little bit of a loose call there. This is the problem when you call this light a 3 bet, not closing the action.
Yeah.
Now, if Owen's closing the action, yeah, that's 100%. The other thing, Owen was out of position, you know, but he knows, like, he's thinking there, right, I hit my set here, I'm golden, and it's going to win a huge pot. So I understand the thinking behind calling. But it quickly became apparent he wasn't going to get to a flop. Then the American made a 10K, and then the Mancunian just let rip with a 5 bet. And this guy, believe me, is not a player you want with chips at your table, Nathan Slater, and you can see him on the screen here. He's up to
7-4 off, and he's called.
He's up close to
Pocket
80K.
threes raised to 700. Detron made the call with the Queen Jack and has got the flush draw. Ace hits the board. 4-7 misses. 3 still lead, but sorry, it's Queen Jack.
Yeah,
off.
no one has nobody has anything here. But now Oliver has picked up the straight draw, and Slater has the straight draw.
Yeah,
and no one really is showing any interest. I think first to bet here will win it. That is my opinion. And I think Duton might come out betting if it's checked to him again. But first, it's Oliver. Well, Oliver's the one who's going to take this down. I don't think Slater can continue 4-7. Wow,
He's
this
gonna
is loose.
continue.
Yeah, he's going to float.
Is this floating with the intention of bluffing the river?
He's going to make his decision. Well, he's actually check raised, which I like so much better.
Yeah, that makes a lot more
He is
sense.
one blocker to the straight. Now this is interesting because Oliver has two blockers to the straight, but he just lets it go.
Too many overcards, he can't call.
And-
I thought he was going to call to then bluff the river.
Yeah, he was. Well, we see
Either he could have connected.
He was setting something up, but he decided just he could end it there with a 3-bet. With that 4, he used the information. He had a 4 in his hand. There's less other 4s out there, and a 4. What was it? 3-4 for the straight.
Yeah.
So then he's the one repping. He was the one in the big blind. He's the one that should have 3-4 in that case.
But again, this is the man that you were arguing. This is the guy you don't want to mess with. This is the guy who's gonna, if he gets, even if he's low, he's gonna be super dangerous to everybody.
Yeah, having said that, there's some real quality on this table. And I'm thinking the likes of Owen Mullen. Like, I mean, he's a great live reader of the game. And someone who, with a style like Nathan Slater, who's very active and aggressive, Owen will adjust his game accordingly. And, you know, let's see what happens. It's going to be interesting to see how this develops.
So there's a raise from Razvan with the King 3 suited, called by pocket 4s, called by King 4 suited. And now...
This is crazy. Everyone is blocking each other.
Yeah,
but
that's what's mad
But
about
I
it.
think what's going to happen here is Mick's going to take this down with a big 3-bet. I'd like to see something like 3K. Well, he's gone to 3.5.
3-5, yeah.
He's gone to 3.5, and this is just going to end the hand. I'm not calling here with a small pair. I mean, in the hijack, you're not even closing the action. Owen is still involved.
You have no idea what Owen's going to do behind you.
Exactly.
So if you set mine,
Small-
you still don't know what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
you're not guaranteed to see a flop.
Yeah.
That's the question. But it's huge. 2.8 with small pair. Good luck. Gone.
Yeah, he's out.
Well, he's put the... Yeah, he's
They're
folded.
both gone.
Folded. Yeah.
So
Makes
exactly
sense.
as you called, Michael's going to
Yeah, it's
raise.
perfect. It's a perfect scenario for Ace King. You can 3-bet so big there. There's loads of money out there. You've got a raise and several callers, so it's a perfect hand choice to increase your 3-bet sizing with the Ace King, and you're just going to clear out all the marginal hands.
Yeah.
And even if you do get called, you're most likely to be up against something like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, that you're actually ahead of, and you can continue post flop. Quite confident.
It's been tremendous fun so far. The caliber of players. This kind of goes back to the conversation I had with Owen yesterday, with Owen OD. So I said, you've commentated it on the Irish Opens with me. There's always a donk at a feature table. There's always a clown where we just got to call them a moron for what they do. And here's the thing, though, that's interesting, is that I said there was none of that. Nobody was making a mistake that there were things you could critique.
Yeah, but I want all these clowns and donks and morons that you're talking about. I want them all to come back. Where are they? I want these. How come I never get on a table with these people?
Well, hang on. This is what
never
Owen
happened
was
to me,
saying,
Emmett.
right? Owen, never happened to you. Aces, by the way, for McGee. 6s for Slater.
Now, 3-bet pot. Now, this is one of the downsides for a player
Slater's style.
like Slater. I mean, okay, this is
Oh,
this is
class.
cool. I'm really glad to see that he's got like the fold button and he has a little bit of discipline. There's no point in getting involved there. Why get involved? He's got the massive chip stack, and with a small pair, 3-bet pot, he's out of position. Just get rid of it.
Now, the Ace-5 did call.
Yeah,
so
I don't like this. Ace-5 off. Doesn't know where he is.
Queen
Hits his
3,
ace.
8. So Ace is miles in front. There's no piece of this for the Ace-5.
There's a bit of history between these two guys.
There is.
And Dreton, and now I'm starting to understand why why Dreton called with the ace-5 pre. It was dependent on the player. It was like Mick's table image, not so good after that bluff with the king-3 of diamonds that he had to show down. But it's earned him extra money here. He's got the 3-bet pre-call, and he might even get called again. But he's none of this, Dreton. He's absolutely nothing going on. And he's not really deep enough to be floating here out of position, I don't think. So I reckon the hand is over. But you can see Dreton, I mean, he just does not believe Mick McGee. It's a great spot for Mick. If Dreton had any piece of this at all, he would continue. And it looks like he is going to make a move. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, he's just... You see, Mick is... now, Mick needs to just clear the mind. He's buzzing here. This is a dream scenario for Mick McGee, okay?
So it's 3-6 from the call. The raise is to 5-4. So...
He's in position, Mick, so he can just flat here. And the benefit of flatting, okay, is you're keeping all your opponent's bluffs in there.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying, Emmett?
Absolutely.
If he reshoves here now, I mean, it's a big mistake.
Well, let's recap. Detron raised beforehand. McGee then 3-bet.
3-bet, yeah.
And he called.
Detron flat
checked by Detron on the...
And he's check raised, yeah. He's check raised.
Check raised.
Yeah. So action with Mick McGee now.
McGee's mind, he's going, wait, are you sitting there with like a suited
yeah, of course. Mick wants to get the money in. That's for sure. He'll want the money to go in.
But you want the flat call, though, don't you? You want 3-6.
Flat call and keep all the bluffs in there. That's the perfect play.
And he's done it. Action.
Like this,
Action.
like 4-betting there, you're only getting called by a better hand anyway.
Yeah.
Now the 9 on the turn, this is an action killer because
Jack 10.
Well, it produces the straight, and something like Jack 10 is not out of the ordinary for Mick McGee just to be calling the check raise or even pocket 9s. So now Dreton, even though he made a move...
Can Detron rep Jack 10 suited?
Not really. It wouldn't make sense to check raising with Jack 10 on that board. Maybe Jack 10 of hearts and he's looking to get it all in, maybe. But probably Jack 10 wouldn't go with a check raise. He might go with a check call. But Jack 10 wouldn't make too much sense. So I think Mick is confident
that he still has the best hand.
He's ahead. Yeah, he's confident he's ahead. And
so what bet do you put in to find out?
He's going to go. He's going to go about 7K, I think.
He has put a bet in, and it's an insta fold. 8K, and an insta fold.
Now we just seen there. What we've seen there, Emmett, right? Okay, is people's perception of you.
Yeah.
At the table, and Mick, of course, couldn't help himself when he bluffed off with the king 3. Last orbit, but he was smart enough to take advantage of that. Like, he knew that the table knew that he's a bit of a loose cannon, and Mick has turned that information to his advantage. And you can see there, Mick's up, even after losing a couple of sizable pots, he's in profit. Nick Slater, of course, the most profitable person. This is a cumulative winnings graphic, which is cool, because it tells you how much they're up and down since the beginning.
Something that we haven't had before, by the way.
By the way, that graphic just describes their pluses and losses since the beginning of the stream. Obviously not since the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah, just since they sat down at this feature table and since we began covering them. So if you didn't get to see, the chip count now stands with Lithrith from Germany. Apologies. He's in trouble. 28 bigs. He still has 28 bigs, to be fair, but 8,500. Detron is on 49 bigs after that hand. 14.9 for him. For Oliver, it's 19,800, 66 big blinds. Our Scandinavian friend is on 98 bigs. Mullen, 98 bigs as well, both on 29.6k.
Big 3-bet here from Slater with Big Slick. But I expect Mick just to fold this.
Razvan is on 143 big blinds with 43k. McGee now 62,900, 209 big blinds. And Slater is your chip leader at this feature table, 82,200, 274 big blinds. So there's a lot of play in him left.
Yeah, still early stages of this Day 1C Irish Open. 1,150 to play, 1 million guaranteed. We're already up to 1.6 million.
Yep.
With another flight still to play. So it's going to be, I think it's going to hit the 2 million. I'm still willing to bet on hitting the 2 million.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You were so confident when we were doing the high roller that it was going to be 2 million.
Well, I can't believe the numbers the high roller got. Like a 5k buy-in, side event, 5k buy-in side event, hits 90 players. That's really outstanding.
Bonkers.
It really is.
And there were rebuys. You could buy back in if you wanted.
You could re-enter, yeah.
Because
how many times have we seen Big Slick? It's crazy.
It's great. It is
every
nuts.
second hand.
Long Walk to Houston has been popping up an awful lot here. That is something Sarah said she'd love a rebuy in the ladies' event.
Oh, it was a freeze out, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
She'd love a rebuy.
Well, it would have bumped up the numbers.
Well, she said they were drinking and they were all having so much fun that they would have rebought.
Okay. The atmosphere was really good at that
51 women playing in that tournament. It was fantastic. It was a great interview with the woman who runs the female poker league. The Laura Cornelius did, which is absolutely class. But when Chucky, who's going to stay here for the whole week, when she sat down here, and the first question I asked was, "What was your reaction when you got to the final table?" And she looks at you and says, "I wanted to get in my car and drive to Antrim."
Brilliant.
And yet she was so cool with us.
Like she was great, girl.
Finton says, because she's a professional tattoo artist, Finton says, "Now, would a tattoo look good on me?" And she looks him dead in the eyes and goes, "Finton looked great on you."
She instantly looked at me and said, "Yes,
bluff
absolutely."
Of all time.
I says, "Can you make me look like a Premiership footballer?" And she called me and said, "Yes, of course you can."
Finton, come on down. I can sort you out. Because I said, to me, you've got the Daniel Agger look. Like Daniel Agger's tattoos are just on point. And she went, "Oh my God!" She was so thrilled with that compliment. But
really class artwork. And
yeah.
a shout out to all the Antrim poker
the Antrim
players
posse. Yeah,
up there in the sports
Jenny
club.
from there as well, who was third in the end. Class act.
We have an interesting table here. It really is a new arrival here from Norway, it looks like. Is that correct?
Yep.
Oh, no.
Sander.
Sander, yeah. Looks like he's just sat
So
down.
we've got Sandor and Sander. He's in seat 6.
Interesting.
About 30k. Slater, 83k.
Now, what is that in his mouth? Is that a cigar?
It looks like
e-cig.
It looks like Baraka to me. It looks like he's about to just swallow an entire tube of Baraka. 3-bet with the ace queen off, called by our Scandinavian friend, and called by Slater with 4-3 suited. So this is going to be an interesting flop. Ace, queen, 10. Beautiful for the ace queen.
There's a good shot.
Gut shot and backdoor flush possibilities for our Scandinavian friend. The 4-3 is gone. Slater checks. He's out. 6k is the bet from the ace queen. Everybody gets out of the way. Nobody wants to mess around. What a flop to get.
Top 2, obviously the jack.
Unless
thing.
someone's sitting there with king jack. Yeah, exactly. I was just going to say, unless someone's sitting there with king jack, you're a-okay. I was asking Gareth Chandler, who's been doing some sterling work on the Irish Poker Open blog, so irishpokeropen.com. Any serious shout-outs, any serious action from the outer tables? He was like, nah.
Okay.
It's good. Nah. I've been keeping an eye on everything. He's like, nah. It's quiet. But we've seen plenty of action at this feature table.
Yeah, it's full of potential. And this guy, Mick McGee, creating...
I'm loving this guy.
A lot of action. Owen just taking all the info in, sussing out the situation. Looks like Owen is posting big blind ante. Mick McGee under the gun. Mick McGee from Clonmel, County Tipperary.
Nobody's perfect.
Nathan
Says the
Slater
Kilkenny man.
from Manchester. And folded around to Razvan. He's just put in 400. He's limped here in the cut-off. And Daniel Oliver on the putting position has made it 1.5, close to a 4x sizing. Razvan makes the call. Three spades on the flop. No player with a spade in their hand. No one really has any of this whatsoever.
So how do you rep here? What do you do?
Well, I think the advantage is with
the small one. The small, yeah, a 1-3 bet, and that was it. Good night, good luck, bye bye. I'm not here to mess around. And I get that. Look, you were saying earlier on, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Like this is some high level stuff. It's the Irish Poker Open. It's been, as I've said, if you've just joined us for the first time, over 820 days since there was an Irish Poker Open live. And look at who's turned up. Because I still know people who are afraid to go outside. I still know.
No,
you see,
no way.
Look, there's a guy wearing a face mask. All the dealers are wearing face masks. All right, I get where they are, okay? But I want to get back out there. I want to go hug my friends. I want to meet my friends. I want to. I'm becoming great friends with the masseuses. They're all fantastic crack and brilliant at what they do. You're a great crack. It's brilliant getting to work with you again. Our Estonian production team are off the hook crazy. I haven't seen Gareth since the Galway Festival, and I commentated with Gareth there. Jen, I haven't seen, who's actually here today. I haven't seen Jen since the 2015 Irish Open. Dermot Blaine and Ono D I haven't seen since 2015. And the second they saw, and Chris Dowling for that matter, and the second they saw me, they were like, Emmett, great seeing you.
Brilliant. As if it was like just
yesterday.
The other day. Yeah.
And I was like, how's it, like, is it going to be, like, okay that I'm back? You know, because I haven't done it since 2015? Like, is it going to be, oh, for fuck, oh, God, oh, Jesus Christ. But no, it's like, Kennedy, you're back. Brilliant.
Good vibe. Good vibe.
But the vibe all around is just great. Like, it's just, obviously there's going to be one or two bad eggs, and you can't do anything about that. But the staff are loving it. The staff are fantastic. Paul has put up an incredible setup. There was a band playing last night. In the end,
the music was really good. Live music.
Sarah and Jenny were busting moves in there after the ladies' main event, and it was Crystal's birthday, so there was the In Touch massage team sorted her out with prosecco, which was pretty dope, and there was a cake for her as well. And there's just loads of people who arrived very late.
I'm going to stop you, Emmett, because it was an action flop here with two players who had the gut shot, and Owen had a pair and a flush draw, and he's hit his flush draw. But unfortunately for Mick, he has hit a straight, and he has a redraw to a bigger flush. So he's certainly going to be continuing 1.6. Just calls here. No point in going crazy.
Now, can you be okay? You got a piece of the board. You've got the flush.
Well, both have a made hand. Both have a full hand here.
But can you be confident with this? The six comes down. Can you be confident with the six high flush? If
I think so.
If,
now
if
the
McGee decides to rep.
Okay, but what's he repping? That's the question. Okay.
But we've seen him do it. You were mentioning the King 3 earlier on. We've seen him do it.
Yeah, Owen is checked here. The board is paired, but he's blocking a lot of the full boats. So Owen has gone. He knows. You see, this is the quality of someone with Owen's experience. He's got this hand. Owen knows. He's just considering his raise size. Now there is a possibility he just calls here. Well, he's just decided to call. I expected him.
Yeah. He's going to be pretty sick to see these called with a six-high flush. That's terrific. I'm pretty certain that
it was hard to value raise there for Owen, but he knew that he would get, and he didn't want to lead out and get shoved on, so he decided just to check call Mick McGee, and Mick bets there. Well, he obviously value bets with his better hands, but with his non-made hands, he fires as well.
Yeah.
You know, he's that type of player. And Owen decided just to go check call, wins a sizable pot.
I'm not letting you off this, so I'm just going to, let's see how this goes.
Yeah, it was a turn. I think the six on the river kind of the board pairing, both players obviously didn't like the board to pair. McGee with the straight and Owen Mullen with the made flush.
So aside from our new Scandinavian friend, who has really taken your, because he's new to the table, who has really taken your eye so far?
Yeah, well, obviously, I'm going to be shouting for my friend Owen, but outside Owen, I like McGee. I like his attitude. I also like Idriton in seat 9, but the standout player performer has been Nathan Slater so far.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's a very small sample size we've seen so far. Just basically seen just over a level and a bit. But yeah, this guy he's shown a lot of quality. I like the fold with the 6s pre as well, which just indicates to me that he's got discipline as well as a lot of creative moves. He's in the big blind defending, another attribute of a seasoned player. You don't give away your blinds too easy, but I mean, he's completely missed this board. He's just going to check fold against the continuation bet from the player Sander Oslingen from Norway, who's continued on the Ace-Jack 8 board, 2 spades, and Sander takes it down. Irish Open main event.
Day 1C.
Biggest flight so far. Already in this flight, we have, I'm going to tell you in about 5 seconds, we have 738 players creating a prize pool of 1.6 million. Sander Oslingen, the Norwegian pocket pair, just playing around starting stack. He makes it 800, but it's Razvan with the real hand here, ace queen. He decides to 3-bet 2.6. Owen gets out of the way. Now Mick just needs to fold this king 9 suited, not get involved. Slater will fold, and action will move back to Sander. As a pair, decides to get sticky, is out of position. Makes the call. These black chips are hundreds, the yellows are thousands, and the greens 5k. Reds are 500. Starting stack 30,000. 6-3 jack now. Boom. Check. Smooth call incoming from Sander, who's made a set. 2k. Could try and inflate the pot and try and get more money quickly over the line in the hope that his opponent has like aces, kings, queens even. Ace jack probably unlikely. He's hoping for a premium pair, and that's why he's going with the check raise, trying to get money over the line, but
he's going to end it.
Yeah, not much going on there.
Would have been fun if he had ace jack in his hands, just to see how.
Yeah, I think
he would have how Razvan would have reacted to that. One thing for our graphics department, there's a little bit of controversy yesterday. Do you want to talk about the Anglo-Irish, Northern Irish situation?
Okay.
Brexit. So there was a couple of Northern Irish players whose flags came up under the Union Jack.
Yes.
And they were like,
yes.
What the?
Well, I mean,
I went, well,
I was going to say it's an ongoing problem.
It can either be tricolour, Union Jack, or the Northern Irish flag. I said, but to be fair, our team are Estonian, so they don't know. And they all went, oh, okay, fair enough. But I think if you're on the feature, just ask. Just say, can I have Northern Irish flag like McElroy, or can I have the Union Jack, or can I have the green, white, and gold?
Northern Irish flag is red and white. No?
Red and white with little
Cross.
thing in the middle, yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was it was an interesting conversation I had with 3 people. yesterday. Late last night. It's like, hey, I was watching the stream back. Why was a Union Jack flag beside me? Like, uh-oh. All right. 10-9 against King Jack, and interesting.
Mick McGee, top 2, but Sander might be interested with bottom pair and a good shot. Queen.
I don't see how he gets away. In particular,
breaking
so
the
he's
straight.
checked. What does McGee do here?
Well, McGee's going to continue. Well, he checks back.
He's disguising the strength of his hand. It was a raise from McGee pre-flop to 800. They've checked. Ace hits the turn, which probably ends it.
I think so.
For
I think Sanders is going to check fold here. It's likely that his opponent.
Yeah, McGee's bet
has a piece of
800.
this, given that
It
McGee
was
is
an
opened.
interesting bet. 800 into a 3K pot. He was trying to size him out, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just hating life if he gets check raised, but a player like McGee probably calls the check raise in the hope that he can
Extract more.
Well, in the hope that he can redraw. Well, if he gets check raised, he thinks he's up against straight, but then he has the redraw to the full boat with 2 pair. That is Mick McGee. Centre your screen from Clonmel. Left-hand side of your screen, Owen Mullen. And right-hand side of your screen, Nathan Slater from Manchester.
So we'll give them all their due. Owen Mullen, seat 1. Mick McGee, seat 2. James Clark now, seat 3. Nathan Slater is in seat 4. Sandor in seat 5. I ain't trying that last name. Sander Ostiglin in seat 6. Razvan. You want me to do it, so I'm going to do it.
Aflasler.
Razvan Alflassiker. Alflassiker. Right. He's in seat 7.
Okay.
Daniel Oliver, and then is in seat 8. And Detron is just, we're sticking with Detron, is in seat 9.
Cool. I like that. Detron. Slater folds, and now, well, it's the first hand.
Oh, hey,
we've seen
by the way, I've been given a very important message here by our producer, Oliver. Estonians love Northern Ireland. Ever since the Northern Irish lost a very important game of football to us 10 years ago. Winky face. You're all getting winded up. It was my word. It was my voice, his words. Right, that's Ollie who said that. Have a go at Oliver on you. He's just dusting it off. He's like Jay-Z. Dirt off my shoulders, son. I don't give a damn. But it is tremendous to see so many players. Some are on break, by the way. But fantastic to see so many players back in action at the Irish Poker Open. Brought to you by Paddy Poker. Have we confirmed Mr. Duthie for the cash game tonight?
His name is on the list, and it's an interesting list, just to give you a heads up.
Yeah, we're doing high stakes poker tonight.
It's a good Irish representation, mainly in the form of Jason Tompkins and Pádraig O'Neill. Pádraig O'Neill recently had a nice bonus in the mystery event in Vegas, where his mystery bounty that he picked out, like, you know, these mystery bounties, you pick out the envelope.
Yep.
Opened up his envelope, and it was 6 figures, 100,000, 100K bonus.
Happy days.
Yeah, nice score. So we have Pádraig O'Neill, we have Jason Tompkins, and I was going to say 2 of the younger Irish pros, but I mean, that's not really applicable. These guys have been around for quite some time now. Both Pádraig and Jason, seasoned veterans of the Irish poker scene, and also established themselves abroad with some huge scores. We have the high stakes UK-based businessman Paul Newey, who we featured on the 5K Rivet Coin event. He made the final table. Also had him on the main event stream yesterday. He's going to be on the stream tonight in this cash game. Of course, we have Rob Young, who is known all over the world in all poker communities for the great work he's done online and both live.
100%.
And Rob, one of the partners in this event here with the Party Poker Live brand. So Rob, of course, plays at the very highest level. Rob Young. I mean, like, I've seen him play 1,000, 2,000 blind games. We also have confirmed Ian Gascoigne from the UK, Greek Fish, and we have Alex Kulov, who's from Bulgaria originally, but now based in Ireland. Alex, up-and-coming online player, and has some very substantial live scores as well. And to make up that, we have John Dutty, who is the president
of Party Poker?
Well, he's the most senior guy, I'm told, in Party Poker. He is the gaffer. What a gentleman, John Dutty.
He's a legend.
He's the most, he's just so not formal, John. He's just so down to earth. He's very well liked. Very popular.
Rightly so, by the way.
Done so much for the poker community. Of course, he's the founder of the
EPT.
European Poker Tour.
Yep.
And now he runs the show over at Party Poker. That's John Dutty. He hopefully will be joining the lineup on this 25, 50, €100 no limit hold'em. We're going to be breaking in about a half an hour or so.
Yeah.
We'll take a short break, and then we're going to be back for the cash game. So stay tuned. Fasten your seatbelts,
now,
because it's going to be cool.
Tell me this, as we approach a hand here, which could... Ooh,
well, top two versus the flush draw. It's going to be action.
Right, this is the nut flush draw against...
it's all going in
top
because
two pair. It has to.
Driton is
He's down
shallow.
to 11-9.
Well, it's gone check. Wow. Well, now maybe it won't go in because Owen can just call this bet.
Three clubs on the turn.
Owen just calls the 1.1. See, does he hit? End of story.
God, these could have really extracted here.
Well, it could have went in the flop.
Yeah,
had
really
Owen bet, the Driton was going to check raise all in, and Owen was going to snap him off. The way it's gone now, Owen's just calling to make his draw. He misses full boat, and that's the end of hand. Owen loses the minimum. I like the way Owen played it because he's preserved his stack. Do you know what I mean?
Full boat now.
And he's got to realise his equity. Do you know what I mean? He's got to see turn and river for 1100.
But why did Detron check?
He's going to check raise all in. He's short stack. He wants to get all the money in.
So Oliver just decides, okay, I'm going to take the freebie for the turn.
Owen, yeah. Why would he not with his drawing hand?
Yeah.
And there's no chance.
It's
Owen is not going to. He's not going to call.
When we're thinking this is all in.
He's thinking of making a hero call here with ace high. I think he's called.
He's done it.
Yeah, that's interesting. He's called with ace high. Wow. Okay. And unfortunately, Owen, he had the absolute nuts.
The stone cold, solid moral nuts.
Owen goes, oh yeah, whatever.
Well, all right.
Was either full boat or nothing.
I mean, you bumped into a boat. Fair enough.
Yeah, I get it because he checked flop, right, and then the 3 came on the turn. Then he bet, and then ace high can be good there sometimes, but 3 ton, flop top 2, and then river the boat. Owen pays off a value bet in the river.
Not a whole lot you can do in that situation other than just smile and nod and just go, okay, all right. I kind of like the hero call. I kind of like the, you know what? Maybe you're at it. Why didn't you bet on the flop? Why didn't we have more action?
Yeah, I mean, if Owen bet when checked to him, a lot of players would bet there when checked to them. That's what Driton was expecting. Owen just checked back. See a free turn card, hit his flush.
So let me ask you this: how much pizza and how much coffee do we need to get for the cash game tonight? How long do you think this is going to go?
Well, with a streamed game, usually they have a determined amount of time in the stream. However, very often most times you would see that same cash game then just move to the outer table. So I don't know what the story is for our game tonight, but usually they'd have a predetermined amount of time for the stream. They'd say, right, okay, we're going to do a 6-hour stream. We start at like 7 o'clock and we finish at like 1 a.m. or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that's it. Then that's the end of the stream. And then them players, usually that game will continue. And it'll move off camera.
Okay.
Sometimes these games, I've done a few big cash games where Rob has been on most of the bigger ones I've been on.
I've watched high stakes poker endlessly. I've never commentated on cash games, so I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah,
I can't wait to do it.
Cash games are brilliant.
I've got a few questions for you as well.
Yeah,
that are in the tank already set up for you. Because I think our viewers are going to love getting to see a live cash game. This is not a high stakes poker where everything gets edited. You know, it's
absolutely. You're seeing it raw.
Actually, I rewatched the Gus Daniel pocket fives, pocket sixes hand where they both flop a set, and then it's the quads on the turn, and which obviously gives Daniel a full house. And the thing that I forgot is later on things don't go so well for Gus. There's a few hands that he loses, but then he gets it back again.
Hasn't gone too well for Gus in the last couple of years.
Yeah, he really kind of dropped off the radar. I commentated with him in Galway. You and I did in Galway.
Yes.
And
it's great to see.
We were walking down the street. Do you remember walking down the street? And it was like middle of the night. We ended up going to like Eddie Rockets because there was nowhere else open. And there's this guy standing outside a nightclub, and he goes, "Oh, Cossats!"
I know.
Lost his mind.
What was actually cool about that was the hotel in Galway, the Harbour Hotel, has a big, like, you know, the gable end of the hotel, big, huge thing. And Full Tilt actually put just one massive mural of Gus Hansen. And it was crazy to see in your hometown. You drive around the docks and you just look up. Now, when I say massive, it was like, it must have been like 50 feet by like 10 feet or something like that.
Easily.
Absolutely huge, like.
Easily.
And I remember it was race week, so it was really busy and the traffic was busy.
Yeah, because they brought, Bex brought some of the players down to the races, and she asked me to come with them because a lot of the players that were there repping Full Tilt had actually never been to the races before, even though they're professional poker players.
Sure, of course.
And they loved it. But the Galway Festival is just kind of like that. Okay, so we got pocket eights, Jack 9, 9, 8, and the flop comes down 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, the eights, obviously, this is a great flop for eights. They're the overpair, good shot, and interesting, all three hands blocking each other, of course, but the Jack 9 is finished with this. It's gone check all around, but now it gets a bit interesting. That's a spicy card because it gives Oliver top pair and it gives the flush draw and the straight draw to D-Tron. So there's going to be money in this pot for sure. Mick might lead out here. I'm surprised he didn't lead out in the flop with the overpair and good shot. First to speak, Mick in the tank here, but he decides to check. He's finished now because it's going to kick off between Oliver and D-Tron. Oliver with top pair makes it 3.1, and D-Tron, of course, continuing with this big combo draw, puts in the 3,100. I think Mick is finished. I think he's missed his opportunity on the flop. Does have a draw. He knows his eights aren't good here. So we're just waiting for Mick actually to fold his hand, I think.
That makes sense.
Mick McGee in the tank. Well, he still looks interested.
It's pretty sick for the eights though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's first to speak. I think he could have just let out with the overpair. Good shot. Protected his hand. But does now check fold as expected. So action is between Oliver and Detron. Detron with the combo draw, and he gets there. It's the 5 of hearts. Makes his flush. Oliver won't be pleased with that. He's going to check. Hope to get to showdown, but he's not going to get to showdown without paying a price. Detron has to value bet. Okay, the board's paired, but the fact that Oliver is checked to him, he's not worried about a full boat. He's quite clear in his mind that he's ahead here after making a flush in the river. So what he's considering is the size of his value bet. There's almost 12k in the pot. I think he's going to go maybe about half a stack. He's not going to put the lot in because he wants to get paid. He doesn't want to scare off his opponent. So I think around 7k. I'm not sure how big this is.
I think you've called it almost spot on.
Looks smaller.
6.5? Maybe? We're about to find out. 8.4. You were spot on. You were spot on.
Yeah.
Again, nailing it. Just leaves him with 5.8 behind.
There was a 5k chip in there I didn't see. So Dreton putting in 8.5k. Oliver, a couple of things going through his mind. Obviously the flush 5 is of a concern. It definitely ace 5 wouldn't be out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think what hands would call turn and outbet this river. The obvious one, of course, is the flush, is what he has. And great fold there. That was impressive. Good fold from Daniel Oliver. Dreton wins a very sizable pot. You can hear Mick McGee in the background. But,
it's a live stream, folks. It's the internet. I'm not even apologizing for that one. We're going to drop a few F-bombs later on.
Brilliant.
You can be sure about that.
The turn bet, he says, that's what F me up.
For
I don't mind Oliver's turn bet there whatsoever.
No, I thought it was fine.
He's in top pair. There's no interest shown from his opponents. Bet it out. But, I mean, the call is super standard from the player with the big combination draw, straight draw, flush draw, hits his flush. Now, Oliver going to get involved once again in the hijack. I think we're going to see a 3-bet here, 15k, and he might go really big. I think he's announced all in. Yeah, makes sense. Ace King. Hope that he'd get called off by Ace Queen.
Ace 8 he'd be very pleased to be called by.
He's no chance that's dead. Ace 8 is going to be snap folded.
Yeah, so it gets around.
Sander.
Well, he's picking up the blinds, so it's 16-9. Back into him. He would have obviously liked a call of some kind, but
yeah, well, I mean, he wants the beauty there with this huge sizing, right? It's such a huge all-in rip with the Ace King. He's what he's doing there. He's going to be guaranteed to see the full board.
Yeah,
because how often when you play Ace King, you don't hit the board, and you may have to fold, depending on the action. But at least what he's doing there, he's guaranteeing himself to see all 5 cards on the board. The second thing is he's hoping that his opponent has like Ace Jack suited, Ace Queen that may call him. You know, Ace Jack maybe not, but Ace Queen I think calls, you know. The other benefit of the all-in rip is he's going to get a load of kind of hands he's flipping against.
Yes.
To fold, like 6s, 7s, 8s, probably just go into the muck.
Which, when you put it that way, makes an awful lot more sense. This is table 47, and we're coming towards the end of our coverage of day 1C of the Party Poker Irish Open main event. As we see Razvan with the deuces.
There's a short stack here who might rip all in with the 6K. That's too tight. Sorry. I think it's too tight.
I would have shipped. You're on the big blind.
I mean, this is the third hand in the row that Oliver's raised.
You know he's at it.
Well,
Daniel is. Daniel and
I mean, he just can't be picking up premiums. He just 3-bet ripped the hand before. He's opened a game with Queen 10. And then the most active player on the table, well, sorry, I'm mixing Razvan up with Dreton. I suppose Razvan has been pretty snug, so perhaps it wasn't such a tight fold, given that Razdon came in with a call, and he didn't like to put any more money in.
Well, Daniel gets his he did have draws, but he gets his bet through. Deuces lay down and just go, all right, we're out. Bye-bye.
You've just tuned in and you're wondering what you are watching. This is the Irish Open main event. You might ask, what is the Irish Open? Well,
what is the Irish Open, my man?
Exactly what it is the most established, the most iconic poker event in the world. Is that? Am I getting out of line here?
This is the oldest and most prestigious poker tournament in all of Europe.
In Europe, okay, we're going to go with Europe.
And I would then say, with the current state of the WSOP, it's now the oldest and most prestigious in the world.
Okay, can I just tweak what you just said there?
Go.
Okay. Right, we're agreed it's the most iconic, prestigious event in Europe. You're saying, okay? I'm gonna tweak that by saying not only Europe. I'm going to include us. I'm going to include Australia, Africa, Asia, South America.
I like how you're doing this. I like how you're doing this. I like the way you're going.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And
players are coming.
And 51 states in North America.
51st state. The 51st state.
Do you see what I'm doing here, man?
Yeah. But the current state of the WSOP is a problem. You know,
massively. But look, I'm not. Listen,
the hotel went.
I'm not going to put down another brand in order to promote the Irish Open, because the Irish Open is so big and so strong.
Yeah, it doesn't.
We don't need to do that. We don't need to slag off anyone.
We don't need to belittle.
No chance. And even though
we know how strong we are.
No, but it's interesting. Outside that WSOP Vegas event, the Irish Open, I mean, the history behind it's phenomenal. If you're not familiar with it, just go online. It's all there. In fact, the Irish Open website, the new website, gives you a complete background.
Yeah, it gives a great history.
It really does, yeah.
Just how important Liam Flood was to it, how important Noel Furlong was back in the day, obviously the Don.
The beauty about the Irish Open, Emmett, all the players, like not only the high-profile, iconic figures you're speaking about, but like the Irish Open is about all the Irish players, because they're the ones that kept it going for the last 30-odd years, or almost.
Yeah.
So and I think this is how the new people behind the Irish Open. I say new; they have it for quite some time now, but the organisers and owners of the Irish Open, what they did was they came out with a just genius idea. They just says, do you know what? We're just going to lower this buy-in and make it inclusive for everyone, so that like Johnny in Belmullet and Peter the farmer in Mallow and
Johnny Sixpack down in Carlow.
Yeah, and Tommy the plumber in Darndale.
Yeah.
All these guys can come.
We got an all-in call here, by the way. Ace-5 is ahead pre-flop. King-Jack has been called by Dieter, and it takes the lead with the Jack. So he's only got the aces for the out. 6 hits on the turn. And there's no Barry Greenstein, no ace of the river.
Yeah, the 8 would have given him a straight also. But you see, I think he's going to look back and go, you know what, I missed an opportunity there with that King-Queen perhaps.
Yeah, I think You're 100% right about that. And look, it's very easy for us to be in this position, but when you're playing tournament poker, you can't just sit there and let your chips dwindle.
No.
You're in the big blind.
No.
You're looking at a player who's been very, very active.
Yes.
You're reading what's going on. You know what's
Absolutely.
going on. So, shove. It's perfectly fine for you to shove in that position.
I think it was a shove. I really do.
It's not a good position to call, but it's a good position to shove.
I think
You
it was.
give yourself
I think it was a good
multiple
hand.
options of winning.
I think it's a good hand choice to shove because even if you run into like a big hand like Ace 10 suited, Ace Jack, you're still massive equity against it. You
Yeah.
know, but you're going to get a load of hands to fold. You know that you're flipping against, and even some hands that have the slight edge against you. But it's as you say, like Emmett, you can't sit back. It's the same old story. Time marches on.
Time waits for no one. So, as we were discussing the fact that we're going to be switching to the cash table,
Yes.
which is high stake, proper high
Yes,
stakes
high
poker with
stakes
some
cash
really-
action. Stay tuned.
Talk to me briefly about the beginning of the Irish Open and Terry Rogers. So Terry really got the idea from going over to the WSOP and going, why don't we do this in Ireland?
Yeah. Well, obviously I wasn't there, so there
Well, we
is-
were both too young.
There is.
I
there
wasn't
is.
born.
But actually, I know I was in school with Terry Rogers' nephew, Jumbo Brennan.
Oh, cool.
Who's a top soccer player in Galway, and Jumbo used to bring me down to his hotel, the Rockland in Salthill. And I remember as a kid, like, and the cards, they were Terry's cards. Terry used to do a game there during race week every year, and Jumbo would bring out the cards, right? And they were the real, the real quality cards you get now.
Yeah.
Like they were
That
the
you have here,
large,
like actual casino.
100% plastic, large index. I've never seen them before.
Not ones that
They were
like
class,
one of your
like,
one of
yeah.
your scumbag friends like
paper
marks like just a little thing too that you
Yeah.
don't see for a while. Yeah. So like he took it to another level then. Even then.
Yeah, oh yeah, Terry was obviously legendary in the sports betting world, and
He was a bookmaker by
yeah,
profession.
yeah, and his
And a damn
Terry,
good one.
yeah, Terry Rogers' brand still alive. His nephew, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Still running the business, but yeah, Terry was the original person behind the Irish Open, and he found out about the game from the Binions in Vegas when he went to Binions. They used to run the World Series. The World Series started in the 70s. Do you know how you'd win the World Series? They used to vote for you.
What?
Yeah. They'd vote who the best player was.
So hang on a second. You get to a final table.
No, it was only like one table of players that
And the players
they'd say
themselves
who's
voted.
the best player, and they say, right, well, that's the World Series winner. World Series of Poker.
Wow.
So that's when Terry was exposed to Texas Hold'em, the game Texas
Yeah.
Hold'em. And he actually invited a load of old school players like Doyle and Chip and, all these big names who actually came over
They did
to Dublin.
come. Yeah, Doyle was here even in 2009.
Yeah, well, that's more recent time. I'm going back like to the
But
late
you're talking
70s.
about when it's like
late 70s, yeah.
getting these influential
Yeah.
players to come over and actually play.
Now, of course, there's a lot more people more qualified than me to, like Andy now, Andy Black, or Porrick would be perfect guy. It'd be great to get Porrick in the commentary at some stage. But he knows all about the Irish Open. He's great history. And
Encyclopedic knowledge of it.
He was there, like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
From the very start, I'm like, some people would say, oh, Fitton's been around a long time. But I'm like a new old school. Whereas
That's a good description.
Andy and Porrick and Dunica and these guys, they be old school. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, really, that's the history of the event.
Straight
And
makes it here for the A7, by the way. So he was behind with the Ace 8, but gets it now. Mullen with the straight on the board, which obviously Razar is going to be concerned about.
Yeah, well, he's a double gutter, so he might stay interested. Unfortunately, the 2 won't be any good for him. Well, the 2 would be
a disaster.
Yeah, he'd think he's chopping. He's only calling for a chop.
Yeah.
So I think he just folds this.
He's not going to,
Well.
So it's a flat call?
I think he's raised. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to call.
Trouble.
Yeah. And the reason
Trouble on 4th Street.
The reason
for
he's raising
Razvan.
here, he's raising because of that 8 in his hand. He's a blocker to the nut straight.
I'd love a flat call. Yes, oh, I love this. I love this.
Yeah,
so
but
much.
Owen, that's what Owen's going to do. He's just going to, and he's going to check here because it's possible he's up against 7-8, and it's a great check because it's keeping his bluffs in there, but he checks back.
Check back.
Owen wins a decent pot.
He
Like
does. That's
21,800.
21,800. Nearly 22k in the pot. That was beautifully played because if he raises, he kills it straight away. He gave Razvan the option to shoot himself in the foot, and to credit to Razvan, he was like, "Oh crap, we're not messing around here anymore. We're
Now I have a press release for you.
let's go." Breaking news.
Unfortunately, the president of Party Poker has got a prior engagement.
What the fuck? I'm going launching a massive debate right now. John Duthie, how dare you? What are you doing, John? It's all right, John.
Now, we have an interesting player, Keith Leher. Do you know Keith Leher? I know the name.
I know the name.
Heads up UK player, old school. I'm going to say a heads up champion at the World Series of Poker, and probably came. I'd say he's cashed in the heads up World Series maybe 3 or 4 times. That's what I think that's the guy. That's the guy I'm thinking. Keith Lehr. I call him Lehr.
Oh, you. That came out on the mic, by the way. That gave Crystal a welcome kiss. Happy birthday, Crystal. Thank you. Let me just find out here for 1 second to get an absolute confirmation. Is our main man spot on? Come on, Kay. Come on, Kay. Let's go. Let's go. I think you're right. I think I remember seeing this. It's not coming up.
Yeah, I think he's actually Charles Keith. On
You
the
got it, baby. You got it. So we're going to keep going with this table for a little bit. We will then make a switch to the cash game. But that is to come. When that comes is another matter entirely.
If you've just tuned in, it's the Irish Open. And I've just spotted a really interesting character in the room. So bear with me, guys. I'm going to set him up. So what you're watching is the Irish Open main event. And the next voice you hear is that of my friend and one of the standout characters, not only in Irish poker, not only in European poker, but in world poker. Dara O'Kearney, how are you, sir? I just want to make sure that your sound is coming through. So give me 1 sec. So, seems to be a problem with the sound. Just talk away there. Yeah, sorry about this. The tech team are the best in the business, these guys. So, right. Apologies. Now, Dara, sorry about that, buddy.
Yep, hopefully I'm finally here. It's great to be here, and thanks for that amazing introduction, Fintan.
Dara, fair play to you. Really, and you know what I just want to say about Dara O'Kearney, right? He has. Now, I'm one of these begrudgers, right? If a guy gets super successful, really quick, I kind of go like, what's the story? Like, is this guy for real or is he a fake? I'm suspicious. I'm looking for angles. But I have to say to you, Dara, you're the real deal, okay? You've stood the test of time. And you know what I'm really loving is these books. You've gone and written some of these books, and they're top. I'm seeing like huge, top reviews, and it's brilliant to see. Can you tell us about the main one I want you to talk about is the ICM one, because that for me is the standout one.
Yeah, that's the most recent one. We started with the satellite book, and that went very well. So that encouraged us to keep writing, and then we did a book on knockouts, and the ICM is the latest one, and very, very happy with the reaction. People are really nice because if they read the book and they like it, they do tell us and leave reviews for us on Amazon, which helps us a lot, to be honest, because we're self-published. We're not we don't have a publisher pushing the book for us, so we're really sort of depending on word of mouth.
We would also quite like a 10% each cut because we plugged it so many times yesterday.
Okay, fair enough.
Tara.
Yeah,
great to have you back in the comms booth, by the way.
Great to see you too, Emerson. Always great to commentate with.
First man I met on Tuesday evening when I dropped in was Dara.
That's right. Yeah, I was waiting for my lift home, and I thought that guy looks vaguely familiar.
Brilliant. So just going back to the books, okay, Dara, because there's 3 books now. Am I right? Because I'm getting confused every time I meet you. There seems to be another book. So we have the latest one, the ICM.
That's
correct. The first one was the satellite strategy.
That's correct.
And what's the middle's one?
The middle one is PKOs.
Oh, knockouts.
Progressive knockouts.
Bounties. How to play bounties.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're actually hoping that book might have a renaissance because mystery bounties are becoming really popular
and
now.
what about doing a book? I got a brilliant idea for you. What about writing a book on mystery bounties? That's a quality
That's
idea.
like the king who's just been given advice by
I know.
And he goes, yeah, that's rubbish. Actually, you know what? Mystery bounties. I've had a great idea.
Yeah.
No, come here. We don't have much time, right? Because we're coming towards the end of the stream. But we're going to get you. We're going to get him back, right?
Oh, yeah. If you're up for it,
absolutely.
But just quickly, right? Because as viewers listen, they go. Obviously, with the way I introduced you, there is like practically everyone knows you. But just in the off chance that some viewers don't know you, they don't know the books, okay?
Sure.
I'm going to pick a book and I'm going to ask you, just in a couple of sentences, to explain what that book's about and what's the, like, why buy it? Like, what's the point? So the book I'm going to pick Satellite. Satellite.
Let's go Satellite. Yeah.
Why would I buy? A satellite, you either win or you don't win. Am I right?
Yeah, but it's a very different from a normal tournament, and the strategy is really different.
That's not true. How could it be different? How could it be different?
Because in a tournament, in a normal tournament, there's a lot of money for first place, and there's a smaller amount of money for second, and so on down. But in a satellite, you might have like 50 prizes that are the same.
Wow.
So you're not trying to be first at all. You're just trying to come 50th, which is good for someone like me. Not so good for someone like Finton, who's either like first or 150th, and almost nothing in between.
Which Finton himself says the whole time. He actually was saying about the structure of the Irish Open. Which a quick take on that. What do you make of the structure?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's. I mean, the first 2 levels are
just crazy. I mean,
the first 2 levels are.
You know my friend James Walsh from Galway, like, and he's playing. I said, James, you're wasting your time, buddy, because he's gone on Sunday no matter what, even if he gets through. And he says, no, I'm playing. I says, James, do you know what the first level is? I said 100. And he goes, oh, jeez, that's low. I says, do you know what the second level is? 100. He couldn't comprehend it, you know. But
because Finton was saying, if I was playing, because I was asking him, like, how do you feel about commentating as opposed to playing, and mixed feelings, but like you're loving being in the comms box. But he said, I am late regging every time, like the 30 minutes to go, maybe even a minute to go, and then bye.
Yeah, I think I would. An event like this, I think it's well worth coming in fresh on day 2. I think there's an
100%.
argument for it.
I have a section in the book on why late rigging is good in a spot like this. Because when lots of players are gone, like their money's still in the pool, and you're coming in and competing for that money. And as you said, like it's a long tournament. So if you play all day 1, all day 2, all day 3, you could be pretty tired by the end by day 4 when sort of it really matters. So there's a lot to be said for conserving your energy.
You are a prime endurance athlete, so that obviously helps, because we've talked about this in Irish Opens and different tournaments in the past about players' fitness levels, that mentally and physically you get tired as the day goes on, and so it's not so much even a youth thing, because you might be young and still unfit.
Yeah.
Hello. as I wave as being one of those people. Rona was not kind. But being mentally sharp and physically sharp is a massive advantage, particularly in modern poker.
Yeah, and for me, I found that they kind of go hand in hand. When I started in poker, I was coming to the end of my competitive running career, but I kept the training up, but it sort of tapered off. But I felt like I had a huge mental advantage as well in terms of endurance. But to be honest, after 5 or 6 years, that started to dim a bit, and I thought, what can I do to sort of get it back? So I started training more seriously again. Not quite as much as I used to do when I was running, but let's say half the amount.
Yeah.
And it definitely improved my my mental focus, and my results improved dramatically around 2014, 2015, which is when I was doing that. So I think it's vital. I mean, it's obviously personal, and some people are fine with their own routine. But for me, the run is really important, just to get the blood flowing, just to get my mind sharp. And if I go long periods without running as well, I get sort of depressed. And
yeah, no, I get that feeling. I'm the same at swimming, because Finton was asking me about that yesterday with the back problems, and I used to love running.
Yeah.
I used to compete in marathons and stuff like that. They were mainly charity ones, but you just do it. I never had a chance of winning it, but I love doing them. And once the back went, you're screwed.
That's tough. Yeah,
and it does mess with your head. But
yeah,
it's fascinating to see the amount of age range of players who are heading to the gym in the morning before coming out here.
Yeah,
they're getting the endorphins pumping.
Yeah, I see a lot of older guys.
A lot of older guys.
Yeah.
I mean, I played with some guys in the Mammoth recently, and there was one guy. He was about my age, and he was in incredible shape. And he was talking about how he was running, and he was in the gym, and he was still doing trail races and all this sort of stuff. So age isn't really a barrier anymore, so long as you keep yourself in shape.
Shouldn't be an excuse either, right?
No.
No.
Yeah. But just a quick one, Dara, right? As we come to the end of this level, just we were talking about endurance and the structure of this particular event, etc. Just in particular tournaments that you choose to play, do you actually go for longer or shorter, or is that a consideration?
It depends on the buy-in level. If it's a big buy-in tournament, I prefer it to be a well-structured, fairly slow tournament. But if it's a side event, smaller buy-in, I don't really. I prefer it to be fairly fast, basically, to be over in one day. Yeah.
Okay.
And finally, just before we wrap up, and we're going to head to the camera now, because as you can see, the players are starting to stroll away. So here we all are: Finton, Dara, Emmett, and myself. Emmett and myself. What the hell? Yeah, I am.
We know who you are, Emmett. It's okay.
Yeah. Is it mental schizophrenic? I'm not schizophrenic. You are. The podcast. What quick word on the podcast, because that's been huge.
Yeah, the podcast has gone from strength to strength for us. We started back in 2015, and we were an Irish-only podcast, and we got really good reaction to it. But the company that commissioned us to do it went out of business, so we kind of shelved it. We brought it back after about 2 years, when myself and Dave signed to Unibet, and they were like, well, what can you do for us apart from your blogs or whatever else you do? And we said, well, we used to have this podcast, maybe we could do that. So we brought it back, and since then it's kind of grown and gone from strength to strength. 2019 we won the GPI award for Best Poker Podcast.
Brilliant.
And the numbers have grown every year we've been doing it. At the start of lockdown, we launched a new sort of side shoot of that called the Lock-In, which goes out first of all on YouTube. It's just myself, Dave, and somebody else chatting about whatever's current in poker, but it also does go up on the Chip Race channel on iTunes and SoundCloud, and that's been very popular as well. Not quite as popular as the Chip Race, obviously. The Chip Race is still very much our flagship product, let's say. But we've been very, very fortunate with the guests we have. We really struggled at the start to get guests because
well, it's the who's who of poker in the last 5 years. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, all the biggest names.
But now we have so many people come to us and say they want to be on the podcast. There's actually a backlog now of people.
So you can actually choose who you want.
Which is the best position to be in.
Yeah, that's great. And pretty much everyone we ask. There are some people who just don't do podcast, period. And
some don't want to share their strategy. They just don't want to.
Yeah. That's what it. Yeah, I mean, some people just don't like the publicity or the public.
Or they're not that type of person.
They're not that type of person. But everybody who does podcast, let's say, when we ask them, they always say yeah, and we've been very lucky with that. I'll give a shout out to Jennifer Tilley on that. Jennifer was really the game changer for us. We were really struggling to get guests because people would just look at the previous guests and go, I don't know who those people are. And then Jennifer said she would do it, and from that point on, we were able to say to Americans like, well, Jennifer's been on the podcast, so. And that made it much easier. She got Phil Lackford as well. She got Antonia Asfindiari. So she was a massive help to us.
Yeah, and you remember the first time I did the Irish Open, I was saying this to Fintan earlier on, the second person I commentated with was Phil and Jen.
Yeah.
And it was meant to be for 20 minutes, and just Ross O'Malan, who was with PP at the time, he just kept on sneaking in Heineken to them, so they just stayed on. But we were talking about the universe and how your thoughts work, and like if you say, Phil was saying, like, if you say no king, the universe doesn't hear no or yes, it just hears king. So if you say no king, the king comes. This is his belief, and this kind of stuff like that. I was like, why do you put your shoes on as you've gone all in? Like, why are you walking away? It's just fascinating stuff to listen to. But Chip Race, Final Furlong podcast. Subscribe to both Spotify, Apple Podcasts. You can get it on every podcast platform, and Dara's going to join us again later on too.
I want to hear more about your books,
Dara. Yeah, we're definitely.
Because I didn't learn too much there, I'll be honest.
Oh, for goodness sakes! Says 1.6 million in live tournament earnings. Fintan Gavin. Right, that's the end of our coverage of the main event. When we come back, it's high stakes poker at the Party Poker Irish Open. Fintan Gavin, Emmett Kennedy, Dara. We'll be back with you a little bit later on. Be safe.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I'm here with the winner of Event 1, which was the Six Max €350 by Leo Lombardosi. Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done. You won €13,750. How good did that feel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's cool. Actually, I play very high stake normally, so this kind of money like come and go in and go out very fast. So yes, I'm happy. It don't change my life at all. It don't change like nothing, but I'm just very happy because I take a trophy at home because now I live in Dublin. So this is very nice. And yes, I don't thinking to play this tournament. Actually, I very come late to I reach the last level because my friends come to visit me here and tell me yes, let's go play live a little bit. I don't play poker live until World Series of Poker in next November. So I say why not? And yeah, the tournament was pretty cool because it's max and we have a lot of action. And yes, after that, everything gonna to be cool. And I finished in heads up versus other French guy, and the heads up was pretty long, but it's my specialty, so I win in the end, and it was pretty cool. And I gonna to put this in my home in the fireplace, you know.
The mantelpiece.
Yes, exactly. So yes.
Star Pride. So you live in Dublin. Tell us, how much do you enjoy being here in Dublin? How fun is it?
Yeah, it's really nice here. I already come here for other events, but yes, like Irish Open is a very nice event, and I can't wait for the main event because it's going to be very fun, I think. I like City West Hotel. It's very nice place. Maybe one of the best places I never play in poker actually. And yes, I think like we don't like you know, everybody think about Vegas or place like this for poker, but in Europe we have very nice place too. Maybe better for sure. From like here for me is better than the Rio in Las Vegas.
Oh, so wow. Indeed, I think so too. And this was a charity event. We raised over €9,000 for Rapid Response Ukraine. That must feel good as well.
Yeah, this is very cool. I'm very happy for that, and because this situation is very bad, and yes, we hope it's going to be quit very fast.
Next event for you here at the Irish Open?
The main event tomorrow and the high roller, and that's it. I'm going to play cash game more, I think. And yes, that's it. But yes, I'm gonna to come every day because yes, I'm at home, and yes, is my event because yes, I live here, so yeah.
Congratulations once again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, I'd like to formally welcome you to the Irish Open 2022. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 championship games won by 2 players. And I'd like, first of all, to invite the first championship winner of the event up on stage to receive his prize. He won €14,000 in the Six Max charity event run yesterday with 186 runners. This charity event was run for Rapid Response Ukraine, and this event raised a fantastic €9,411 for the charity. Well done to JP and for Paul for running this fantastic event. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 6 Max charity event, please welcome Leo Lombardosi. Leo, congratulations. Well done to you. Do you want to say a few words, Leo?
If I want to say some
Do you want to say some words?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, lovely. Here we go.
Okay. So I want to say thank you to my luck, because I was fucking lucky for winning this tournament, obviously. And yes, my first trophy in live, and I hope not the last. Thank you.
Congratulations, Leo. Well done to you, sir. Spend the money wisely. Ladies and gentlemen, our second championship event, the 8 game, €5,275 was won by an Irish legend, a legend of the poker felts. Delighted he took home this prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship 8 game winner, the one and only Mickey Muldoon. Michael, well done, sir. Mickey, give us a hug. Slow motion. Well done. Good. Well done.
Thank you.
You going to say a few words, mate?
I'll pass.
Are you sure?
Fine, mate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mick is a very, very shy guy, so he's not going to say a few words. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, we're delighted to see you all back at the tables here at the 2022 Irish Open. A multitude of championship events are going to take place over the next few days, and we'd like to wish you all the very best of luck. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius, joined by Ian Simpson, former Irish Open champion in 2013. It's a long while ago.
9 years now.
Yeah. So how are you enjoying the Irish Open this year? We've been away for a little while. Is it good to be back?
It's very good to be back. 2 years with no live cards was sad. Necessary, but sad. And now it's back, and it's like it hasn't changed. It's fantastic. Everyone's full of beans. Everyone's having fun. They're taking my money, so everyone's in good spirits.
So what have you been playing already? Because I've seen you on the felt, a lot.
Any tournaments that has 2 cards in them, I've been playing. So yeah, I'm in the high roller satellite right now. So hoping to get into the big one tonight.
How's it going?
It was going well. Then Terry Jordan took 10K off me with his kings. Who give Terry Jordan kings? I just told them off about it.
Well, hopefully, there's still time. We can still see you at 6 p.m. and the main event is starting tomorrow. Are you going to play tomorrow?
Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm in the 5K. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully. That's a fair way away. But yeah, hopefully I'll play the 5K. If not, I'll play the 1K.
And for someone that's won this tournament in the past, how does that feel, that moment when you pick up that trophy?
That was blurry. It feels like it wasn't me. It feels like another human did that, and I somehow have that memory. It's very strange.
And for those of you that don't know, you proposed to your fiancée at the time.
I had the wedding ring in my pocket. I was going to do it at St. Stephen's Green, which was a lovely place down from the old venue. So I wasn't nervous about the cards at all. And then all of a sudden, I got all the nerves all at once after the last hand was dealt, because it was this bulging ring in my pocket that I was like, oh, I'm going to do a thing. All of a sudden, I was really nervous. So, yeah, that was good times.
Yeah.
Good
Shame she's not here this time.
First time in 10 years she hasn't come to the Irish Open. Yeah.
Well, she's a mummy now.
She's a mum. She's a mum. She's got a little one to look after. So.
Indeed. And I saw you last night. Do you still talk strategy with David and Dara? Do you still improve your game regularly?
Yeah. Got to get the right balance between playing and study. So I should study more than I do, but I still do it. Yeah, got to with some of the demons out here. You got to try and keep up.
So all the events, you're playing all the events. Do you think Hold'em's still your strongest game?
Oh, 100%. I don't play the other games. I keep meaning to learn PLO and high-low, and then I keep regging Hold'em tables because it's what I know and that's where I can make money. So if studying another game would be downtime away from making money playing Hold'em. So that's kind of how I keep looking at it, but I definitely should diversify and learn some of the other games, especially for the World Series, where there's some juicy games to be had.
All right. Well, we hope to see you doing very well here at the Irish Open. Thank you so much, Ian Simpson.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open here at the City West Hotel. I'm with Gogan, who has been here all week.
Yes, I've been here a very long time. But I'm leaving tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah.
so you've been here for the Norwegian Poker Championships, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? How did it go for you?
Nothing much to tell, I'm afraid. I lost at everything I played, but I won the party.
Well, I can tell you won the
Yes.
party because, yeah, this is very noticeable.
Yeah,
Do you wear? Is this the lucky or the not so lucky jacket?
It was lucky the last time I was here.
Oh.
Then I won an event in the Irish Open. But this year, no luck. But still, it's the social thing that is the most important for me. The poker is kind of secondary. Yeah.
Everybody says this about this place.
Yeah, it's fantastic place.
And how do you see the difference from when the Norwegian Championships ends and the Irish Open starts? Does it get more fun?
It's a little bit less people now, but this is the start of the Irish. So I guess it will become more and more people, and then it will probably be the same. It's just much people in the Irish as in the Norwegian. And on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it should be totally chaos here. Party for everybody.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So.
But you're going in 2 days, so you
Yes.
won't be playing the main event of the Irish
No,
Open.
I'm playing the 8th game now. That's my last event, and maybe I can cash because I haven't had a cash in any other events. But I'm going to Malaga tomorrow.
Oh, a poker tournament?
No, to detox before I go home.
Good idea.
Yeah, so I'll be there 3 days and then I go home.
I've got a theory for you as well. So if this jacket was lucky
Yeah.
the last time,
Yeah.
I think you need to change the jacket each time.
Well, I have 2 of this, actually. So I have one at home and one here. I bought it in Vegas, and next time I probably play the World Series in a couple of months. And then I think I will buy my 3rd jacket.
I'm looking forward to see it. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Good luck. This could be the one. Fingers
Yes, I hope
crossed.
so. Fingers crossed. Thanks.
The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6max championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly, and the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am with John Hesp. How are you doing, John?
I'm doing very well, thank you. And yourself?
I know. Well, it's been a long while since anyone has been here playing poker tournaments. It feels a bit alien, doesn't it?
It does indeed. In fact, I just told you a moment ago, I've been looking forward to this for 3 years. I met JP over in Malta back in October 19, and he suggested I might like to come and join him in April 2020. Well, you all know what happened in March 2020, and the world went crazy, and it's taken sort of 3 years to get here almost, and I'm here now for the main event on starting Wednesday.
We are here. We're excited. The buzz is still here. Have you been to the Irish Open before?
No, this is my first time. I've been to Ireland actually a couple of times, but never to play poker, so this would be the first.
Well, a lot of players come here and they actually don't even play poker because they're too busy at the bar or just at random events having fun.
Well, yes, I'm sure. I know the Irish like a flutter, and of course we had the big race over in England on Saturday, the Grand National, and there was a lot of Irish over for then. And of course, it's been a talking point from a few people. I didn't have a flutter this year, but I did watch the race. It was very interesting. But I'm quite looking forward to this, especially meeting all you guys as well, because it seems so long since I've met you.
So I think we saw each other last in Malta, wasn't it? So how's your poker? Have you been playing a lot online? What's been going on?
A little. I've been playing a little bit of small tournaments online, but overall, I think it's just been home games, recreational players, and sort of playing with my friends at home and just keeping in practice. But it's all. It doesn't matter how much practice you get. It's all about what happens on the day, isn't it? Really, and I'm looking forward to getting off to a good start on Wednesday, hopefully. On
So,
day 1A.
Are you playing something today?
I'm playing a tournament. Yes, it starts in about 5 minutes. So
The charity one.
Is it? Well, whatever it is. What is it? What's that one? You tell me.
Oh, it's event 3. No, it's a 115 no limit hold'em.
It's only a small one, yes, but it's just to get in some practice.
You need practice, yeah.
Are you here on your own then, or have you come with your entourage?
My entourage? I do not have an entourage.
Oh, I don't believe
You
that.
have an entourage, surely.
I think you've got a bigger following than I have. But anyway, listen, it's lovely to see you, and I hope we get to meet up, because I'm here for a week, ish. I booked a single flight, so in case I bust out early and I might go home early, but fingers crossed I might get through to the last day with a bit of luck.
Well, we will continue checking on your progress as the days go on, but best of luck and see you soon.
I'm saving my jacket and a hat for the main event, so you'll probably see me dressed.
I think we'll match, won't we, if you wear yours and I wear mine.
I've got my waistcoat as well, so you can borrow that if you want. Anyway, lovely to see you again.
Thank you so much, John Hesp.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm here with the winner of Event 2, Michael Muldoon, who took away over €5,000. It was the 8-game mix. How did you find the tournament?
Oh, very good. It's very refreshing. Most people play very quickly at the mixed game, so it's a nice change up from Hold'em.
So the event you actually won on was the stud. Is that your game? What would you say is your strongest game?
Probably the pot limit Omaha would be my strongest game, but the stud's pretty straightforward.
How did you find your other competitors in the field?
It was interesting to say the least. I had a boy folded a quarter pot to me, open folded his hand, and I had a boy stick with ace and deuce to 7, which is a big mistake as well. So some of them were nice to play with.
That's a nice way of putting it. Anyway, you're the one lifting the trophy. That must feel good. Event 2, the start of the series here.
Yeah, lovely. Nice to get a tournament win under your belt, and I can hopefully push on over the next couple of events.
You're going to play the high roller, the main?
Probably play the high roller in the main, yeah.
Well, congratulations once again, Event 2's winner.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Laura Cornelius and we are back for a very busy day here at the Irish Open 2022. There is still time to get involved in the main event through a satellite for just €115. There's one going on behind me right now. There'll be another at 4 p.m. and again tomorrow at 12 p.m. and at 4 p.m. although main event day 1A has officially begun at midday today. We also have the conclusion of the high roller, which will crown a champion, and the conclusion of the heads up event, which started yesterday. We come back with 8 players today to a winner, and the America's Cup has also begun today. So exciting times. Also, the live stream and the commentary will begin today with our favourite commentators. Of course, Mr. Emmett Kennedy will be there, as well as Fintan Gavin. So stay tuned, and if you want to catch some blog updates, you can head over to irishpokeropen.com and follow our YouTube channel. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by Alex, who is working for Party Poker. We wanted to speak with you because we had just been talking to the guys working for Rapid Response Ukraine. They told us that they've been chatting to you. You're obviously from the Ukraine. Tell us how the recent events have affected you.
Well, it's been really tough since my whole family's there, my relatives, my grandma, and they're living actually in a safe region called Transcarpathia. it's safe, but the sirens are sounding every day there, so they had to hide. So for elderly people, it's like scary. It's like it's real war for them. So, but yeah, the main thing is that they're safer now, and we're just hoping for the best. That's gonna end soon. My parents live in Austria. They're safe, and this is what most important to me at the moment.
And you didn't know anything about the charity that had been set up here.
No
You met them
idea.
here,
This
yeah?
was a big surprise for me. Very big surprise. And I just entered my room and I saw all these flags everywhere, Ukraine, and my heart was breaking. I was crying the moment I saw it all. And the guys just did an incredible job, actually, the stuff they did. I mean, I've met people like this before. There's just help coming from everywhere, from all sides, from all countries. And I did not expect to see it here as well at the events that I'm doing. It's incredible.
And how have you found the poker players here? Have they been generous, and are they talking to you as well?
So everyone's asking where I'm from, and like when I say Ukraine, it's like, oh my God, my heart's breaking. I'm praying for you. So of course, it's just very nice, but it's hard to hear as well, because I'm here, I'm not there, and I'm not really. It does affect me because my family is there, but I'm here and I feel useless. Like I really want to do something. I'm thinking to go there. I really thought to go and fight, honestly. Wow. It was in my head. I was like, just gonna go and fight because so many friends of mine are there. My brother is there, and I really want to go and fight myself.
One thing people can do, obviously, is dig deep into their pockets. Can we give them a plea to come, maybe if they win some tournaments, to donate a little bit of their money?
Yes, it would be really nice, really appreciated if every poker player could just come and help, because every little thing it matters. And as everyone knows, Ukraine is a very cheap country, and for little money you can buy there so many supplies for people. So that would be a great help.
And how about you in poker? Do you play much poker? Are you able to play any events here, perhaps?
No, I don't play poker myself. I just work here. No, don't play.
Maybe we can teach you. There's time.
That would be great.
Thank you so much for chatting with us, Alex.
Thank you,
And
too.
I hope we can raise lots of money for the Ukraine. Good
Thank
luck
you
with
too.
everything.
Good luck, you too, guys.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by the champion of the Heads Up tournament, Anthony Blano. Congratulations. You only just took it down just moments ago. How did it go?
I'm fine, very good, and I'm very happy to win this tournament just 10 years after my first live tournament here in the City West Hotel.
Oh, wow.
Really?
That's amazing. And 5,600, over 5,600 euros for this first place. Do you normally play Heads Up?
When I arrived in Ireland, I don't want to play this tournament. And whenever before, I say my friend, I register, I buy in the tournament, and 6 rounds after, I win it, so it's so good.
So now you're a specialist in Heads Up.
Thanks. Yes.
We will see you hopefully in the main event as well.
Yes, I will play tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and good luck. Congratulations once again. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm with Philip and Fergal from Rapid Response Ukraine. So tell us, what is this all about?
So Rapid Response Ukraine obviously is in our response to the Ukrainian crisis at the moment. So it's 5 weeks ago. I have a couple of developers work with a startup, and they were in Kharkiv. They had to flee the country, or flee to the west of the country. And they didn't want to pick up an AK-47, but they wanted to do something for their country. So they were getting medical requests from heads of health departments all over the Ukraine, and they were connecting them with people like myself in the West and said, listen, can you help? And we were sent requests for like incubators and medicines that we didn't know where to get medicines. This is like on a WhatsApp chat. And then they said they ran out of body bags. They didn't even have enough body bags to bury the dead. So we were like, look, that was it. We said, we got to do something. So I found the local funeral director, David McGowan in Sligo, who's like, oh, I've pallets and pallets of body bags. So that was it. Let's get the body bags to the border. That was the simple mission. And then it started out, actually, JP from this festival gave a donation. a mate, Mark Walsh, from the local casino in Sligo, said, I'll come with you. And then through JP, we had a contact with Marcin, who's involved in Pokio and On Game, and he ended up being our driver and fixer. So it was like the poker community right across Europe came on board, met us from the airport. The body bags ended up going into piling medicine around it, piling medical supplies around it, and then we got it to Ukrainian drivers, and 40 hours later we got it to Kharkiv. So we're now have established a supply run where we can get medicines to battlefield towns where the Red Cross and UNICEF can't. So this is a vital supply line. So what we've done now is we just rinse and repeat. We're just raising funds and then just getting the meds now to Ukraine. It's getting better and better, and we're on our 4th or 5th delivery at the moment. So this is what we're doing, and this is why, like, I suppose Philip here is another local poker player, and he's got involved and is helping us out in the fundraising side of things. So that's what we're doing up here.
So sort of like a payments operation management coming in here. Just we came in and we got a third-party company to provide us with a digital payment unit that's over there, Tap to Donate, which allows people, if they don't have any cash on them, just come in and tap the card down. Money then goes directly to the charity. They've also kind of absorbed a lot of the fees from it, so we could get as much as we can to the charity. And aside from that, I'm just helping any way I can with Fargal. And look, it's a great cause. It moves me. We met a lovely young woman working at this event here today, and she came up. And I have to say, it moved me because she asked us what we were doing, and she quivered a little bit, and she says, you know, I'm from Ukraine. And she says, my brother is. And I have to be honest with you, I was holding back to connect with someone who was genuinely doing it. A beautiful young person here whose family is there, and that's one person that I've connected with personally. And now I'm getting an idea of the grand scheme of things and how it's affecting people. And this is only motivating me now to want to help more myself and Fergal. And Fergal is doing fantastic what he's done, and all the people, the doctors in Sligo, and all the people that's came in together, and Mark Walsh and Johan and all these guys who's gelled just to get this going. And look, it's amazing. I couldn't help but knock it on board. I couldn't.
I mean, you've already raised quite a phenomenal amount. Just you had a charity tournament as well.
Yeah.
How did that go?
Yeah, like special shout out like to JP, Paul, everyone at the Irish Open. And on top of that, like we got the reg fees from that, which came in at like 7.5, and the dealer tips as well. So even the dealers like took out from their tips to give towards this. So like we made 9,500 on that, which 9,500, our weekly loads, we might do a load for about 12,000. So that's the guts of a load going to a town. That's direct from the tournament organisers. So what we're doing now is we're going to hang out here for the week, and we're going to get like donations. People are going to donate a percentage of their potential winnings in the Irish Open and have more chance of winnings with the good luck here. So they're hopefully going to get donations from players or get some hard cash and match what the tourney operators have done as well. Like. So basically, and it's amazing because it's back to the poker community from the start of it, and the poker community like pumping the funds into it right now, and it's just a real testament to the goodness and the generosity that's in this room here today. It's amazing.
You must feel really, really proud. Well done. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I'm going to go around and tell everyone to dig deep in their pockets. I'm going to also give a donation. Let's hope we do Ukraine proud. Thank you.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The Heads Up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday.
welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm joined by Wahid Ashraf, champion of the Hendon Mob Championship. You've had a phenomenal start to the Irish Open.
Yeah, I've had a really good start. I'm really pleased with myself.
Yeah.
Things are going well.
So talk us through, so the first event, the mixed game, came second.
Yeah, became second in the mixed games. Should have had 2 trophies, but that's the way it is, you know. It happens, poker.
And talk to us about this event. How easy was it? It was quite a late or early morning, shall we say?
It was a very hard grind, very long hours. I was absolutely shattered.
Yeah.
But I'm happy, delighted. You know, hope the week gets better.
Yeah, well, you've had a nice
not
win.
asking for much, but you know.
A nice win of €10,825. Pretty nice payday, so you'll be jumping straight in the main and
That's right.
free rolling.
That's right. Hopefully go deep in that as well.
Yeah, you had a great hand with 4s, right? And the crowd went wild.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're here to cheer you on as well?
Yeah, all my friends are here, so we're all having a good week.
All right, well, great to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you back up here again sometime soon.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had 2 championship events take place yesterday and today, and we want to make an official presentation to our 2 winners. We had the Heads Up Challenge, won this afternoon, 64 runners, €5,640 goes to our winner. Congratulations to Anthony Blaney. Well done, Anthony. Well done, Anthony. Congratulations to you. And ladies and gentlemen, also a winner very early in the morning. We're going to ask Roland to join us on stage representing the Hendon Mob. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hendon Mob Championship here at the Irish Open, winning €10,825, beating 331 other participants in the event. Please put your hands together for Wahid Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to both our winners. We'd like to invite Fergal Naylan up now. Fergal is going to say a few words as part of our sponsored charity here this week. Fergal has done tremendous work with the UK Relief Project that he has put together with himself, friends and colleagues. Fergal, you have a stand outside for us. Just tell us a little about what you have done for the charity so far.
Yeah, so firstly I got to thank JP, Paul Riley and the Irish Open. We got $9.5 grand from event number 1, from the organisers and from the dealers' tips. So that's $9.5 grand that goes direct, no wages, not even the price of the stand out there, goes direct to medicine, which goes to battlefield hospitals that Red Cross and UNICEF can't reach right now. So while they're sitting on their hands playing politics, we're doing back roads like the French Resistance, getting the meds that's needed to the people that need it on the ground. So what we're doing, we got to stand outside, we're calling it Do Good and Run Good. So you can donate straight into the bucket or a percentage of main event cash, but every single penny that goes in those buckets gets sent direct to the Ukraine. So I want to thank the staff, the people for having us here this week, Phil, JP, the dealers and all the players who've been massively generous. Thanks a million, guys. Slava Ukraini.
And Fergal, I know I don't only speak for myself, but I'm not even for the poker community, but for people in general. Tremendous job you're doing. Fair dues to you, bud. Great job. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our first tables are going to be on break in a little over 4 minutes' time. Best of luck to everybody for the remainder of the championship. And remember, all championship winners right throughout the week will receive their prizes here on our presentation stage. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius. I am joined by Daniel Pilgrim. How are you, Daniel? Did you just come here today?
Yeah, I got here this morning. Flew in about 9 a.m. from Stansted. We're a long night in London. Terrible. But so I'm glad to be here. It's actually my first time here, so.
Is it? Oh, wow. You are in for a treat. We have lots of fun here at the Irish Open, as I'm sure you've seen.
I've heard about it. I've heard all about it.
Are you going to be playing many events? Tell us what you've got planned.
So my current plan is I'm currently in the 8-game run break. I'm going to play a few main event highlights and then buy in anyway if I don't win a seat, and then the 1K PLO to finish it off.
And what's your specialty normally?
Full card PLO now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, but normally back home we play 6 card and it's just even worse. Swings.
So how's it been going poker-wise for you? Obviously, there's not been much live the last few years.
No, but there are a ton of private games happening back in the UK, so I've been playing a lot of those. And the stakes I've been playing now have just slowly risen over the last 6 months.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So, ready to crush?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Getting ready for Vegas in June for WSOP, so should be good.
Okay, and ready for the crack here at the Irish Open. There's lots of
yeah.
fun to be had. Feraldo, we're right here, stood at the bar, waiting for him to go back to...
Ready to do a Jaeger bomb again.
Yeah, ready for another Jaeger bomb.
So I'll be ready I'm prepared for the drinking as well. So
And you do some DJing as well, is that right?
I do, yeah, and take photos as well, but I ain't got none of my stuff with me, so I ain't doing none of that this trip.
Just this one is purely poker, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So left my girlfriend at home, come back here for a week, and then play again for another week next week. So
Party's on. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
No
Good luck
problem, anytime.
in all the events that you play.
I appreciate that. Pleasure to see you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open in Dublin. I'm here with the winner of Event 1, which was the Six Max €350 by Leo Lombardosi.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done. You won €13,750. How good did that feel?
Yeah, it's okay. It's cool. Actually, I stake normally, so this kind of money like come and go in and go out very fast. So yes, I'm happy. It don't change my life at all. It don't change like nothing. But I'm just very happy because I take a trophy at home because now I live in Dublin. So this is very nice. And yes, I don't thinking to play this tournament. Actually, I very come late to I reach this the last level. Because my friends come to visit me here and tell me yes, let's go play live a little bit. I don't play poker live until World Series of Poker in next November. So I say why not? And yeah, the tournament was pretty cool because it's max and we have a lot of action. And yes, after that everything got to be cool. And I finished in heads up versus other French guy, and the heads up was pretty long, but it's my specialty, so I win in the end, and it was pretty cool. And I got to put this in my home in the fireplace, you know.
The mantelpiece.
Yes, exactly. So yes.
Star Pride. So you live in Dublin. Tell us, how much do you enjoy being here in Dublin? How fun is it?
Yeah, it's very nice here. I already come here for other events, but yes, like Irish Open is a very nice event, and I can't wait for the main event because it's going to be very fun, I think. I like City West Hotel. It's very nice place. Maybe one of the best places I never play in poker actually. And yes, I think like we don't like you know, everybody think about Vegas or place like this for poker, but in Europe we have very nice place too. Maybe better for sure. From like here for me is better than the Rio in Las Vegas. So.
Oh, wow. Indeed, I think so too. And this was a charity event. We raised over €9,000 for Rapid Response Ukraine. That must feel good as well.
Yeah, this is very cool. I'm very happy for that, and because this situation is very bad, and yes, we hope it's going to be quit very fast.
Next event for you here at the Irish Open?
The main event tomorrow and the high roller, and that's it. I'm going to play cash game more, I think. And yes, that's it. But yes, I'm gonna to come every day because yes, I'm at home, and yes, is my event because yes, I live here, so yeah.
Congratulations once
so
again. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. And on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, I'd like to formally welcome you to the Irish Open 2022. In the last 24 hours, we've had 2 championship games won by 2 players. And I'd like, first of all, to invite the first championship winner of the event up on stage to receive his prize. He won €14,000 in the Six Max charity event run yesterday with 186 runners. This charity event was run for Rapid Response Ukraine, and this event raised a fantastic €9,411 for the charity. Well done to JP and for Paul for running this fantastic event. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Six Max charity event, please welcome Leo Lombardozzi. Leo, congratulations. Well done to you. You want to say a few words, Leo?
If I want to say some
Do you want to say some words?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, lovely. Here we go.
Okay. So I want to say thank you to my luck, because I was fucking lucky for winning this tournament, obviously. And yes.
Spend the money wisely. Ladies and gentlemen, our second championship event, the 8 game, €5,275 was won by an Irish legend, a legend of the poker felts. Delighted he took home this prize. Ladies and gentlemen, the championship 8 game winner, the one and only Mickey Muldoon. Michael, well done, sir. Mickey, give us a hug. Slow motion. Well done, good. Well done.
Thank you.
You going to say a few words, mate?
I'll pass.
Are you sure?
Fine, fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mick is a very, very shy guy, so he's not going to say a few words. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of JP McCann and Paul O'Reilly, we're delighted to see you all back at the tables here at the 2022 Irish Open. A multitude of championship events are going to take place over the next few days, and we'd like to wish you all the very best of luck. Good luck, everybody.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I'm Laura Cornelius, joined by Ian Simpson, former Irish Open champion in 2013. It's a long while ago.
9 years now.
Yeah. So how are you enjoying the Irish Open this year? We've been away for a little while. Is it good to be back?
It's very good to be back. 2 years with no live cards was sad. Necessary, but sad. And now it's back, and it's like it hasn't changed. It's fantastic. Everyone's full of beans. Everyone's having fun. They're taking my money, so everyone's in good spirits.
So what have you been playing already? Because I've seen you on the felt, a lot.
Any tournaments that has 2 cards in them, I've been playing. So yeah, I'm in the high roller satellite right now. So hoping to get into the big one tonight.
How's it going?
It was going well, then Terry Jordan took 10k off me with his kings. Who gives Terry Jordan kings? I just told him off about it.
Well, hopefully there's still time. We can still see you at 6 p.m. and the main event is starting tomorrow. Are you going to play tomorrow?
Hopefully not. Hopefully I'm in the 5k. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully that's a fair way away. But yeah, hopefully I'll play them. Hopefully I'll play the 5k. If not, I'll play the 1k.
And for someone that's won this tournament in the past, how does that feel? That moment when you pick up that trophy?
That was blurry. It feels like it wasn't me. It feels like another human did that, and I somehow have that memory. It's very strange.
And for those of you that don't know, you proposed to your fiance at the time.
I had the wedding ring in my pocket. I was going to do it. It's in Stephen's Green, which is a lovely place down from the old venue. So I wasn't nervous about the cards at all. And then all of a sudden, I got all the nerves all at once after the last hand was dealt, because it was this bulging ring in my pocket that I was like, oh, I'm going to do a thing. All of a sudden, I was really nervous. So, yeah, that was good times.
Yeah,
good
shame she's
memory.
not here this time.
First time in 10 years she hasn't come to the Irish Open. Yeah.
Well, she's a mummy now.
She's a mum. She's a mum. She's got a little one to look after. So.
Indeed. And I saw you last night. Do you still talk strategy with David and Dara? Do you still improve your game regularly?
Yeah. Got to get the right balance between playing and study. So I should study more than I do, but I still do it. Yeah, got to with some of the demons out here. You got to try and keep up.
So all the events you're playing all the events. Do you think Hold'em's still your strongest game?
Oh, 100%. I don't play the other games. I keep meaning to learn PLO and high-low, and then I keep regging Hold'em tables because it's what I know and that's where I can make money. So if studying another game would be downtime away from making money playing Hold'em. So that's kind of how I keep looking at it. But I definitely should diversify and learn some of the other games, especially for the World Series, where there's some juicy games to be had.
Right, well, we hope to see you doing very well here at the Irish Open. Thank you so much, Ian Simpson.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open here at the City West Hotel. I'm with Gogan, who has been here all week.
Yes, I've been here a very long time, but I'm leaving tomorrow.
Ah,
Yeah.
so you've been here for the Norwegian Poker Championships, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? How did it go for you?
Nothing much to tell, I'm afraid. I lost at everything I played, but I won the party.
And you are welcome back to the Party Poker Irish Poker Open, where the main event, Day 1C, is on. There is one last chance to go. 1D. Darragh Kearney has joined me as Fintan Gavin is still having his dinner. We're about to switch up entirely, completely different, something we never did at the Irish Open before. We're going to do a cash game.
Yeah.
And not just any cash game, Darragh. This is high-stakes poker. This is proper stuff. So talk to me about the structure that we're about to see and the players that we're about to see as well.
Yeah, this is a 25-50 game, but I believe it might get as high as 25-50, 100. They're starting off playing Hold'em, but there's some speculation it might switch at some point to PLO. And
PLO!
And here is the list of players that I was sent. Rob
with.
Young, who we all know, Andy
Yeah.
Greekfish, Pádraig O'Neill, very good friend of mine, Smidge, Jason Tompkins.
So Jason's one of the top Irish players.
Jason's one of the top Irish players, both tournament and cash. Alex Kulev, who's the highest ranking player living in Ireland on the GPI last year.
As you can see, Fintan Gavin has rejoined us. Was dinner nice, Fintan?
Alex,
Kulev,
he's the highest ranking GPI player.
based in Ireland, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Bulgaria, right?
Yeah, originally, he was born in Bulgaria, but I think he largely grew up here, so he
Okay.
kind of considers himself Irish these
He's
days.
Irish. We're claiming him.
Yeah, and we also have Paul Newey and Keith Hilaire in the mix.
Ian Gascoigne, who'd be well known on the TV tournament circuit, and $266,000 in tournament earnings doesn't really tell the actual story of his experience in poker, because he would be quite active in the cash game scene.
Yeah, this is obviously a very different format from tournaments, and there will be guys here who don't really play too many tournaments.
So let me ask both of you, having watched high stakes poker, there have been scenes where players have gone, well, I'm willing to run it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something we're going to see at this table? And just for the newbies, what is run it twice?
This guy here you see in the center of your screen, okay?
Been watching this man a good bit, actually.
He will not run it twice. He just
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay.
You know, he you know.
Do you want to expand on that for me? Like, what exactly is run it twice, and just for the noobs?
You see it more often in PLO, where equities are really close. So you could have a guy all in with a set, and you'd have a guy all in with a straight draw, flush draw, and it's pretty much a flip.
Yeah.
And you see that quite often in PLO. So both players say, right, well, look, instead of someone winning one massive pot, why don't we run it a couple of times? So every time they run it, that they split the pot up into that amount of time. So if they say they run it twice, that means they split the pot in two.
So if it's you and Darragh,
So
and I'm commentating on it.
You have two chances at the pot, basically.
Yeah, you could either Darragh wins it twice, or Darragh wins it once and you win it once and you split, or you win it twice.
Absolutely, and
So
you'll see them run it maybe even 3 times.
you're essentially talking about flop.
I
and
saw him run it 3 times recently, yeah.
Yeah, that actually happened on the high stakes one night.
Well, you can run it 4 times.
So you
Yeah,
can
any
see-
amount of time.
Yeah,
Well,
basically.
Obviously, you're limited by the cards in the deck. but-
Depends on how much equity is there.
You won't see it too much. Newey, now, of course, I haven't seen too much of Newey, just apart from what's been broadcast on EPTs
and
here,
what we've
of course.
seen on
But
the
he would strike me as a guy that
the high roller.
that wouldn't be running it too many times
No.
either.
No.
I'd be a fan of running it 7 times.
Can we do a 10? So just to say, if the flop came out and everyone goes all in, and it's 2 players, they can go, do you want to run it twice? Which can be denied. But if that then means you see turn, river, and then another turn and river.
Yeah, but it can happen at any stage in the hand.
It could happen after.
It could happen.
well.
It could happen pre-flop.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could happen
Do you want
pre-flop
to run it
turn,
twice?
or flop or turn.
And it's just an intriguing element to it.
I don't actually think we're going to see it too often in this particular game, but perhaps, who knows? Rob 3-betting here. Now, it'd be interesting how much, if you can see the stack sizes.
Yeah, so we're looking at some certain that obviously players can rebuy in.
Yeah, do we have a list? Do we have a list of the? I know it's 10k min, right?
Yeah.
But you see the 50k. Now that could even be bigger because I've seen Rob do this, right?
Tell you what, you and Dara talk. I'm going to find
He'll
out.
be listed as buying in for whatever 50k or whatever, but he'll actually come to the table with 100k. Do you know what I mean?
Right,
Now,
and if he dips down to, if he gets short sit and he only has 40,
yeah,
he'll top back up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure of the value of the chips here. I think that's kind of important to know. The greens are 1,000, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, that'd be kind of good info.
I guess the ones at the front should be the big ones. Alex looks like he has those ones at the front, so whatever color that is.
I'd imagine Alex, because Rob wouldn't be. Yeah. I'd say.
So it looks like I'd say Alex is bought in for 10k. So it looks like the darker colored chips, whatever they are the 1000s.
I'm just gonna ask this. So the blind level here is 25, 50, 100. You see it described there on the bottom of your screen. Exactly the blind level. Now, cash games, as advertised here, this particular game, they do tend to kind of develop and progress. One of the big differences, obviously, with cash games versus tournaments is in a cash game you can dip in as often as you want to your pocket and top up.
And that tends to mean there's more chips on the table towards the end of a game, because if somebody busts and reloads, the chips that they lost when they bust are still on the table. So the stacks can get very, very deep towards the end, and you sometimes see the straddles becoming even more aggressive.
Now this was interesting. Rob checked this flop, like Nui flopped the flush, right?
Yeah.
But he checked waiting for Rob to bet. Rob was the pre-flop better with the ace-king. But interesting, Rob checked.
Jason Tompkins is in the pot as well. He has the gut shot and the 10 high flush draw.
Yeah,
which is actually good.
Really?
I mean, it's good if he hits.
Yeah, well, if he hits the straight, he's in big trouble.
He's
right?
not to know that, but if he hits the straight, he's in big trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, his equity here is like.
He's drawing to a club, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Rob is dead, obviously, because the full hand made. But Jason does have the redraw to a bigger flush.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of clubs already
accounted for. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And Nui.
It looks like Rob pumped it up there. Yeah, Rob pumped it up to 2.4.
And Nui's just smooth called.
He's just smooth called, laying the trap.
That's unlucky for Jason. It's not a card that Nui's going to be happy with, Dara.
No, he's basically got just a 7 high flush now, and there's four to a flush out there. So any card higher than the 8 of clubs or higher beats him now. So that's why the river went check. Rob also checked because he hit 2 pair on the end.
Yeah, Rob had good showdown value there, but unfortunately for Jason, he kind of got squeezed out there, didn't he?
He got squeezed out. His 10 high flush draw was good enough to call one bet, but once there was a bet and a raise,
re-raise,
he had to think that his draw might not even be good.
Absolutely. Okay, interesting. So basically, we are looking at a high stakes cash game, and I say it's a high stakes cash game. The reason I say that is because I know that 2 players at least here are sitting down with 50k, and in my opinion, in my experience, that would be classed as a high stakes game, Dara.
Oh, 100%, yeah. This is high stakes for sure.
And again, noteworthy is the fact these cash games, they tend to start pretty rigid. It's just people kind of feeling each other out.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Usually the cash game players to be So, like, there'd be night owls, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because just in the industry, cash games don't come to life till late at night. You know?
Yeah. This is actually quite early for a cash game. And we see Pádraig O'Neill there. Pádraig is one of Ireland's top players as well. Both cash in tournaments as well. Very formidable cash player. He's also the only man ever to have won 2 Unibet Opens back to back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And he almost went triple because he got onto the final table the 3rd time as well.
That's incredible. The back-to-back tournaments, not like back-to-back Irish Unibets.
No, it was back to back Unibet Open main event, and then the next Unibet Open festival he won that Unibet Open.
That's incredible. I didn't know that.
And then he final tabled the next one.
He really does come across as a decent bloke. I don't really know him that well, but from what I do know of him, Dara, he's a top character, and I'd seen him recently on Twitter with a big check in his hand.
That's right, yeah. He's part of our group, and we were taking the piss out of him that because he played a mystery bounty over in Vegas in the win, and he got the maximum, the 100k, which was actually his biggest tournament score at that point. So we were telling him that his biggest tournament score came out of an envelope.
Lookbox job.
But a couple of weeks later, he came 3rd in a tournament in the Venetian for 130k.
I seen that, yeah. Brilliant.
Last too long.
Now, can I ask you a question? Just while we're talking about mystery bounties, these I've seen that these events now are being scheduled into all the big festivals. These mystery bounties.
Yeah.
Can you give us just our viewers who are listening in and they've heard of them or they haven't played them? Could you give them a quick heads up on what exactly is a mystery bounty?
Yeah, it's a very interesting format. It's not like a traditional bounty tournament. In a traditional bounty tournament, every player in the field has a bounty on their head, and it's the same amount. But in a mystery bounty, the first thing that's different is they don't have any bounties on day 1. So if you knock a player out on day 1, there's no bounty. So they don't actually know how much is in the bounty pool until the start of day 2, based on how many players have already been eliminated and how many players are in the field. But because the players who've been eliminated on day 1 didn't have a bounty, that means there's more money in the bounty pool.
Brilliant.
So what they do is they usually have a minimum. I played one in Prague at EPT Prague, and the minimum was 500, and the maximum was 50,000. So
I think Pádraig is going to get a double here.
Look at this.
Greek Fish is not going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
He's got the flush draw, and he thinks perhaps.
He
knows his pair is no good, but he thinks he has a 2-pair draw and a
He
trip
thinks he has a
draw,
2-pair draw. He has a house draw. He's not to know that he's up against the set already. But Pádraig still has to dodge the spades, obviously.
6-7 to call. He's going to do it, isn't he? Greek Fish.
I think he calls, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why not?
Don't see him. I mean, it's either call or shove. If he thinks he can get Pádraig to fold something.
Well, no, Pádraig's all in.
Oh, Pádraig is all in.
Yeah, so the action's on Greek Fish.
Okay,
and it's 6.7. He's going to call. He doesn't think he's up against a set here.
Yeah,
so he thinks his trip draw and his 2-pair draw could be really good.
Yeah,
that's actually something I'd like to expand on with you, Dara, a little bit later on. The difference between pot odds in cash and tournament, and just how different that is. But we'll expand on that a little bit later.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll see how this plays out first.
He does make the call. I mean, very occasionally his pair might actually be good as well if Pádraig is on spades as well.
Yeah, true.
10-jack of spades.
Or 10-jack as well. Yeah, those types of hands. So can't blame the call at all there. And
looking like a double up, but there are 6 outs.
And that was a scary colour.
But it was, yeah. For a second there, I'd say, oh my god.
Pádraig winced for
he
a
visibly
second.
winced. Yeah.
He goes, okay.
I'd have winced too, and I might have done a little bit more, to be fair.
Yeah.
That's it. Listen, like to buy in for 10k, right? And after one orbit, get your stack up to 25k. That's like in a game like this that's going to go super big. Now, I don't know what kind of bankroll Pádraig plays off, but I do know he's not on the same bankroll as one or two of these players.
For sure.
Do you know what I mean?
For sure, yeah.
So if he goes broke a few times, there's no such thing as reloading for 100 grand. Like
no, it's fair to say that Pádraig has probably committed maybe 2 to 3 buy-ins to this game.
So this is a really essential kind of pot to win for him.
Yeah, to get that start, and I mean now he's at the position that if he doubled up again, say through Rob, he would actually have a huge stack in front of him, and it could turn into an amazing night. And the thing about Pádraig is he's super experienced. So a lot of tournament players, when you see them in cash games, they won't know what to do 200 big blinds deep because it's just not their game. But Pádraig Porrick plays at least as much cash as he does tournaments.
Where does he play cash, Derek?
He travels around to all the festivals, and when he's not playing the tournaments, he plays the cash.
Okay.
He plays a lot of cash in Vegas during the WSOP every year. In fact, most years he goes over and he plays more cash than tournaments.
A lot of Irish players are like that, actually.
Yeah,
they prefer to do that instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think from a purely mathematical point of view, you're expected to earn, if you're just playing cash in Vegas, is greater than if you're playing tournaments. Obviously, you can always bink a really big score, and that's why people like the tournaments. But somebody told me that, in fact, it was actually Porrick who told me he worked out once how much an hour he thought he would make in Vegas if he played tournaments versus cash, and I think cash came to about twice as much.
Oh, so no offense to our American viewers, and there are a lot, by the way. The standard idea amongst the Irish poker scene is the level of play of Americans who are just wrecks in the casinos is far lower than it is here.
Yeah.
So unless you get unlucky, you can dominate. In terms of the players that we've got, so it's a 10k min buy-in. Chips are green 25, blue is 100, yellow 500, purple is what you want to see. They're worth 1k. You can see the different varying chip stacks. And Nui, who we're becoming very familiar with, he's just coming onto all the feature tables. He's got 50 big bags. There's 46k here now for Young, who's a player that we were highlighting earlier on. Kuslev, Queen 6. Gets out of the way, 9-7. But the range, and this is open to both of you, so I'm going to go to Fintan first of all. The range of opening hands in cash becomes very, very different to tournament poker.
Well, I'm going to make a prediction, right? I'm going to say...
And your predictions have been spot
Okay,
on.
just say, right, okay, we would do a 4 to 6 hour stream on a tournament, okay? The percentage of flops we see would be less than 50. Okay, depending on what stage of the tournament it's at. Probably earlier stages, the percentage is higher, but it's less than 50. I'm going to actually ask one of you to do a little bet with me. Okay.
All right. Well, this is double or quits for us because I'm down.
Okay,
20
I'll do a
already.
20 with you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say to you, we're going to see 90%, 95%. I'm going to go as high as, depending on what price you give me. 95% of hands, we're going to see a flop.
Oh, I was actually going to agree with that, so I can't argue it.
I was totally going to agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be surprised if we see nothing but flops tonight.
I know, there's going to be a few
gonna
hands.
be one or-
but it's only going to be one or two.
One or two, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a
versus-
few cold four bets with
someone.
Yeah,
who's-
okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
There's not going to be any walks though.
No.
And there's not going to be many button raises that get through either.
And so, then for you, Dara, the range, how it changes and how it switches, as we see Jack 6
Rob has drawn dead.
completely dead.
Yeah.
We've seen this a lot so far.
He three bet in small blind with Jack 6, which is, I mean, the hand choice is just, you might think is crazy. But again, this is a display of cash game ranges you're going to play. You're going to play ant and suited.
Yeah.
And particularly if you're Rob Young and the bankroll.
And if you've got paint, suited and paint, you're gonna call.
Nice soft double for Keith. Now, do you know this guy, Keith?
I don't actually.
I know him from Heads Up in the World Series of Poker because he keeps making semi-finals and finals in the 10K Heads Up.
I've seen him somewhere.
Yeah, we were actually chatting about this game on our group before because Jason and Smidge are both, Porrick are both playing, and I'm told Lair is a very high stakes tournament player with 3.6 million in cashes.
Yeah, a lot of that from the World Series and a chunk of it from Heads Up. He's a real Heads Up expert. I think I could be mixing him up with someone else, but I'm sure it's him.
Yeah. No, that would make sense given he has so much in cashes.
There was actually an interest. I'm going to tell you a quick one about Keith. If it's the same guy.
Yeah, go.
Do you remember a couple of years back in the World Series, and they had
the World Series or the World Series?
The WSOP, right? And they had these decks of cards that the players were complaining about.
Yeah.
And there was some European guy who was playing really weird.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm
I remember
talking
it was
about?
in the Heads Up.
And it was in the Heads Up.
Yeah.
And he kept beating these top regs.
Yeah.
And your man was an absolute nobody. And someone someone rightfully said, "Well, look, this is just not plausible.
Something's going on here."
But and then they looked at his play more, and he was looking really weird. He kept looking over at the table at his opponents,
and he was wearing special glasses.
And
as
he was
well, as I
wearing
remember.
glasses. But
He really couldn't have made it much more
then
obvious.
he came up against this guy, Keith,
Yeah.
and there was just no way. Keith, of course, been around the block and some, okay?
Yeah.
And he just couldn't.
Cover the cards.
Keith just, yeah.
Yeah.
Keith actually knocked him out.
Oh, was it Keith who knocked him out?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay,
that's-
yeah.
But the moral of that story is, though, he was
marking the cards, as I remember, with some sort of ink, which he needed the special glasses to see. So the position of the mark on the card basically told him what the card was. So he tended to start very badly because he hadn't marked all the cards.
But he wouldn't play any pots.
Didn't he just do it with his hand?
Yeah,
Wasn't
apparently he just had it on his fingernail, and he just had to scratch it. And
How did they come up with this, Dara?
It's amazing. But I heard that guy had previous. He was banned from a pile of casinos in mainland Europe for doing exactly the same thing. So how did
he get in
How
there?
did he get in? That's the thing which I was surprised. Like if you wouldn't have to search very hard to find out that he'd done this before, and then he suddenly shows up and he wants to play the highest stakes heads up tournament.
Yeah, brilliant.
And he also wants to wear his special funky glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he ran into Keith Lahore, who's been around the block, a total grinder, Keith.
And was just like, I don't care, mate. I'm just going
mean,
to cover my put my phone on the cards.
Keith wouldn't even have to
Let's
hear
go.
the rumours. Like he would just be.
He just picked it up.
naturally doing that
He'd be
anyway.
immediately suspicious.
Yeah.
Who was the you got to help me out here with the old memory as I turned 40. He would have been around. He was younger than Doyle, but Doyle would have been a massive influence on him. He was an incredible tournament player, incredible cash player. Had drug problems.
Stu Younger.
Thank you very much, Younger. He got told.
It wasn't the drug problem that made me say that, by the way. Just
No.
The fact you said.
But
brilliant
the
player.
Doyle link, the WSOP link. He got told one day, "You are being cheated. Like the guy who's heads up against you is cheating you." And he went, "You don't think I know that?" And he still crushed him.
Yeah.
Your man was cheating, and he still crushed him.
Yeah,
Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, sometimes if the cheats are not very good, you'll still have an edge over them, even if they have.
But the fact that he knew, the fact that Stu was able to cop it on and just go, I still have this guy. So, same question to you then, Dara. The range of openings. So, obviously, you've written 3 books. We talked about the satellite book in depth a little bit earlier on. We'll talk a little bit more. But in Cash Game, the range of opening and the range of calling just is completely different to what you're going to see in tournament poker.
Yeah, well, I guess there's more room for creativity, for one thing. But if you come at it from a purely theoretical perspective, the ranges are fairly well known. What you're supposed to, in inverted commas, open from every seat, and because cash open sizes tend to be bigger and there's generally no ante, that means you're actually theoretically supposed to open tighter. Also, the fact that there's rake on the game, but within that, you have players like Rob who just say, "Forget that. I'm gonna play what I want."
I was just going to add to what you're saying there, Dara. Like with that question, it really is player dependent on their bank. The bankroll is a huge thing in cash.
I'm going to get the 3 of us to be completely narcissistic and just go, wave to the camera, because we've been featured around the City West all week.
Brilliant.
Brilliant cameraman, by the way.
I mean, the fact that you can rebuy all the
you can rebuy is a big thing.
That was another important point.
Baseline difference.
There's no tournament life factor, and I actually coach a few cash game players, even though I don't play cash myself, and that's basically me working with solvers and them telling me, look at this particular situation, how should I play on different types of flops, etc., etc. So I am more aware of the sort of ranges than most tournament players would be. Again, even though I don't play it, but
Jason with jacks.
Another thing which is different is you just defend your blinds a lot tighter in general, because the stacks are deeper, which makes being out of position worse.
Rob's going to 3-bet here.
Yeah,
definitely, for sure. After what we saw earlier on, he's definitely got a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think
he's just raising everything. It's about 1,500.
Jason's
5x. Well, it's 1.3.
Jason's going with his hand here, I'm pretty sure.
Do you think he just goes all in?
No, I think he'll 4-bet and call if
given his stack is now 8-6, Rob 34.
He's essentially
there might
86
be more
blinds.
motivation here to just let rip with another 1.2 from Newey.
If it goes up past 1.6, he's likely to rip, because that would add 20% to his stack. But yeah, in this spot,
I like the way Newey's eyeballing Tompkins to know what he
has moved all in,
yeah.
Yeah, he's decided there's just too much out there and he doesn't want... I think against some players, Jason would just make a normal 4-bet there, but against Rob, who might actually flat the 4-bet, and then you've got jacks and you're looking at overcards a lot, not sure what to do. He's just decided, I'm just going to take the 1600.
He also wants
I think
to
Newey might call here. Newey might call.
Yeah.
I don't think he will, to be honest. Paul's a very savvy player, and I think he'll know that Jason just never has a worse hand than eights here.
I'm gonna side with Finton and say he calls.
Depends on how much he fancies.
Given
gamble,
how
I
much
guess.
time we spent in the commentary box together and your accuracy as well, like it's not.
Yeah,
it's close. It's not.
Oh, it's
like
very close. I don't
really
know much about Paul's cash game. I have to say, I played with Paul in tournaments quite a bit, and he's a much more solid player than you would expect.
Quality, yeah. No, he was definitely, of all the players, we picked him out as technically the best player.
Yeah,
he made pretty much zero mistakes.
Yeah,
and made any moves he made, there were real good reasons for making them moves on player.
Yeah,
he wouldn't just pop off for no reason.
I think there's another factor in the hand here, which is that Jason is wearing a very interesting patch.
Chip race, baby.
It's close. Paul, does he take a punt?
Well, there's only two podcasts that you need in your life: the Final Furlong podcast and the Chip race. That's all you need.
Yeah, I set that one up for you. Yeah, I mean, Paul is a thicky player. Like Paul has a ridiculously large bankroll. He's a very very wealthy man. But I've never seen him just throw it in because he just wants to gamble. He has thought this one out.
And he's elected to fold. The fair play, Dara. You called that.
Yeah,
you called that.
I thought he would. Every time I play with Paul, I'm just impressed by how good he is, how technically solid he is. So I've never seen him make a really bad mistake.
There were some comments yesterday. I was getting a lot of DMs because people are almost afraid to tweet these days because, you know, who the hell knows what's going to be said back. And I was getting a lot of DMs from people asking about Paul, who flopped sets 3 times, and comments were being made to you about, is this guy not just like really lucky? But you then actually look at his overall play, how he played positionally, the fact that he did obviously get lucky with those. You have to get lucky in it. He was technically first class the whole way through.
What I love about Paul too is that despite the fact he's a very wealthy man, he has great temperament. He never just flicks it in because he's gambling and he wants to go. I've seen Paul play fairly low buy in tournaments and be relatively short stacked, and he sits there patiently rather than just throwing it in, gambling and going home.
The Phil Helmsley style of I'll wait.
Yeah, it doesn't need to matter what the stakes are. He always plays the same way, which is to say he plays his best game, which is it's something impressive when, you know, there are certainly some tournaments where even first prize doesn't make that much of a difference to his life, but he always brings his A game.
What exactly is Paul's background?
Paul made a lot of money in a startup and basically retired young as a result, and loves poker so much he basically travels around the circuit playing tournaments in cash. He plays high rollers. You'll see him in every level of buying tournaments. He's the one guy you'll see playing a 25k, and then the next day there's a 100 turbo, and he's in that as well.
Nice, I love that.
Absolutely,
I love that. I don't want to say who it was, but I nearly fainted chatting to a few friends last night. It was great seeing people I haven't seen in 5 years. As the flop comes down, 9-10 king, queen 8 for Rob. For Neil, it's ace 7, backdoor flush, ace 5, backdoor flush draw. But he got knocked out of the cash game, rebought instantly for 5k, and I was like, and he was up 17k almost like that.
Yeah.
It's amazing how the dynamics can change.
Yeah.
And he came out on top. I was talking to him afterwards. He did come out on top.
Porrick continued on the King 10-9 board. Rob called with the good shot. And nice check back from Porrick. Well, he did connect with the ace.
Yeah, Porrick knows his hand is a bluff catcher now, and Rob is the type of man who could very well bluff. So I think Rob will bet and Porrick will just call here.
He's the king kicker, so it's a pretty easy call for Porrick.
Yeah. He didn't bother taking any time there. He knew it was a call. And
nice, good recognition. Nice, lovely check back.
Yeah, but the huge advantage of the check back is, like, if you bet the turn, a lot of the hands that continue, you're not actually going to be in great shape against. You could be up against a better ace. But by checking the turn, if he'd been checked to again on the river, he could value bet. And he also induced Rob to bluff, basically.
So the Irish guys, Porrick and Jason, doing pretty okay. Good start, very good start for Porrick O'Neill. Who's
Particularly good start for Porrick, yeah.
He's up close to 20k.
Yeah.
And Rob, well, this is Rob's style. He's down close to 20k, Rob, but I've seen him so often on the King streams back in the days, and I mean, this is a feature of Rob's game. He will come out pounding and just play every hand.
Yeah. Rob, he won.
And all of a sudden, you just realise, hold on a second, Rob hasn't got involved for a while, and then you see him just being super selective, picking his spots, and when it matters most, winning the pots. He really is a.
I mean, look at that! Look at that graphic. Rob has opened twice as many hands as anybody else at the table,
and six times as many as Jason, Alex, or Greek Fish from the UK.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see how Alex plays this, because I know he's almost exclusively a tournament player, but he did very, very well last year. He lost heads up to Leo Margetts for a bracelet at the WSOP, and he had a massive chip lead at the start. And he had a lot of other good results too, and he's an online crusher. So this is presumably Alex just taking a punt at cash, seeing how he goes. Alex actually, I believe he started as a cash game player in the Fits, even before he played online, but certainly since he's burst on the scene, he's been known exclusively as a tournament player.
Greek Fish making it 300, which seems to be the standard
opening
raise.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the opening sizes tend to be bigger in cash games, and that means the defending ranges should be tighter. But I don't think Rob's folding.
No, he's in for 100 on the straddle. He's suited. There is potential, and he's gone ahead here with the Jack 7 connecting with the 7.
Yeah, he won't like the ace because obviously the opener has a lot more aces. But
that second ace will give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, he'll feel much better, and also the fact that Andy didn't bet the flop he'll feel a lot better about his 7. Andy is checking down here because he has the best no pair hand, and therefore he's going to win a lot of the time just with his king high. But as it happens, Rob has connected, so Rob wins a small pot there.
The first pot I've seen Rob scoop, but believe me, it won't be the last. This guy has seen it all and done it all when it comes to cash games.
Yeah.
He is playing at the very highest level.
Yeah.
And early days, just the first part of this opening session. You can see we have 7 players left of the screen. Paul Newey, Jason Tompkins, seat 2. Then we have Rob directly opposite the dealer as Alex and Andy. And then we have Porrick on the right hand side of your screen in seat 6. And then seat 7, we have the very seasoned Keith Lahore. And suited connectors, 300. Open under the gun. The blinds here you can see displayed bottom right. It's a 25, 50, 100 game with a minimum buy-in of 10k, but the average stack here, Dara, I guess it's somewhere between 25 and 30k.
That sounds about right, yeah, because Porrick obviously got his big double up and has kicked on a bit since then. He would have been one of the 10k stacks to start, but now he's deeper. Jason is up slightly over 10k as well, and as you mentioned, the players like Rob and Paul have the option to just keep topping up.
Now, Jason has picked up a premium here.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Keith is the one that 3-bet with the King Jack, so I think it's end of hand. I think the 4-bet will just, well, it's the 8-7 is definitely going in the bin.
Yeah.
And Keith will now know that he's up against it. Given from what we've seen of Jason, the only hand he's played is Jacks.
The fact he's suited might induce him to call here. He would definitely have been King Jack off, I think, but just being suited, you connect more with flops. You'll flop a flush draw 10% of the time. You'll flop a flush occasionally, about 1.5% of the time, and you'll flop a backdoor flush most of the time, as he has done here. So again, this one might not be end of hand here because he's got 2 overs and he's got backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. So he might call 1 against Jason here.
Backdoor straight flush draw.
Backdoor straight flush draw, indeed. Yep. Royal flush draw.
And it's a pretty safe flop for
It's a very safe
Jason.
flop for Jason, yeah. He's not expecting 6s or 2s to be there. 10s would be the only hand he might be worried about. He'll be pretty sure he has the best hand now, and he's just going for value. Actually, Keith does fold, so he preserves money, and Jason scoops another pot. So the young Irish generation are giving a very good account of themselves so far.
Well, I was saying this a couple of hours ago about I was saying the young guys, Porrick and Jason. But
they're not really
they're
that young.
not, no, I
No.
mean, for me and you, yes, they're young, but
Yeah.
like they've been around for quite a while now.
Absolutely, yeah. I was in Prague with Jason, and I roomed with him there. And we were out for a walk one day, and he was chatting about a cash game he played recently, and he told me a hand where he check raised the flop with middle set, and somebody folded top 2. And he was absolutely horrified. He said, how is this happening? And I said to him, Jason, when you came on the scene, you were the young guy in the white tracksuit, and everybody thought you were an absolute maniac. But people kind of know that you're much more solid now. So they will make those big folds. And
that was particularly big fold.
Yeah, that means you should actually start bluffing
Yeah.
more.
Now, Porrick, with the goods here, 300 raise.
Yeah.
And let's see what kind of...
We're going to see some violence between the two firm lads. Nope. Jason in the bin.
Now,
it's not a given Rob's folding here. Is it?
he's actually disgusted.
Yes.
He goes, what can I do? Like, give me
And
anything
Alex
at all.
is the same hand.
Alex is the same hand. Now,
Yeah.
just the player on the straddle, which picks up King 3, and Porrick
Porrick shows the hand,
showing.
I think. Yeah.
I don't know, because he does have a pretty solid image, doesn't he?
He does have a solid in, but I think Porrick wants to keep that going.
He wants to keep it going. Okay, good point.
Porrick is not as solid as everybody thinks.
Okay.
Everybody thinks he's one of the biggest nits in Ireland, but Porrick is he definitely has moves, and he benefits a lot from people just thinking he's a nit.
Okay, of course. And showing the queens there will consolidate
Yeah.
that image, he hopes, and maybe use it to his advantage later on during this
Yeah, sometimes
high-stakes cash game.
Sometimes you hear players saying don't show anything because you're giving away information, but he's not really giving away any information there. Everybody's going to open queens. There's no great bomb of information there to be had.
Except the fact that he's not opening light, I suppose.
But I mean, that's the one he showed. He hasn't showed every hand. So.
Yeah. Okay, this is Paul Newey.
Yeah.
7-4 makes it 300, and Rob going nowhere.
Rob has 2 fairly high cards. That's more than enough. Kind of connected as well. And Alex looks interested here. Alex has the ace-9 suited. You could go both ways with this. This is a hand that plays much better heads up than 3-way, so he might elect to go for the raise and try and force one of the players out. And that's what he has done. Yeah, he decided he didn't want to take this hand 3-way, so it'll be a great result for him if Rob is the player to call, because he has position on Rob. And
he's absolutely crushed.
Yeah. Shows the hand as well.
Viewers just tuning in, we are in City West. We are watching a high-stakes cash game, but that's not the story, Dara, here today. The story is what's happening out on the floor, which is quite remarkable, really.
It is remarkable. All the buzz is about what the final number is actually going to be this year. I had to look up what the last one was. I remember that it was big, but it's definitely going to be bigger this year. Most people are predicting that we will get more than 2,000 runners by the end.
Yeah, we had a good debate about this, Emmett and I, and straight away I said 2 million was my
2 million
target. So it looks like with the late rage open until the start of the clock tomorrow.
Correct.
I think you're going to have a flurry of buy-ins.
You will for sure, yeah.
Like I'm talking 50, 40, 50 buy-ins maybe.
Yeah, that was kind of relevant for me because I won 4 tickets online. But when I contacted the Irish Open, they told me that you weren't allowed to sell or transfer additional tickets until you bagged for day 2. So in other words, I had to play the first bullet. If I got through, I could sell, but if I didn't, I had to play again and again and again until I got a stack through to day 2 before I could sell or transfer. And I bust late on day 1, and I couldn't play yesterday. My wife would have divorced me if I played yesterday because I'd
After
been away for things. So I thought, okay, well, if I play my second bullet at the start of Friday and I get through, then I'm going to have 2 bullets left, and I'm going to have to find 2 people who want to buy in the next day and sell the ticket to them, and they're going to know that I'm fairly desperate to sell. So what I decided to do instead was I registered with 2 hands to go on day 1 rather, and I just folded those 2 hands and put the starting second to the bag, and then went off and sold my 2 tickets.
Okay.
And that was purely because of the situation where I had to bag before I could sell the additional tickets.
Okay, that was really smart. By the way, that's super clever.
I
would never think of that.
I arrived at the table and everybody was going, he must have lost his mind there. He just came over he just registered right before the end. He folded 2 hands, and why didn't he just show up on day 2 and do that? But there was madness. There was some sort of method in my madness.
Okay, so you had 4 bullets, right?
4 bullets, yeah.
So you fired 1.
Fired 1.
And
and I bust near the end of day 1.
And then you decided, right, you just get a stack, the 30k minute, whatever.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so you weren't tempted to fire. You weren't tempted to like sell 1 seed and maybe have another.
I couldn't sell until I had bagged.
Yeah, but were you not tempted to fire 1 bullet maybe after you bagged just to see could just?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, I was. No, I would never do that because the way I look at it, that 30k in the bag is worth slightly more than the buy-in because it's day 2. And best case scenario, I do get another stack through and it's bigger. That seems like great, but now I have to surrender the value of the first. So it's sort of best case scenario. You're actually well, you could argue it both ways, but you know, if you bust the second bullet, you still have your first stack, obviously. But if you do get through with the second bullet and it's a bigger stack, you basically wasted your first bullet.
Yeah, good.
And the other thing is this is such a good structure that I'll have 25 big blinds at the start of the day. So it's not like I'm super short.
Yeah, it's 6:12, right?
6:12, yeah.
6:12, and it's a 1 hour clock.
And it's a 1 hour clock, yeah, which is very different again. Yeah.
So it's not like you're going to be under pressure.
No.
Straight away.
No.
You have a couple of levels before you can. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can feel my way in.
Greek fish taking down a pot.
I've definitely seen this man around before. I'd never heard of him, but I've definitely seen him, probably at Dusk Till Dawn.
I tell you, Dara, you know when I walked in, I came, I wasn't here for the Norwegians, but a good bunch of players from Galway came up for cash, grinding cash and that, you know, and they said it was brilliant. It was like, there was loads of action. So I was looking forward to it, but I know there's always a kind of a little bit of a lull after the Norwegian for the first few days of the Irish Open. And then like the Irish Open picks up a little bit, and then, you know, it's the weekend, it's Friday, Saturday, kind of are the big days, you know. But I arrived Wednesday, like...
And it was already big.
I couldn't believe it. I genuinely couldn't.
Yeah. I mean, the only real lull day was Monday. I came out on Monday, and we were just back from Tallinn the previous night. And even for a Monday, the numbers were very good.
I know, I seen... did you play a 350 on a Monday or something?
I played a 350,
yeah. And I seen... And I was looking in the background of the picture, and I couldn't believe it that it was like, you know, an early start to the day, but there was like... a decent amount of... How many players did that get, that first 350?
I don't remember, but it was a big number. I didn't really last long enough for it to be a factor, but but the schedule overall is great. Like even if you're unlucky enough to bust the Irish Open, say early on day 2, there's lots of stuff you can play tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday as well. The seniors event is on Monday. I'm looking forward to that, assuming I'm not still in the Irish Open. And there's a couple of other. We talked about mystery bounties before. There's a mystery bounty here. Mystery bounties, I think, are just going to catch on like wildfire.
Yeah,
people absolutely love them.
I love the fact that, so you're buying in, right? And X amount. There's a predetermined amount of your buy-in.
Correct.
That's going into the bounty pool.
Yeah.
But we don't know how many people are going to be. Because there's no bounties.
There's no bounties on day 1.
So anyone's knocked out,
Yeah.
So only the people left can win a bounty.
That's right.
So now you're going to automatically get a bigger.
Yeah. I played the one in Prague, and there was 500 taken out for each bounty. But because 70% of the field were knocked out on day one, that meant that instead of, for every player left, say that there being 500 in the pool, there was basically 1,500 in the pool. To the point that we were actually trying to work out the maths, whether it was better to register at the start of day two, which was possible, and come in where the bounties are effectively worth 1,500. And I mean, 500 was the minimum bounty you could win. I won one bounty and I got the minimum of 500. But there were bounties, mystery bounties, all the way up to 50,000. So one guy got 50,000 for his bounty, and that creates incredible excitement.
That's the draw, isn't it?
That's the real draw.
That's the kind of like the real interesting, attention-grabbing factor that these mystery bounties have. And we do have a player on this table. The guy in the screen there you see is Smidge P. O'Neill. 100k bonus for that event in Vegas. I'm joined by a very special guest. If you've just tuned in, this is Dara O'Carney, the renowned poker player, live player, online player. He's a commentator. Hold on. He's a marathon runner. He's not a journalist. He's an author, best-selling author, and he's just nodding. Yes, he's not. He's not disagreeing with anything.
No, Fintan is a great man for. He's hit all the bases there. Fair play, Fintan.
No, it's a pleasure to have you, Dara. It really is, and I'm buzzing. We were saying when I arrived on the Wednesday, and the numbers. But what else has really super impressed me, and just like yourself, I've been around. I've seen, you know what I mean, different tours, different events in different countries. But when I walked in here, I just kind of go, okay. Right, these guys have really notched it up, like, you know.
Absolutely, the room looks absolutely amazing. And one of my friends who came over from Lithuania, Vytautas, that was his comment. He said he was just blown away by the sheer beauty of the setup. It's a very beautiful room. You look around, the color scheme is really nice. There are big screens. There's this feature table. Everything about the setup is really good, and it's so much better than playing in, you know, a lot of places you go and you're playing in a grungy underground casino.
Yeah, it's not, and like even a big kind of posh, flashy casino, and you walk in, you're looking for the poker room, you can't find it because it's at the very back corner.
Absolutely.
Because the last thing the bosses want to deal with is poker players.
That's right. Yeah, poker is just there to draw people in. They want them playing the other games.
They want the slots players. They want players like Emmett. That's what they want.
They want the donks.
Gamblers. They want the punters.
Yeah, the guy who's just going to swing it in.
That is the voice of Emmett Kennedy, my partner for the week. It's been brilliant having you here with me. You've really...
thank you very much.
You've really shone, Emmett. It's a buzz to have you, like, you know.
Well, the same goes for Dara and the same goes for you.
Well, I don't know about Dara. We have to say that now in front of him, right?
Yeah, well...
I want to have a little chat with
I'm
you.
like Dara's about to escape.
I'm about to leave now, so you can say all the things you really think about me.
All right. Oh, what a bastard. Dara's an absolute legend.
At least wait till I leave.
And we were actually saying the other day, can we get Dara in? So it's brilliant, worked out so well. But I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying it. And Fintan has said a few times, you're being too kind. I've worked with a lot of commentators. Some of them, it's their first time and they're a bit nervous, but they're really good poker players. The amount of time, I'm still saying it, it's 90% of the time where I've asked you, how is this going to go? You've been right. Or you've made the prediction before I've even had to ask you and you've been right. Your analysis is just next level. And what I love about that is that you've been around. You know, you are one of the younger, old school players, shall we say. But you've adapted your game.
Thank you for putting that word in there. The younger, old school.
Oh, but damn right though. But like you've adapted your game in such a way that it suits commentary so well. And also you've got you're always a great character. Like you're always one of the funnest people to meet and commentate on. But to commentate with...
What a nice guy. Seriously.
Why
can't everyone be like this guy?
But I was saying to... Crystal is actually with us here now, and Crystal can verify this. I said to Crystal and to Liz last night, I don't pass out compliments. Like, if you're not good, or if I think you're a dum-dum...
I've heard you slate your... one of the horse racing...
Matt fucking Chapman. I'm sorry, Party Poker. Not sorry at all. He's a twat. of the highest order, and every final Fulham podcast listener knows it. And
good.
what I hate about him is that he pretends to be the punter's pal, but he would then go up to you and go, "Finton, my leprechaun friend." Like, how he hasn't been decked in the face. Well, actually, he was by a top trainer, but that's a story for later on. So there is a draw here with the Jack 10, but the king has hit.
Yeah, there's going to be more money put in the pot here. This is Alex Kozlev, the Bulgarian who's now based in Ireland, and Andy.
So he's
Greenfish.
Irish. We don't care about the
We're
Bulgarian
going to say
flag.
we're going to claim
He's
him.
Irish.
It was great to have Dara giving us the intel on a few of these players.
Yeah.
I didn't know this, but Alex was runner-up in a bracelet event this summer gone against Leo Marquez. Leo Marquez, the Spanish lady, you know, Leo. She actually came to Ireland. She played in the Irish Open a few times, played in Galway a few times.
I commentated on the
lovely
feature
girl.
table.
Yeah,
She's terrific.
She won a bracelet just gone, and it was this young guy that she beat heads up.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even know that.
That's some good info to be getting.
The chair that's empty, that's belonging to DTD Boss, the man behind Party Poker Live, the man behind
John is
Some
back.
Pay.
Is he?
No, that's Rob Young.
Oh, Rob Young. Apologies. But John
Young.
was going to play John Duthie, and then he had a prior commitment, so that's okay.
Yes, but maybe he might join later, maybe.
Possibly.
Sometimes in these cash games, even though players have the opportunity to reload, a player may go bust and decide, you know what, enough's enough.
They also, and it can be perceived as bad etiquette, but I've seen it happen here and in other places. Player triples up, having sat down for half an hour, and then just goes, "Thanks, bye." And like the etiquette is, like, you hang around for a little bit at least.
Yeah, you wouldn't see it too much in
No.
like the high stakes. I haven't seen it. Like
I've seen it in high stakes. I've honestly seen it in high stakes.
Actually, we were talking about a guy. I'm not going to mention his name.
Yeah, we won't say his name.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you brought him up, and I told you that he won a monster pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that to it.
Yeah.
Okay, we know what we're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, but you
And we're not being offensive by not. We're actually.
we're being totally offensive.
Yeah.
We're kind of half telling
well,
the story.
well, we are, but we're not giving out the name
No,
for a reason.
no.
All right,
But I that's the only time I've seen and it wasn't even a hit and run. It was like, you know, he won a monster pot and then he just locked up. He put the handbrake on for an hour and then he didn't play another hand.
Politely stayed there
go,
and then
"Goodbye,
walked
lads."
away.
But I have never seen other than that, and I've watched a ton of this stuff from Dusk Till Dawn, but mostly from Kings, like, who do, like, there's the Cash Kings, which is absolutely huge, like,
Yeah.
and Rob was a reg in Kings for so long, and you had Leon, you had the biggest punters, Matt Kirk from Australia. You're talking like serious bankrolls of these guys, and like they get the odd pro in, not so much lately. They get rid of them. It's invite only, but you would get in. Even like Gus Hansen was on loads of them streams, you know.
Yeah.
But there was I never seen a hit and run. Like, I've never seen a guy.
I've seen it. I've seen it, and it's very disappointing because it actually has happened from people that you would think otherwise of, and you go, "Oh
Okay.
God."
Okay.
Crystal has a piece of info for us. Alex is
Alex is a very nice customer of massage. We enjoy it.
And does he tip well?
He tips well.
Damn right.
He's generous.
That's the way it should be.
Nice shout out for young Alex, the Irish / Bulgarian pro, who you see in the centre of your screen now with the Queen Jack suited. The blinds here 25.50 with 100 mandatory straddle. Min buy-in here is 10k, so 10,000 to play. Alex with the Queen Jack suited makes it €300, and he gets one customer, which is Andy Greekfish with the same hand. 5, 6, 8 ace, I think, advantage here, Alex. Given that he's position, he's the pre-flop raiser. Continuation here, I would expect the hand to be over. And this is Alex making the continuation bet and a snap fold from Andy Greekfish from the UK, sporting the Coin Rivet logo. Coin Rivet, by the way, if you want to move money, you want to move Bitcoin, this is the people.
This is an important part to make because I was talking about you were asking me, is it the real deal? I'm convinced it is. I've got Bitcoin. I've made investments. There's so many different types, but the fact that you can take Bitcoin to the cage and buy chips, damn, that's good.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's so, like, particularly if you're talking high buy-in tournaments or high buy-in cash games, you don't want to be carrying cash.
No.
It's just so risky, like, you know.
I don't carry it. It's Apple
No,
Pay.
I don't carry it because I don't have it. That's the reason I don't carry it.
1.6 million in tournament earnings. I don't carry cash.
The dealer here is charging Rob for missing blinds, maybe. I'm not sure.
Rightly so.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, button has moved, blinds are out. Let's go. Next hand.
So I wanted to let Dara and yourself have a bit of a chat. You know, two pros, and get stuck into it. It also gave me the excuse to step aside and talk to Stephen, who used to produce us. An Irish Open's gone by, and
Stephen Lone.
Yeah, and
Lovely lad. Known very well.
Galway festivals.
He came to us.
Crystal knows him well too from the EPT circuit and stuff. He's an absolute legend, and he was saying he wanted to pop over and say hello. Was it okay? Of course. But did I miss anything crazy? Has there been anyone who's really stood out to you? Because we've talked about the gear changes that cash is compared to tournament.
Just nothing. Well, to be perfectly honest, I was just engrossed with some of this. Dara was coming out with some brilliant stuff.
You both do, to be fair, but Dara does have.
He's all the angles. He had 4 tickets, and he couldn't sell them unless he bagged a stack. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he had 4 tickets, right?
Now, he was telling me this.
I would never come up with this, right? So he played a flight and he busted. Okay, so he's 3 tickets left. So the rule is you gotta play them all.
Yeah.
Until you bag a stack, right?
Yeah.
And then you can sell or transfer. So he decided then to late reg
the Wednesday.
The very last few minutes of the flight, he regs and he bags the starting stack. He bags through J2. So he regs, gets 30k. The clock stops a minute later. So he bags that stack, and then he can go. That gives him the right.
He sold it to Lappin, didn't he?
I'm not sure.
Was it Lappin or Carney?
Whatever.
Dara.
Yeah.
It was one or the other.
Yeah, but the point being,
but it's genius move.
Yeah, I would never think that. So, and then I asked him. I said, "Well, would you not be tempted? Okay, maybe sell one of them. You bought your bag, so you're allowed to sell. Would you not sell one of them and maybe have another shot at getting through with a bigger stack?"
Yeah.
And he just came out with a mathematical formula.
As to why not.
No, doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's not plus EV.
Dara is also extremely good at picking horses and staking them, because
You're joking me now, are you?
Oh no.
Oh, horses
as in like players.
Okay, right. Okay, I thought with
Yeah, obviously with Final Furlong, you're thinking he's talking about the Run for the Roses, the Kentucky Derby.
The last person I'd ever expect to be backing horses would be Dara O'Carney.
Yeah, he's too engrossed in the poker world.
But he would. They would have a very tight, close network of top level players who would. They would like basically study and just share information. And if they were staking someone, I guarantee you that coaching would be part of the deal. Like, you know.
This is beautiful for the Ace Queen suited. The 3-bet from Lear, and he's just flat called it. So we're going to see a flop, which is 7, 10, 5. It does help out the King 9 slightly, but the Ace Queen can feel reasonably comfortable. Backdoor flush draw as well as overcards to the draw.
It's difficult for Keith Lahore to continue
because
here
he's
now.
out of position.
He's first to speak. He gets called on a 10-7-5 board. It's not out of the question. It could be called there by 8-9. And P checks back. King on the river. Now Keith is going to fire at this board 100%.
Yeah.
And perhaps he's given up. Keith has given up. I'm surprised.
Oh, wow.
I'm really surprised. No,
Lear. Yeah, and Lear gives up. So Lear fires in a bet, and
Lear checked and then Keith bet. Or sorry, Keith checked and Porth bet. Is that right?
That's what. I think what might have happened is there was a check bet fold. I think that's what happened. And
No, the graphic. Look, he's stacking the chips. Keith actually did bet the king in the river. He bet the king and Smidge fold. Yeah.
So he
Smidge
got him
folded.
off.
Well, the ace.
Well,
Smidge only
all
had
you're
the
doing
ace
is
high.
you've got ace high. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it.
So, but for some reason, I thought the graphic said that Keith had checked, which wouldn't be out of the question. But
No.
I think he's got to bet when that king comes. He's got to rep that king. He was the player that 3-bet pre-flop. He continued on the flop, but Porrick floated with the ace queen of hearts. He had the 2 overs in the backdoor hearts. Nothing developed for Porrick. And
7 deuce. Oh, please tell me they're playing the 7 deuce game.
I know Rob will fold this for sure. Yeah.
Oh, but play the 7 deuce game. Everyone then has to give you 5k if you pull it off. Yeah, if you win the hand. Because there was a famous high stakes poker hand where I think it was Helmuth pulled off the 7 deuce, and they all had to give him 10k. But this guy then tries it himself and runs into quads, and he kept firing every single street. And your man's just there, flat calling. He does a flat call, gets re-raised, calls the raise, checks, gets bet by the 7 deuce, does a minor raise. Your man re-raises with the 7 deuce to try and. By the way, he would have. Look what would have happened. He'd have hit.
2 pair for Rob.
You should have played the 7 deuce game, folks. What are you doing? Why are you playing cash and not playing 7 deuce game? So
Jason's in the tank here. He's none of this, but he does have the back doors. So there's an awful lot of cards that can help his hand. Like
there's
any,
five outs
6, any 8, any 9, any 10, any jack, any heart. So there's a ton of cards that will improve his hand. So he's actually going to check raise, and it's going to work.
Should do.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get out of the way.
Or is that just check raise?
Check raise to 2-3 from Jason.
Keith
Jason really is phenomenal.
has the back doors himself, but he just can't continue.
Thank you, Crystal. Crystal's invaluable. So Keith's last name has been spelt wrong on the graphic.
It's Lahore, no?
It's Lair. Is it Lair? L-E-H-O-R. Charles Keith Lair. L-E-H-O-R. So is it Lair? Yeah. To be fair, the graphics team have been unbelievable, but it's a minor error. A minor error. It's like the geopolitical drama we were talking about yesterday about players who are from Belfast or from Northern Ireland, and it was coming up with the Union Jack, and they were like, hey, just give us the Northern Irish flag at least. Just fun. So this is the Party Poker Irish Open, 820 plus days since it has been held live. We're back in the City West. Fintan Gavin and Emmett Kennedy on comms. Crystal's here as well. Currently working on my back, which is just ridiculously. Crystal will just tell you right now, it's basically balls. I'm a wreck. If that didn't get picked up on mic, she said Emmett's a wreck. In more ways than one. But what we are doing for you, as it's 1C for the main event, is we switched from the main event to the high roller cash game, 10k buy-in. Fintan and I have been super excited about this since we learned about it on Tuesday, that this was something that Paul and the team were going to bring to us.
It's great to mix up the stream
I love
with
it.
some cash action, particularly given that it's high stakes cash action. And I'm just looking at the clock in the
Main event?
1C, yeah. 793 entries.
Whoa.
So that, prize pool is now 1665. So it's going to be about, close to 1.7 million at the end of day, which leaves...
So you are 100% right that it's going to be 2 million.
Well, we still need 300 players between the Turbo tonight, which they expect about 200. 200
and to be fair, every time they've expected something like 200, they've ended up with 350.
That's true.
They expected 50 at a satellite here on Tuesday. They ended up with 170. Something like that. Check my numbers, I could be wrong.
Even if they just hit around the 200, they still have a chance to make the 3 million. Or the 2 million.
2 million, yeah, but actually...
With the late reg up until tomorrow.
Because Jake Cody could still be on his way.
I'm willing to do a bet with you. How many players are going to late reg tomorrow? I'm going to do a bet with you.
See,
What? Okay, what's the bill at the moment? €20.
yeah, I'm down 20 euro too.
Okay. How many players do you think will buy in day 2? 5, 10?
Oh no, it's over that.
Yeah?
It's way over that.
Way over.
Yeah, because
they're getting 25 big blinds.
You've even said it yourself about how you would late reg, and I know that there are a lot of players like that.
How many?
Like you.
But how many of them are already true? That's the question. Because remember, like half the field gets through.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So there's like a less of a pool of players. And then how many of them have the bankroll to like just fire in, 1.1k for 25 bigs? I think it's going to be a lot. I do.
I would. Maybe this is going to sound nonsense. I would say over 50.
You're smart, because that was my line.
Really?
I said me and Dara.
And you were going 5'10". Oh, you sneaky.
I was managing your expectations. But I think 50, it could be up to 50.
Yeah.
I think somewhere between 40 and 50 for the late reg tomorrow.
I think there's so much quality that we know is coming. We know that Jake is on the fence, but he's now leaning towards, because his girlfriend, Penny, works with Crystal, and she was saying, "Oh, can you meet me at the Liverpool Street station?" And he goes, "Yeah, unless I travel," because he's like, he just keeps on changing his mind. So I think he's coming, and there's going to be plenty of more very high quality players as well.
Well, I mean, a lot of guys who bust anyone that busts the turbo that has the bankroll. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And has the time and wants another shot. So I think you're going to get 10 or 20 from that flight that don't get through. They're going to fire again late or before late reg closes. But what we're going to stay watching for the rest of the evening is this 25. Sorry, it's turned now to 50, 100, 200. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, so
that was
50,
quick.
100 with 200 ante. Isn't that right? So it's
Well,
200 big blinds with
The
200 ante.
the clock has changed. It's saying it's. You
Yeah,
see
we're
the
in
blinds?
49.
Oh, it's 50, 100, 200. Okay, yeah, 50, 100, 200.
But there is a side kicker to this as well, where the phrase, the mouth words are failing me, Crystal. I'll get this. They're making it more intriguing by doing. I'm a broadcaster. 100. There you go. So it was 25.50 to start with 100 straddle.
Okay.
So, and I love the straddle. I love introducing the straddle to a cash game like that. Let's go. Let's boost that action up.
Alex with the small pair in the big blind calls the 600 total. So we have 3 blinds in this cash game. We have the small blind 50 with the big blind 100, and then we have a second big blind or a straddle.
How many prop bets do you reckon have gone on between the players?
I haven't really been picking up their talk, to be honest, so I'm not sure, but
I think they're sly enough that they'll have done it off air, that they'll have done it before we come along.
I really don't think they care about what people... They're not bothered who listens, who, whatever.
Well, Doyle never was on high stakes. He would just be like talking about he was more interested in the prop bets than the bloody the hands that were coming out.
So the chips there, you see, the big value chips are the purple chips. They're valued at €1,000.
They're the K. That's what you really want.
And then we have the 500 chips. They're yellow. The blue chips are 100. And the lowest value chip is the 25, which is green in colour. This is Porrick O'Neill. Oh boy.
Ace, queen suited into the cowboys. So it's 300 raise.
And it's interesting,
3-bet.
the hand where Porrick had ace, queen suited previously.
Yeah.
And he got into a big hand with Keith, who 3-bet him pre with the king 9, I think it was.
So we've seen Jason fold an ace.
Yeah. Porrick's going to be definitely continuing here.
He has
Ace,
to.
queen.
Does he flat call or does he 4-bet?
He could 4-bet. He could 4-bet with this hand, but he decides to
Let's see a
peel
flop.
Ace, queen suited. He's coming across super solid, this
Oh, I
guy,
want a flop of
Porrick
diamonds. Flop of diamonds, please.
Well,
wow,
this
he's
is
hit
huge.
ace.
He's going to get paid as well, at least on one
Definitely.
street. Keith might check this back. He does. And we're going to go to a turn. Now, this is interesting. Keith has 2 blockers to the nuts.
Yep.
So let's see how he will use that information on this street or the river. It's going to be really interesting. Porrick has a queen. He has a blocker to the nuts himself. He has a double gutter. A king or a 9 would give him a straight to go along with his top pair. He's pretty comfortable leading out after the check back on the flop. And a 1.3 bet,
Which makes sense, by the
bet
way.
is snap called.
Yeah.
3 doesn't make a
3
difference.
on the club. 3 on the club. 3 of clubs on the river actually probably makes Keith think, oh, yes, I do have the best hand.
He's going to check back, Keith, I think, if Porrick checks.
Or calls a small bet.
Porrick checks here, Keith will check back. Porrick might put in a small blocker type bet, maybe around 2K, 2.5K, just because he wants to get to showdown. He's comfortable. He doesn't want to get raised here, that's for sure. And there's a small blocker kind of bet, 1.6.
Exactly.
And
as
it
he
puts
thought.
Keith in a real tough spot.
I think he gets paid, though.
Well, Keith could turn his hand into a bluff here. He could figure out that he's up against an ace, and he could try and move Porrick off that hand. These 2 kings in his hand. I mean, this is real important information, and the king of clubs, like he has
the second nut flush.
He has the nut flush. The ace of clubs is out there.
Yeah.
A blocker to the nut flush.
Spot on, yeah. So he
But
knows that if he can use that piece of info as well. I think he's at least going to call, but he might turn it into.
looks like he's going to pay him off.
I think your shot about a potential bluff.
Well, he's the
It's not
perfect
a bad
hand to
one.
do it. Wow, what a fold!
Oh, if he fold,
that's
he showed.
I mean, that's such
Folded
a big,
and showed. That's impressive. I don't think he was given the courtesy of getting to see, by the way.
No,
It was-
Porrick didn't show
He
this
didn't
time.
show it all.
No.
It's just like, happy days. Thanks very much.
That's Porrick O'Neill, the young Irish professional, doing really well on the circuit at the moment. And
That's a tremendous fold.
Dara, who we had earlier, just giving us a little bit of intel on Porrick, who apparently is a very well-seasoned cash player and is playing cash at all the tournament festivals, particularly the WSOP. So you can just see super comfortable here at this high-stakes game, and it looks like they are. Look,
They are doing
spot
the,
on.
Yeah, I love this. I love the fact that we're doing a reg. It just adds more intrigue to the game. I'm really. Do you want to explain that for noobs, for people who are more into tournaments than cash games?
Yeah, well, I mean, tournaments obviously are the high-profile format of the game that gets published. You have a winner, you have a trophy, you have, do you know what I mean, media exposure, and there's always big prize money up top. But cash games run alongside tournaments. Every tournament festival you go to, there's going to be a spread of cash games, all different types of cash games, you know. And there is players that go for tournaments and cash.
Mm-hmm.
There's players that will just go for cash only.
But talk to me about the straddle.
Oh,
Because you don't see a
sorry.
straddle in a tournament. How does the straddle? The straddle to me is fascinating, and every time we play a home game, which obviously we weren't allowed to for 2 bloody years, but now that we're back doing it, like the straddle it's like almost, I don't even have to ask for it. It's like it's in straight away. Not everybody is a fan of it, but these guys all want to do it. So just briefly break it down for us.
Well, a straddle is a blind raise. However, with a straddle, you still have the option of acting.
Yeah.
So you're posting. It's like a second blind, and it's a bigger blind. A straddle is always double the big blind.
Yeah.
So really, the purpose of the straddle is to, I mean, if you're playing a cash game and you kind of want the game to play bigger, well, then you have the option to straddle. That means double the big blind, and you will still have your option back to you when it goes round. So you're increasing the stakes, basically. And you'll see it, you tend to see it in all types, from like the very low buy-in cash games at like 1-2. You'd see a €5 straddle.
Yeah.
Or right up to what we're watching here now, a 50, 100, and the straddle here is double the big blind, is 200, and they've agreed that this is a mandatory. Generally, straddles are optional.
Yeah.
If you're playing like a 1-2 game, well, you don't have to straddle unless all the players agree to it and it's set in stone, and then it's mandatory straddle.
There's an episode of High Stakes where Asfandiari says, "Have fun, gentlemen," but doesn't do it. He doesn't engage in the straddle, and he's he's a loose player. He's a fantastic player.
Yeah, listen,
he's
I get
probably
that.
my favorite
Yeah,
player.
I mean,
but he was just like, "No, I'm not feeling it today."
Yeah, that's one because he wasn't feeling it. But also, if a player puts their name on a list for like a 1-2 game, that's what they want to play, 1-2, and then all of a sudden they sit down and it's like it's 1-2-5-10.
Yeah.
It's like that's a completely different game. They might be sitting down to that 1-2 with like 100 blinds, €200, right? So they're sitting in with €200. They think they've got 100 big blinds, but the game is actually playing way bigger. It's like 1-2-5-10, and they're sitting in with like €200. So the big blind now is like 10. They've only like got 20 blinds.
Which
Instead of
changes,
100.
which
It
changes the whole thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're 20 blinds deep in a hand as opposed to 100. That's why in cash you tend to see super deep sacks, particularly from seasoned pros.
Yeah.
They understand that, you know what I mean, it's an advantage to play super deep. And of course, what's also an advantage is to have the bankroll, so you can withstand these, these losing swings or these downward trends, that you're still there and you can reload and still have a stack and be around for when you do run good.
And Dara was saying earlier that he doesn't play cash games.
No, I wouldn't have seen. I can't ever remember seeing Dara in a cash game, but
the
he
appeal,
actually-
the flush has come on the river, by the way, 9-high flush for the big fish. But to be fair, there are some players who just excel at cash games, and their game style doesn't really translate to tournaments for whatever reason. There are players who love both. There are players who specialize in tournaments only, like Dara, and there are players who specialize just in cash. And there will be viewers who go, "Well, hang on a second, there's no trophy at the end of this, and it can go on for hours, it can go on for ages. Like, why is this appealing?" It's appealing because High Stakes Poker was one of the shows. Like, it was one of the most popular shows on television. Oh, man, I loved it. And I love the original. Norm MacDonald was a terrific comedian and a great commentator, but I love the original team behind it. And you just got to see, so it was so different. Like everyone was doing late night poker. NBC ripped off late night poker with their own version. Premier League was interesting. I mean, I really enjoyed that. I love doing late night stars with you in Ireland for Poker Stars. But there was something about High Stakes Poker that was just so intriguing. Seeing these top, what you would see as tournament players: Jen Harmon, Antonio Sfandiari, Phil Locke, Gus Hansen, Daniel Negreanu, Doyle Brunson, his son, both in the Hall of Fame, Barry, Ace on the River Greenstein, Eliel Ezra, all the old school guys, and just going to war with each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating. These programs, they're glitzy and they're attractive, and they have the biggest names, biggest stars, and they play really big. And
but that's why I love that we're doing this.
Listen, it's brilliant. Now, just talking about attractive, glitzy, high profile, there is a gentleman we've spotted in the building, and I'm going to ask him to join us. This is Simon Trumper from Dusk Till Dawn. This is the guy that runs Dusk Till Dawn. Simon, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks, Vincent.
You
yeah.
look absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, well, I always love coming here to the Irish Poker Open.
It's some buzz, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, JP
It really
and Paul
is.
put on a great tournament.
We were just saying, we had Darren a few minutes ago, right? When I arrived on Wednesday, like Wednesday Irish Open is just kind of warming up. It's always like Friday, Saturday before it gets, really busy. I was blown away with the crowd that were here, right?
Yeah.
But when I walked into the room, Simon, I just said, okay, hold on a second. These guys have notched it up a level.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really fantastic. For any of the viewers that aren't familiar with Simon Aces Trumper, just put in his name into the Google bar there and see what comes up. Now, you might see a very young, kind of hip guy with a ponytail.
Yeah, it's a long time
He's not
ago.
quite like that today,
No.
but it's still the same huge character, huge personality, and what a pleasure to have you. Thanks for stepping in, Simon.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Tell us a little bit about your fabulous club over in the UK, because, I used to love travelling there, obviously with the lockdown and that.
Yeah.
It mightn't be in people's minds. Give us a little snippet of what's happening.
Yeah, sure. Dust Till Dawn is the biggest poker club in the UK.
The biggest in the UK?
Yep.
No, and is there anyone else competing for that title?
The only one that can match us for tables is Aspers in London.
Aspers, well,
yeah. When they open up this spare room, that they can match us for tables.
Aspers advertise as the biggest in London.
Do they?
They advertise as the biggest in London. So that's brilliant to have that have that title as the biggest in the whole of UK.
Yeah.
Okay, go on. Keep going.
We're currently building a new stream table area. We're hoping to start doing regular monthly streams, and obviously all our major events are going to be streamed. We've got the Party Poker Championship coming up, 28th of April to May the 2nd. 500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed.
Okay, if I want to go to that, just say, right, 500 buy-in, that sounds kind of around my bankroll, right?
Yep.
And I'm thinking of going there. How do I go about it, or what happens, or what's the easiest way? Is there someone, do you have, can I ring up and say, hey, book me a hotel there and collect me at the airport, or how does it work?
If you want to book in advance, the best thing to do is set yourself up a Luxon Pay account.
Luxon Pay. Tell me more about this.
Luxon Pay
everywhere I go, everyone's talking about Luxon Pay. What is it?
It's an e-wallet that allows you to deposit and transfer money peer-to-peer, but also we have contacts with several merchants, Kings in Czech Republic, Merit in Cyprus, obviously Dust Till Dawn here in Ireland as well, here at the Irish Poker Open. Basically, you just deposit money on the app, you go to transfer to merchants, and it has a drop-down menu, shows all the events that are on at that particular venue, and you just click on the one you want to buy into. So that's one way of doing it. Obviously, Party Poker Live sponsoring is their event, so you'll also be able to play satellites online to win a ticket to come and play at Dust Till Dawn. So that's probably another good way another good route to take.
Brilliant. So if you want to play this huge event in Dust Till Dawn, 500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. You can satellite in cheap on partypoker.com.
Yep.
Or you should get on this app, download this app. You can load this app up, and you can go around the world buying into poker tournaments.
Absolutely.
Where would you get it? Who came up with this? This is your idea, Simon,
That's
right?
not my idea.
Well,
no.
it's brilliant. It's genius. Simple way, because that's a problem with players moving money, right?
Yeah,
Carrying
it's
money.
brilliant. I mean, I come over here. I just bought a little bit of sterling. Didn't bring any euros.
That's
or
the
anything.
problem. Different currencies
exactly,
as well.
But it didn't matter.
Tell me, what's the kicker? Tell me the bad news. What's the hidden stuff with Luxon?
There is no bad news. No,
this is incredible.
It's free for most users. It's just a fantastic tool. I mean,
Brilliant.
yesterday I wanted to play the cash game. All I did was send some money from my UK bank to my Luxon Pay account, and then drop down menu, sent it to the Irish Open, which is at the top above all the tournaments.
And that's an
Went
instant transfer.
straight to cash desk.
So I'm going to ask you this now, right? Because this is great. We actually have someone that understands how it works. Because I'm hearing about it and I'm seeing it at festivals, but I'm not 100% clear.
Yeah.
But just say I come in here now and I bust the Irish Open,
Yeah.
right? I'm walking around. What'll I do with myself? I see a really juicy cash game,
Yeah.
but I'm not rolled. I didn't bring 10 grand with
Yeah.
me, okay? But I want to play it.
Yeah.
If I have Luxon
yeah,
and
if
I'm
you've got a
loaded
Luxon
on Luxon,
account-
but can I actually press a button, transfer to the cage, go to the cage, get the money, and sit in that game? Is that possible?
Exactly. Yes.
Lads, I'm gone. Okay. See you later. Now, that's brilliant, Simon. That really is. About time someone did it. And I wish you the very best with that venture.
Thank you, Finta.
It sounds great. Now tell us about these guys here. You're obviously travelling with Rob.
Yeah. Well, really, I mean, I know Keith Lear in seat 7. I know Paul New in seat 1.
Is Keith the heads-up specialist?
I don't know.
Did he play? I see him. I think it's this Keith that
Right.
played WSOP. Went really deep in the heads-up like 3-4 years in a row.
Yeah.
We've literally debated this about 17 times, trying to figure out. By the way, you're also very welcome to the country. It's great to have you here. I'm glad that Fintan was asking about the Bitcoin element of being able to buy, because this is another excellent addition to the Irish Poker Open.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I ask you, just as a slight little lull, were you expecting the massive crowd that we've had?
No, not. I mean, obviously, most people have been sat at home for 2 years, so you obviously, when places open up, you expect to see a decent size. But I didn't think we were going to get this many. I mean, it looks like they're going to beat the record, which was 1808. So how many have they got in
it was
day 1C?
1.8 million. There's 700 and it's here. Look, Simon, 795 so far.
795, okay, and they've had a couple of 430s, haven't they? So
yeah,
they're up to 1650.
Yeah, look
now.
at it, 1668.
Oh, so it's there.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
yeah.
All right, so we're up 1668. So that means if tonight's
Turbo's going to get a couple of hundred players, right?
Then that's going to be a new
For
record,
sure.
Which I think is an amazing achievement.
Yeah.
Plus, you can late reg tomorrow
on
morning.
day 2. Yeah. Is that before the start?
Once the clock starts, it's over.
Right, okay.
That's what I've been told.
Yeah.
Well, that's
No,
what
you're
I'm
right.
telling everyone.
Yeah, no, you are right about that. Paul was saying that's where we're
It's an interesting hand here, just while I'm sat. Here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Tompkins just making the set. Top middle pair on the board for Rob. I don't think Rob's going to go anywhere. Is he?
No, he's not. Not.
He's
No,
folded.
Rob's folded. He has, yeah.
He has
Because
folded.
Thompson came back over the top.
Oh, right, okay.
Rob just second pair. He doesn't get married to it.
We haven't really got to see a whole lot of Jason as of yet, and what he's capable of, because he is one of the best tournament players and a great cash game player as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know these other players
Yeah.
in seats 2, 4, and 6?
Yeah, well, basically, okay, over here on the right-hand side of your screen as you're watching is a young guy called Porrick O'Neill. Now, Porrick's been around for, even though he looks quite young or whatever, he's been around for 10, 12, 13 years.
Been around the block.
Hugely successful tournament player, but he plays a lot of cash. He'd, like at the festivals, he would play cash. Like at the WSOP, he'd play more cash than tournaments. So he's quite an advanced cash game player, and he's super comfortable here. Everything he's done so far, 0 mistakes. The young Jason, we're calling him young, but he'd be young to us, Simon.
Yeah.
He's around for a while. He's predominantly a tournament player, but he does dip with cash. He'd be a good friend of Darrow Carney, Dave Lappin, that kind of crew. So they'd share a lot of their intel together, And just as we say that, we see Roy the boy. How are you, Roy? Great to see you. And he says, no, don't mention, my wife doesn't know I'm here.
I do like the fact that Roy is wearing Ralph Lauren, just like myself.
So interesting hand here. Look, Lear's raised up.
Rob plays real splashy at the beginning. Every time I see him in a session, he just really loose to start off. Tries to get a real loose gambling image, but then gets super clever and selective.
Yeah, he normally loses early on and then smashes it.
Absolutely,
in the later
yeah.
stages.
Definitely a pattern of Rob Young, who's played at the very highest levels. I've seen this guy play some super high cash games and very experienced, obviously. Rob behind Party Poker Live, looks on, and known in all the territories throughout the world in the poker communities for what the good work he's done. Directly opposite the dealer, we have a young gentleman called Alex Kuzlev, who's originally from Bulgaria, but he's now based in Ireland. And he is the number 1, I believe, in the GPI Irish rankings. He's really successful recently. Of course, very familiar now in the stream with Paul Newey, the successful entrepreneur who now is playing poker for fun.
Yeah,
Simon.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he's retired. I think he's an angel investor. I think he invests in certain businesses or whatever. But most of the time, he enjoys traveling the world playing poker, which is obviously a nice position to be in.
What a life, by the way. What a life.
So how's I just noticed on the board that came up, 16,000 up. O'Reilly. How did he get that? Was that one pot? Or?
He had he bought in for 10k, and that hand. What was the hand?
That was the one when Dara was here, wasn't it? He ended up in a.
Can't even remember.
People are yelling at their headphones right now, going, "You two morons! How don't you know this?" You know by now. You know by now.
They'll come to us in a sec.
It
So
will.
bear with us. Bear with
We'll
us.
get
We didn't
there.
take our tablets yet today. You know
All
what I
right,
mean?
okay.
So
Yeah.
Well, one of us did, but maybe I should have taken more. Jason Tompkins raises. Great fish is called, so we see the flop, which all comes down spades. Ace 10 9, and that will end the action pretty quickly.
Yeah, for a hold'em cash game, this kind of level, kind of 50, 100, 200. These are kind of the two Irish guys you'd want at the table. You'd
Right, okay.
fancy to have a good shot at it, like, you know.
Tompkins and
You know, Jason now wouldn't play this level normally. You wouldn't see him in the higher games, like, you know, but he'd be a guy you definitely would fancy at taking shots at these games and coming out on the good end. Obviously, Alex, I haven't seen. Alex, who's directly opposite the dealer, originally from Bulgaria, but now with an Irish flag. He started off playing small, like 1-2 cash games in the fits, and then went on. He's huge online now, huge crusher online, and will be familiar to ye party poker guys. Hugely successful, but I haven't seen him in the cash games.
Because that was one of my questions, Simon, was about players adapting from online to live. And clearly, Krasnikova, who took down the ladies' main event yesterday. If you just say it with confidence, we'll get through it. We're completely bullshitting her.
Fina, that was great.
Fina, she was.
We seen the ladies was really good.
That was
really.
That was one of the highest standard final tables.
It was a mix. It was mixed. It was
commented
good.
on.
It was very mixed, but it was like they were just playing. They were playing like they were going for the kill, every one of them. And
Yeah.
it was great to see. Like
Yeah.
it was dramatic.
Marina kind of shut down, but apparently Marina was the. They were telling me afterwards, Marina was the boss until they got to the final table, and then once the cameras are on, it just didn't quite happen for her.
Yeah, I can see how it affects if you're playing. Like if you're playing a small buy-in tournament, right? You come in, you rage. It's a one-day event. You're in the big. It's like it's just one of several events going on, right? And then the next thing you're saying, right, you're up on the TV table. It could affect, I think,
Yeah, absolutely.
one or two players, like, you know.
Yeah, they were because I just happened to speak to the runner-up and the winner today. So Krasnikova and Grace was saying to Fina, "Are you a pro? Are you a professional player?" Because she couldn't get a read on her. And Finton and I picked her 5-handed, going, "She's going to win. This girl's going to win." And to be fair, you were saying Grace would get the heads up. I know you were rooting for Jenny, but you were saying Grace is going to be in second place.
It was really interesting, and the fact that two sisters made the final table, and one of them knocked the other one
And
out.
the other sister takes the other one out. Yeah,
Incredible.
Yeah.
What are we seeing here, Emmett? What's going on? It looks like it's been checked.
So it
this
was
turn.
raised pre-flop by
Kuslev. Alex, yes.
O'Neill
Now,
calls.
these guys will be pretty familiar with each other.
Yeah.
Check bet call flop, check turn, check river. King high is good, but he doesn't know that. So what do you do in this spot?
Well, Alex knows Jack High is not going to win. He knows that, I think. So he knows he has to bet in order to win the pot. There's 1.3 out there, so he's going to go for it.
600-700.
And that ace should...
7 was in my mind, funnily enough.
Well, the ace should favour Alex, who's the player on the button who raised pre. Porrick just called in the big blind.
We're taking that. Take a bow,
Yeah,
Simon.
that's
Take a
close.
bow. 625.
Yeah.
And he gets him off it.
Yeah.
In fairness, all he's beating is a bluff, so Finton was spot on. The bet from
And
Jack.
you can see
and
Porrick.
Simon
Alex
called
obviously
exactly
showed him the hand. You
little
see
bit, yeah.
Alex smiling.
Now in cash, you're more likely to do that. In a tournament, you're far less likely to do
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Yeah. Don't want to give any information away.
But in cash, you kind of want to give as much information away because you're going to fool your player later on.
Yeah.
You'll have the exact same demeanor, but this time you have the nuts.
I think a baseline factor of cash games is, in general, like the guys want action who are sitting down. They want pots. They want action, and you can understand by showing the hands that is one of the way to generate more action. Yeah.
Well, that's why you were saying that we were more likely to see flops, and of course that's exactly what is transpiring is that we are seeing far more flops. I love the way Finton tried to fool me in. If you're only joining us at the Party Poker Irish Open high stakes cash game, by the way, we're playing high stakes poker here. Oh, queen.
Okay, Alex with the ladies here. And
Pocket queens. So he goes, well, what do you reckon about the players who amount of players who are going to buy in tomorrow? Like 5, 10? And I went, you're going to think this is crazy. 15. He goes, you bastard, that was my range. That was exactly what I was thinking. He was trying to put me off. So even in the booth, he's trying to bluff me. But Finton's been ace the whole way through this, whether it's the high roller, the main event, the ladies, final table, which got a great field, by the way. And the standard was fantastic. Standard of the high roller was fantastic. But that element about players reacting to the feature table, again, just to go back, if you're new to it, talking to Ono D about the player to his right and saying, oh, you've done Irish Opens with him before in the commentary box, and there's always a donk, there's always a fool. And
I never meet these junks. Why is that?
Of course.
I don't.
Don't give me
The
that.
only time I meet them
Don't
is
give
like
me
in my
that.
home game in my kitchen against my I don't know, my 7-year-old or something. I know when I play these tournaments, I'm like going, oh my god, how did the guy
If
just
you
call
can't
me
spot
there?
the fish, you're the fish.
How did he read me?
But he was saying that the guy to his right, they showed down, as in like they went through, and he messed around on 3 occasions with 8 deuce, 9 deuce, 8 deuce. But once they got to the feature table, bang, shut down.
Okay.
He said he was like an android. He just switched off entirely. And he was saying that, it's clearly a factor of my friends and family are watching. I'm not going to be as loosey-goosey as I was earlier. Because I was saying to him, like, no one's making mistakes. And,
Yes,
and this is
yes.
where Owen
Yeah.
goes, well, actually,
Earlier
earlier
on,
on,
they're playing everything.
this guy
yeah.
was a psycho.
Yeah. Of course. But I mean, the standard of play, and this is a big generalization, but the standard of play overall, it's incredible. I mean, you sit down, I remember when I started playing first, and, you'd sit down and you'd sit at a table, you might recognize 1, 2 guys who could play. There's always, guys there who are just, punting off. A couple of guys who actually don't know how to play.
Yeah.
But that's changing,
Yeah.
And every year, it just gets, more difficult and more difficult. The standard really has improved so much.
Shout out to the boys at home in Kilkenny who are watching. Shout out to Reiki, to Boran, to Fogarty, who actually played for Kilkenny, and his brother Connor, who's still playing for Kilkenny. Serious player. Almost dropped an F-bomb. Sorry, John. And the boys got fed up of Reiki and myself, because I went off and studied poker and was like, I'm fed up losing these games, and then suddenly having strategy. And they then went off and read their own books, and so now the standard is really good for a home game. It's a home game where we're having a 50 quid buy-in mess about, and
We're
it's
going to have a
incredible.
bit of action here, Emma. Just
I
it's Keith,
flop.
top pair, top kicker, and Paul Newey with
Against
the
pocket
overpair.
nines, yeah.
Now, Greekfish also has a little piece of this. He's the middle pair, and he has the backdoor straight potential. Rob has finished, I think, with this hand.
Yeah, he's got to be. Unless he decides to go at it.
Yeah, he folded.
Wow, I don't get that. I don't understand that. Given how something doesn't add up there, I don't get it.
What the hell just
Nines on an 8-high board doesn't make sense.
I don't understand that at all.
Yeah.
Can you make any sense of that?
To one bet, I don't get it.
No.
I don't get it.
I was surprised that Paul didn't re-raise pre-flop, actually.
I was too. I thought he was trying to disguise it and then hope that it came low, which it did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, what do you want to flop with nines? An 8-high board is pretty decent.
Yeah, something doesn't add up there. We missed something, definitely.
Yeah, maybe maybe the size of the bet he was worried about a set. But
Well, it must be based on past experience. It has to be based on.
Well, I guess it was Keith that bet, right? And
Yeah.
there's still 2 players. He's not closing the action.
Yeah.
And Rob, who
That's
is
true.
at this stage in the
true.
cash game, is very liable to come out with a 3-bet if he's going to continue. It'd be more. It'd be more reasonable for Rob to 3-bet there if he's continuing rather than flat call. So Paul, I guess, thought he just might get in trouble and just decided to uncomplicate things by folding. But it was a pretty nitty fold for Paul Newey.
Yeah, it really was.
So, viewers who have just tuned in, what you're looking at is a high-stakes cash game. But this is only part of the story here.
Yeah, 42 events in total. 14 of them are championship. We've got day 1C of the main event, which we commentated on earlier on. Board comes down 8-9-7. 10-4 for Tompkins. Newey's got Jack Deuce. Board pairs with a 7 on the turn. So Newey doesn't know it, but he's in the lead. They both check. King on the river. So only a bet from Tompkins can take it, but Newey is the one who can act first. But Jason is in position.
I mean, no one wants this. They're like, Jason might try and steal it, given that he has position, and it's been checked again to him. So it's obvious that Newey not showing interest, and Jason will take this down. I'm just going to see a snap fold here from Paul Newey with Jack High. Why isn't he folding? Does he think Jack High's good?
If he calls this, it's genius.
Well, let's see. King, probably not likely, because he might have heard from a lot of kings pre-flop.
Yeah.
So maybe Jack High here is a reasonable call. He's smiley. He just had a little smile to himself.
Wow, if he calls this, I'll be impressed. I'll forgive him for the 9s.
Jason, of course, is going, oh my God, just fold, will you?
Jason could be on Queen 9. He's
That's brilliant.
Oh
Jack
my
High.
goodness.
Congratulations.
Take a
And,
boost
oh,
on
that's going to sicken Jason. That is not going to be good. It just
Jack High.
You got me.
You've got a paired board.
What's going on?
The river's brought a flush as well.
It's
And,
also, this isn't an idiot we're talking about. This is Jason Tompkins.
yeah.
That
And you've
was
called him
pretty
a
cool.
Jack High. It's brilliant from Newey.
Best
I love
hand I've
that.
seen so
Yeah.
far.
That's class.
What did Jason say there?
I think he said that's like warrior class. I think that's what he said.
Okay.
Correct us if we're wrong on Twitter, but I'm pretty certain that's what
Jack
he said.
High. And even some of Jason's bluffs are ahead of the Jack High.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
Jason could be bluffing
absolutely.
with Queen High.
Yeah, easily.
Interesting.
That was phenomenal.
10 high bluffs and Jack High calls Paul Newey, you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen. This is 50, 100, 200, no limit hold'em. I am in the booth with my partner in crime, Emmett Kennedy, but we have a really special guest, the poker personality that is Simon Ace's trumper, the gaffer in Dustal Dawn, and he's just been telling us about this super event, 500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed in Dustal Dawn. It's a class poker room. It is the biggest in the UK. In fact, it's the biggest in the UK and Ireland. Rob.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah.
Rob says, aye, Simon, biggest in the UK and Ireland.
Yeah.
Well, name a bigger one in Ireland.
I don't know. You're right. It's a good point.
So put that in your advertising material from
Right,
now
okay.
on.
Because so
Biggest in Ireland and UK, or UK and Ireland.
many people would just equate the Vic as like legendary status, but actually Dustal Dawn gets so much action.
I have a press release for you. The Vic isn't even the biggest in London.
No.
No, Aspers is bigger than...
Why does
Then
the
the
Vic get the rep that it has then?
Simon's going to answer
Just
this.
been there so long, isn't it? I mean, I started playing at the Vic, how long ago? 26 years ago. So, you know, it's always been known as the home.
26 years ago, so what? You were 6 at the time?
I wish. No. I just didn't start playing until I was 32.
That's 3 pints for us right now for the night. The brownie point sorted.
So this ace, you would think that it should favour Keith, right? This ace, given that he raised in the cutoff. In fact, he 3-bet in the cutoff.
Yeah. He's picked up a flush draw on the turn. Can rep the ace. He has to put in the right size bet. Rob loves calling down with bottom pair, but this time it looks like he's going to fold. Oh, he's thinking, what could he be betting with here?
Oh no,
Yeah,
not
changed his
again!
mind.
Another hero call.
Oh, this is insane.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And that is a hero call.
Wow.
I just called you with a deuce, son. And all Keith can do is just laugh.
Two fascinating hands there.
Yeah,
That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Well, they're pretty much unbluffable.
Yeah.
But I think Keith missed the trick there on the turn, Simon, right? That ace coming up in the
Yeah.
turn. He should have fired, right?
Yeah.
He takes it down instantly.
Yeah,
Rob
he could.
folds his bottom pair then. But then Rob kind of got, well, hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah.
He checked back, turn, and then now he's firing.
So
Rob calls with bottom
gradually
pair.
building his stat back up as we've seen him do many times before. The Greek fish doesn't play many hands, does he? From what
No,
I've
he's
seen.
been tight enough. And again, we haven't got to see the best of Jason so far, and he now has to deal with this Jack Eye call. He'll brush that
Yeah.
off, but it's still going to be like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, I think he's strong enough and experienced enough to kind of just box that. I mean, it's such a tough psychological game, cash games. It really is. I mean, from my limited experience playing cash, I'd be absolutely exhausted after sessions. And like, more so than tournaments, you're like totally fixed and you're like concentrating, and then you obviously have the additional stress of your bankroll. It's like it's such a tough format, like it really is. But I think Jason, like he's tough enough inside. I think he's just going to pretty much, it won't be water off a duck's back, but he'll get over that, I think.
So Leah raised 400 with a 4-5. Knew he flatted with the twos, obviously hoping to flop a set. And behind, Young and Kozlev both called with a king 10 and the 10-8. One's flopped an open end straight
so
draw.
free doesn't help. Although, as you said, opening the straight.
Yeah. Gut
Short
shot.
pairs with the queen.
Open ended for Kozlev, gut shot for Rob.
The twos are actually in the lead. Is that right? Am I reading this correct? No one has a pair.
Statistically, the king 10 should come out on top, but yes, you are correct. Nui is in the lead with the deuces.
He's the only player with a pair in this hand.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be excited about continuing, given the board, how wet it is. Like all kinds of.
And he gets
straight
out of the way.
draws
He's
and
dropped
flush
it.
draws.
Yeah, I don't blame him for dropping it.
Alex getting sticky, it looks like,
Yeah.
with his open ender.
And a jack would be an interesting card, wouldn't it?
Diamond. What about a jack of diamonds?
Dealer puts a 5 out there though instead. So check from Young.
Does he check and get up out of his seat?
He does.
Okay. Well, you know what I'd be tempted to do there? Is just grab his cards and flick them into the dealer.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Rob. I thought that was a rule.
Well, we saw Nui call with Jack High just a couple of hands ago.
This would be sick. Look how big it is. Look at the sizing. It's like pot size bet.
Yeah,
Insta-fold. Insta-fold. And he's showing him.
And he shows it as well. So,
yeah, I love this, especially early on in a session. You know, we're just setting the foundations for something that could kick off here.
This
like,
this could explode.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see some big pots.
So, Simon, just quick couple of questions, because I've read somewhere, I don't know, was it Poker News or was it you on your Twitter or whatever, I heard that there is the potential to bring back late night poker in its original format.
Yeah,
we discussed this last night.
Yeah, that is the plan. With the first series, there was 40 players, and they did 5 heats of 8, and the top 2 went through to final. So it was 10 in the final, obviously won by the amazing, much loved Devilfish.
What a character!
Was that the last series? Was it?
That was the first series.
Oh, the first series. Who won the last one? Do you know?
Porag, I think.
Was it Porag won season 3? I think.
Was it? I thought Helmuth won season 3.
Okay, maybe
Helmuth won season 3.
I think actually, I think Porag won season 5, and Peter Costa won season 6.
Because Helmuth never let anyone forget about it.
Yeah, Hamish Shah won season 4.
Okay, season 2
was just some guy that had a ponytail at the time.
Oh, wow! He's actually dropped it. I was wondering how long it would take. We have a late night poker winner. That's incredible.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Simon Aces Trumper won late night poker. We were saying like that broadcast, right, influenced so many people.
Me.
Like,
Yeah.
Like
I never knew about Texas Hold'em
Yeah.
until I switched it on. And
Yeah.
I remember saying it to Finton yesterday. Liam Flood was on the table, and then the first person I commentated on the Irish Open with was in 2009, and it was Liam Flood.
Really?
And I was genuinely like,
Yeah.
Oh my
no,
God.
I know. Yeah. I mean, it's. I've had a couple of players stop me, literally a couple, stop me, as I'm walking through and saying, you Simon Trumper. I said, yeah, thanks.
But there was literally
And
a
they're
legend of the
referring
game.
to the late night poker.
Yeah,
like,
they are.
yeah.
They said that they started playing because of late night poker.
What year is that, Simon?
It was.
Season 2?
We recorded it in December '99.
99.
And
Wow.
it came out in March or April 2000. April, I think. April 2000.
Back in the days when you would flick through the channels before it's now.
Yeah, well, you only had 4 channels.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was brilliant. It really was
Before
brilliant.
Paramount Plus and Apple TV and everything.
What I was going to say.
I stumbled across it on Channel 4 and was just
Yeah.
like captivated because all I knew was 5-card. And
Right,
I just
okay.
became completely captivated with it. Told all my friends to watch it, and we started playing high stick. We started playing.
We're going to run it exactly the same format as, from Series 2 to Series 6. So it's going to be 7 heats of 7 players. The winner goes through to final, and the runner-up goes through to a runner-up heat for the 8th
to get into
seat
the
in the
last,
final. Buy-in's going to be 3K, no reg fee. I mean, I've spoken to people like Barney Boatman, Ross Boatman, Joe Beavers, obviously.
Brilliant. What dates are you looking at?
We're not sure. It was originally going to be middle of October, but there's another event that we're holding at the club at that time, so we're looking at moving it probably into early November.
And are you going to sell the rights to a particular company? Is it for online? Do you want to do it on TV?
At the moment the plan is just to stream it. But obviously, if the quality is good enough, then it'd be nice to if we could get some pickup on one of the channels.
Well, Eurosport have got a boatload of money now, seeing as they were bought by Discovery. So they're
really
interested. Yeah, they have the ability to bid for the Champions League rights now.
Wow.
They've become since Discovery, and Discovery just merged with Warner. They just did a stock swap. Sorry if this is boring, but they did a stock swap. So the CEO of Discovery is now the CEO of Warner, and they've already signaled their intent that we want to make a massive impact in Europe. So there's a possibility that they come in for the terrestrial rights of horse racing and blow ITV out of the water, and it's Eurosport. And they just go free to Eurosport had the Olympics. They leased it to the BBC. BBC didn't get it. Eurosport got it. It was an Irish woman who was in charge. She's now in charge of RTE. She secured it.
What's her name?
Oh God, I can't remember.
That's interesting.
Somebody Google that for me, please. Our Irish CEO Eurosport, now CEO of RTE.
Okay.
But her last act was to win the rights to the Olympics, the exclusive rights for the Olympics, and all she did was just when she left, the BBC were like, oh balls.
Big here. Big flop for Jason, who's flopped the flush draw. In fact, he has a straight flush draw.
Straight gut.
And pocket sixes for Alex. He's not going to be too interested, but Rob will be interested.
Yeah, particularly
because
with
he's connected
10.
with the 10, second pair, and he's a backdoor to a bigger straight. So we can see Tompkins betting out a massive combination draw here. Straight draw. Flush draw.
Look at the amount of outs he has. He's 10 outs.
Rob calling with second pair.
Board pairs with a jack on the turn.
So this is obviously not ideal for a drawing hand. It's the last thing you want to see is a pair board. So Jason looks like he's going to continue though.
Does he rep the jack?
Well, what he's saying here to Rob is, look, I've got it. I've got the jack. And he leads out again. Now, Rob's not going to be convinced because that second jack coming up, the probability is a lot less of Jason having a jack in his holding. So Rob's going to call here.
Rob's also seen what happened with the jack high call.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of hero calling so far on this cash game. The 50, 100, 200 is what you're watching. This is the Irish player Jason Tompkins, who you see in your screen.
One of the best.
Versus
gets there with the 9. What a card for him on the river.
He's probably going to get paid. Rob does have a blocker to the bigger straight with that queen in his hand. Jason, well, this is a great situation for him.
Well, I got to ask both of you. What is Jason going to do here? What's his bet?
Well, he has the small straight, so he's not going to be. He could even check here. Am I right, Simon?
I don't think he will. He's looking down. I think he's thinking of value betting this and hoping that
half the pot
he gets a call.
He's put in 3.
Wow.
He's gone all in.
Okay.
He shoved.
Well, it's cool because Rob might read this as him trying to steal
I'm
it.
bluffing, yeah.
Busted spade draw would do this. And that's exactly what Tompkins had, a busted spade draw. But it just so happens he's made the straight hitting the 9 to fill his gut shot. And Rob is saying, hold on a sec, what's going on? Give me a count.
Well,
Rob Young
a
in the
hand
tank.
that he's representing, he's not representing 7-8 of spades. It's more likely to be Robert reading it as King Queen of spades, the way that the betting has gone through this. So, I mean, Rob is good enough to fold.
100%. But then again, he's got a 52-3 in the tank, and it's only 6-7 to call.
Yeah. It's interesting. He is going to be aware of the Jack 2 hand.
Yeah. At this stage,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah,
You know,
I thought it was important to bring that up.
Yeah, and he certainly doesn't want to be bluffed off this. You see, he's just got bluffed off, hasn't he?
From Alex.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Couple of hands ago.
And then he turned it over and showed him.
Yeah.
My 10 high did yours. But the fact that, Jason showed when he was being called by Jack High, because he actually showed in frustration, I think, just going, well done.
Rob is, he's top reader of the live game. And he says fold.
That's a great fold.
Yeah,
that's a good fold.
Do you know what helped there, I think? The fact he's right beside Jason as well. Do you know?
Yeah.
I think that does.
But I really admire that because I
For
was
a player like
expecting the
Rob,
call because of what I'd said to Simon and yourself about having seen how light he'd gone earlier, that maybe Jason is just going to...
I like Jason's bet there. I think...
yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, that was a good play to move on in.
Particularly against a player like Rob.
Yeah.
So evaluate the table for me now. Now that we've had an hour and a half to see...
I'm super impressed with the Irish guys. I'm going to say that anyway, but I really am. Pádraig O'Neill, I didn't realise what... he's super solid, and he's got some moves as well. Very, very impressed with him. The player in the centre, the Greek player.
Yes.
What's his name? Andy.
Yeah, Greek.
Haven't seen much of Andy.
Simon was saying earlier on, Andy's been quite tight.
Yeah, Rob is pretty much Rob. He's just like, he's starting to tighten up. Even with that fold, you can see he's just adjusting his game. And this is a feature of Rob Young's game. It's a pattern you'll see. He'll come on the table, he'll three bet with Jack Deuce, and he'll splash around, he'll call light. But then he starts adjusting his game, and he's established a real loosey-goosey gambling image, but he uses that then to his advantage later in the session, So, Rob, you can see him just tweaking his game. A really decent fold there. For me, I don't know. I think Pádraig and Rob probably the two players that stand out for me on the table
Simon,
so far.
For you?
Well, I haven't seen that much, but the last 20 minutes, half hour. But I would say Pádraig O'Neill. I like the way he plays. What I've seen. What's the name of the guy that's on? Rob's?
Yeah, that's Jason.
That's Jason.
Yeah, he's played pretty solid. Jason, that bet, as you said, was I love the bet, the all-in rip, because he's going to get. It's kind of like, it could be a steal, like he's just trying to steal the pot, like.
Yeah.
And he's picked his customer right in Rob Young, who's not afraid to make big calls light. But Rob made a good read and folded. That's Jason Tompkins we're talking about.
Yeah, it's a Greek fish. We haven't seen anything from him yet, but he's now raised to 250 with the ace-6 of clubs.
Yeah, suited ace.
So far folded.
6-4 off connected, gets out of the way. Jason has queen 9. He's going to call here in the big blind. Again, the range, I didn't get to ask you about this, Simon.
Yeah.
The range of hands in cash games are going to be so different in terms of opening, but also what you're doing on the flop compared to a tournament.
Yeah, totally different. Well, that's a nice turn card for Jason.
Jason takes the lead with the queen.
Only one club there for Greek fish, and
and 0 pair.
Yeah, he could have won this on the flop.
Yeah, he's
Greek fish.
Yeah, he could have.
He wants to connect before he puts money in, which I think long term, I don't know.
That doesn't really work.
No.
It doesn't work for me.
No.
I just say, right, I'm not betting unless I have it.
Yeah.
But then I never get it. And then sometimes I get it and they crack my big hand. It works out.
1.6 million in tournament earnings.
Ah, stop, will you?
So the Queen 9 for Tompkins and
Small pot, no money. Greek is
small pot, but
keeping the pot small.
But Andy, being the pre-flop raiser, he should have seen about that flop and just picked up the money. But
yeah,
he gave Jason a chance to turn a pair and paid the price.
Greekfish has experience. I know it's 62k in live earnings, but he's not playing this for the crack.
No.
So it's surprising that he's been as tight as he has.
Are you telling me Greekfish is his actual name?
Yeah. Andy Greekfish.
Is that right?
Sorry. No, it's not.
It's not. Of course it's not.
No.
What time we have Rob Young asking what time we're finished. It's going on forever, Rob.
Rob, it's not stopping. Hours, mate.
This is the 50, 100, 200 cash game. That is what you're watching.
10k buy-in at the Party Poker Irish Poker Open. Normally, in live stream has gone past. It's been a case of we just bring you the Irish Open and we'll occasionally switch the cams over to a side event to see who's won. But this year, we've completely mixed it up, which I think I love from JP and Paul. It's resulted in us having the high roller final table, the ladies main event final table, and tonight the cash game, which I was super excited about. I was really excited we were going to get this.
It's been good so far, but it has the potential to get so much bigger. And Rob just approached there asking what's the scheduled time for the cash game.
Yeah.
Obviously he's going to base, I don't know, maybe his play on the time.
I was just going to say that to you.
Possibly.
And does that happen with Greekfish? Is one of the reasons why he's playing so tight is that he's trying to rep a certain position and then all of a sudden he's going to go loosey goosey?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but it's still the early part of the session. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think tight is right. I think tight is right is the way to go early on. He hasn't been playing many pots, but he's picking up a lot of info.
Yeah.
He's seen what players are playing. He's seen cards. He's seen showdowns. So that was Simon Aces Trumper. Really great to
guy.
have Simon hit the booth. He's top bloke. We might get him back in. Who knows?
Another player I fondly remember watching on Late Night Poker. I'm so happy it's coming back.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. That would be brilliant. That will.
We don't have poker shows anymore.
That will be hugely subscribed. If Simon comes back, I want to ask him more about the format. He said it was a 3K buy-in.
Yeah.
And they're going to be 7-handed, 7 sevens. So how many players is that? 7 sevens, 49 players, yeah?
Yeah.
So one goes through, and then the runner-up play off, and then it's a final of 8.
I wonder, is it going to be an invitational? Are they going to pick the players?
Oh,
or
it's
are they
going to be.
open
It has to be invitational.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say they'll invite a certain amount. This is what I want to ask them about online, because the beauty about late night poker, right? There was no online qualifiers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So it'd be lovely if they could do that, or even limit it to one online qualifier. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that was one of the things about Stars, and you'll Late Night Stars Poker, and you'll remember this. There was a certain player got very annoyed that Dara had won an online qualifier. So Dara's a pro because it was supposed to be 2 pros, 2 amateurs, and
2 sports,
2 online qualifiers.
Oh right,
two
sorry,
sports
yeah.
players and 2 online qualifiers.
Yes,
So
yes.
2 celebrities.
I get you.
And one of the pros kicked off that Dara has qualified.
Okay, Dara had qualified.
He qualified on a satellite.
Right.
But he's a pro. So now there's 3 pros at the table.
Okay, I get you, yeah.
As opposed to
yeah, but I think,
2 pros, 2
I know what you're
amateurs,
saying.
2 celebrities.
Back then when online was in its infancy,
Yeah.
I totally get it. But now, like, an online player would be /pro. Do you know what I mean, Emmett? Because of the development online. But yeah, you're totally right.
Well, I think that what's...
Like, there was a tendency to think, an online player really didn't know what they were at.
Yeah.
Back 15 years ago. But now it's a totally different
They're
story.
playing in their mother's basement. They don't have a clue what's going on.
Yeah.
They don't have a notion. And now it turns out they actually really do know what they're doing.
Ace Queen 10. Nobody with any connection to this board. Porrick O'Neill. On the left of the screen, on the right is Keith, who checks his pocket fives. 3 overcards, he won't be too enthusiastic about that board. And now a 4 on the turn. Alex, who's acting first, checks again. And now we go to the river, another 4, 2 pair for Keith. Alex with the 9s. Well, that flop was an action killer between the 9s and the 5s.
Yeah.
Both pairs, 3 overcards on the board.
So how intrigued are you that we've just had one of the most talented players at the table come on over and say, hey, what's the structure? How long are we going for?
I don't know. I don't know the reason behind that, to be perfectly honest. Maybe Rob.
And he wasn't leaving without an answer, by the way.
Yeah, no, but maybe there's not enough action here for Rob. You know, he wants to play. Like, the only other person that bought in for 50k was Paul Newey, who's been pretty selective.
Yeah.
We've seen him play super snug. Now, he did make that quality call with the jack high. But, like, we've seen him fold 9s on the ace 8 high board. And, you know, maybe Rob's thinking, right, this is a little bit too nitty, this table. I don't know. I'm just surmising. I'm not really sure, but
well,
we see a 3-bet here from Rob.
In the hijack position for
with the Queen 9 and cold 4-bet, I think, incoming from Alex Kuzlov. And, well, this Rob's 3-bet here will save Jason. This could have been a pretty spicy
Do you think
pot.
Jason walks away here?
Of course he does, yeah, with the 4-bet. Wait,
Ace Queen suited?
Yeah, it's going to be a big 4-bet. He has to because of Rob's 3-bet.
Okay, so it's...
yeah, so we're going to see a 4-bet from
and
Alex.
of course, we also, for the benefit of us, we know that there's a queen gone. So Jason has raised to 300 with Ace Queen suited. Rob comes over to the top and 3-bets with Queen 9.
Yeah, we're going to see 4.5k, something like that, 4.2, 4.5.
Let's see how accurate this man is again. Fintan Gavin has been on the ball so many times. It's ridiculous. 4.2, he said, 4.1. Come off the stage, Gavin.
Now watch Jason.
How are you
fold.
doing it?
He has to fold. He's finished.
I don't know, man. Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, he can't. He just nothing he can do. He's just got to go, okay, you got me.
Well done.
And Rob gets punished for 3-betting light.
That's why Tompkins is a better player than me, because I'm seeing a flop. And Young gets out of the way too.
Rob saved him some money there, because what would happen if Rob didn't enter the pot or Rob just flat called? Well, Rob's never flattened with the Queen 9. But if Rob didn't enter the pot, then you'd see Alex 3-bet, and for sure you'd see Jason certainly continue.
Yeah.
And if it comes down like ace on the board, well, then it's going to cost him substantially more money. So
we asked our main man, Nick O'Hara. Rob is asking what time the cash game finishes. WhatsApp responds from Nick, it doesn't. Let's go! I'm delighted to say it's fit tomorrow because I made it balls up. I have a broadcast desk, digital broadcast desk. Shout out to Rode, who make the Rode Podcaster Pro. Packed it up into the silver hard case that they send with it. It's sitting at home. But what is sitting in Bucky is the USB Shure SM7B. So what's going to happen tomorrow is we're going to switch, and I'm going to do my TalkSport role where I'm pundit for the Irish Grand National, and Fintan is going to host the final furlong.
Well, that sounds absolutely wonderful.
So we're working again together.
Brilliant.
So I'm looking forward to that. That should be a bit of fun.
What time is the broadcast?
We'll record at 2:30, 3.
Perfect. Sounds brilliant.
Gives us a bit of time before we're on air.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
We'll have it done in 40 minutes. Off we go.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Spotify will take over from there.
I'm in.
Thank you very much for doing that.
You're very welcome.
Man.
You're very welcome.
Really is a pleasure working with you.
It's been great. It's
Genuinely
been great,
mean that.
And
again, look at what time it is. Right, it's now 5 to 10 in Dublin, in the City West. It's Easter Friday, if I have not completely lost my mind. It is indeed. There are 2 floors, and the main room is jammed.
yeah, no, it's class. There's 807 players in Day 1C.
That is just fantastic.
That's huge. I mean, everyone, it's incredible the amount of bodies in the room, right? But what's even more incredible is the amount of people that you recognize and faces that you haven't seen in years and like multiple years.
Yeah.
This particular Irish Open has just brought everyone back. It's crazy.
Now,
It really is.
we're going to do something here. Okay, so we got pocket 8s against Newey's King 10 off.
Yeah.
It was 400 for Newey to call, which he has done so. Rob, of course, has been very active. Deuce 3, Jack, clubs, backdoor club, runner clubs, possibly for Newey. Can rep the overcard, but it's the 8s who are in the lead, and Rob's going to know that.
Yeah, check, bet, fold. It's
game over. So,
hand over.
one of the things I was going to ask you was we talked about the moneymaker effect.
Yes.
And we were debating what year it was.
2003, I checked it.
Did you check? Oh, damn it.
2003.
Damn it, okay.
Yeah.
So 2003 is when Chris took it down.
Yeah.
Beating, as you were saying, the
Sammy Farrar.
Mr. Mafia / Cigar.
Farrar. Dutch Boyd went deep that year. Phil Ivey went deep that year.
Phil Ivey was trending on Hendon Mob today. The guy's a genius.
Did he win another short deck?
Probably.
He's winning.
He's a machine.
It's all short decks. Like he enters the tournament, he wins it.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, that effect that Chris had, and I had the pleasure of meeting him actually in your hometown when we were both working together in Galway. It was great that he came over to that event because, and I think he has been to an Irish Open as well, but he didn't stick around too long. We see Dermot Blaine here strolling around. Dermot was one of the people I met yesterday. Haven't seen him in don't know how long, and straight away hand was out. Yeah, but great seeing you. Because as I was saying to you, our minds are only programmed to house 155 names.
Incredible.
And
I was only thinking about that.
And yet the world of poker, you meet so many people and you remember. So Ace 8 takes the lead here. Top pair, top kicker. And he's got the flush draw as well. Ace 10 for Kuzlev.
Yeah, I mean, Porrick has smashed his flop. And Alex Kushlev, he's drawing dead to a 10. Just 3 outs and he checks.
Does
Porrick's going to bet this? It's just a huge board.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it too big? Like, does he try and let Kushlev hang himself? Does he like?
Well, the straight's out there, and like you could get called from hands that contain like a 5 or contain a 6. So Porrick is definitely going to bet, and he bets 40% of the pot.
I like the sizing, because that's another thing that's evolved is bet sizing, which we should talk about after this hand.
Totally.
So
I think they have an agreement. Do you notice the way they're showing every hand?
yes,
So I think, I don't know, was Rob behind this, but I've seen it happen before with Rob in the game. That he gets everyone to agree, so there's no one over folding. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah.
That they show their hand like.
Well, that
you know
explains
what I
what
mean?
Jason was showing when he was called with the
Yeah,
jack eye.
yeah, but
that he didn't just
yeah.
muck it. That he actually showed.
But remember Rob showing he 3-bet with the Queen 9.
Yeah.
Remember the 4-bet came in and he actually showed the Queen 9 then. And now we see again Alex showing the Ace 10. So it looks like that's an agreement they have, of course, in these cash games, just for the benefit of the viewers, to let them know that this is allowed. The players can, they can actually set the rules. It's not like a tournament where there's hard, fast rules and there's no kind of tolerance outside them rules. But in cash games, it's different. There's all kinds of things, you know, the players can introduce to the game. If everyone agrees, everyone must be in agreement. And that's why we've seen the blinds go up here in this cash game. It was set as a 25, 50, 100 game. But
With the straddle.
yeah, 25, 50, 100 straddle. And now we've seen it go to 50, 100, 200.
So Jack 10. Ace 5, 8 is the flop, which is good for the 9-7.
Well, it's a good shot for the 9-7, but the Jack High is still in the lead.
Yeah. Newey good enough to know that too. Depending on how Alex bets this. And what Newey chooses. Yeah, Newey sticks around.
It looks like Alex went check call here.
3 of spades on the turn changes nothing.
Yes. So the flop here was Newey that bet after Alex checked, and now it's gone check, check. And we're going to see a river. So 9-7. 9 was good, 7 is good, and
Yep.
6 would give us straight to Alex.
10 outs for Alex. Newey's
I'm
trying
not
to
sure.
decide. Does
I
he?
thought I seen Paul check here.
Yeah, it looked like it, but. And indeed, you're correct, he has.
Yeah, he did, and now the river comes, and
Once the
Alex
deuce of clubs
has
pops
missed,
out.
yeah, he missed everything, but he's going to fire because now, wow.
If
Are
this
we
is
seeing
another hero
Jack-
call. Is this
Jack
a hero
high
call again?
It's incredible. I don't believe this. Well,
He's
raised
raised!
me, yeah, it's cool. I love it.
An insta fold from Alex. I'm just not playing. I'm
And
not
he shows
messing about.
the Jack 10.
Yeah. So you're right. They have. They
Yeah,
have
he
this.
shows the 9-7,
Yeah.
so they're showing
So
that.
there's an agreement.
And one of the aspects of doing this, it does generate action because you're seeing your opponent's bluffs.
Yeah.
So it does generate more.
Yeah. It makes things much more intriguing in terms of how it's going to play out. Bet sizing and how it's changed over the years.
Absolutely. Well, it's a huge. I mean, bet sizing. This is where you glean information, like from your opponent, from the size of their bets, and obviously from you betting. You're trying to get information where you are in the hand, etc. So we've noticed like 3 bets are gone very big.
Yeah.
I would start like say pre-flop with opens. I mean, it's gone right through where I remember starting 15, 20 years ago, and pre-flop raises size where like 3.5 was the absolute standard, like you
Yeah.
know, 3.5, where that'd be considered quite large now. 3.5.
Yeah. I was thinking like the standard back then was 5x,
Yeah, 3.5, 4x. Yeah, that would be the standard.
whereas now it's 3x
Yeah,
is
so
the standard.
5, 6x wouldn't be out of the, wouldn't be off the charts by any stretch of the
Yeah.
imagination. Whereas over the years it's evolved now. It's 2.2 is kind of like the standard in tournament poker.
I
like,
think we're going to see Greek Fish in action here. The problem is he's not going to get anything in response from
Yeah, he's
Alex.
been playing super snug, so Alex is not going to pay him
Yeah.
off.
Well,
no, he's just going to show
just
the
the
cards
200,
full
yeah.
show. And he has to
you're,
show.
yeah, you're 100% right. I love this. This is a great aspect to it, to add in, that you have to show your hand. It just makes things much more interesting.
Yeah, the other just while we're talking about bet sizing, what I've noticed as well with 3 bets. So 3 bets back, like when I started first, 3 bets were super small. Like they'd be like a min raise. You know, if you were to 3 bet someone, you'd min raise them. You know, and then like if someone was to 4 bet, that would be slightly bigger sizing. Where that is kind of flipped. Like 3 bet sizings now, they seem to be standard at 3 to 4 times the size of the original bet. The 3 bet is minimum 3 times that size, which would be considered absolutely huge back in the day. But I remember like there was like 4, 5, 6 bets even. It never happens nowadays. Like 4 or 5 bet is all in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's a good shout.
Now, Rob, with the 5.
We should see action here.
Yeah, we're going to get action because Keith with the suit of connectors opens all pretty reasonable under the gun. And then
3
we have
bet
cut
from the
off
pocket
3 bet.
fives.
Now we're going to see a cold 4 bet from Alex with the ace-king suited. And we've seen him 4 bet before.
Off! He wants him gone.
What did he say?
He said, off! Off! Get him out of here. Because he knows Alex is about to raise. So Rob was like, get him out of here.
Now Keith is done with the hand, I'd imagine, because he's not closing the action. There's still Rob Young, who 3 bet.
Yeah.
So this is difficult, but he's a lovely hand. This is a great hand to play multi-way, but it's too expensive. Now, different story for Rob. He's got a pair, so he's got a.
He
set
also
draw.
has the stack to set mine.
That's exactly what he's thinking. 4
You
bet
just
is
flat call. He's moved all in. Called! Insta call!
wow.
We're off to the races, folks.
And did you see Alex ask, "Can you run it twice?" And Rob just put up the finger and said once.
Yeah,
You see that?
and this
Rob-
is one of the reasons I wanted to ask you about running
Yeah.
it twice earlier. So it's intriguing. He said, "Do you want to run it twice?" And as you said, Rob instantly goes, "No." So that would have been 2 flops, 2 turns, 2 rivers. 5s still lead with Ace King behind. 6 hits the turn. There will not be a second run. Ace on the river, Barry Greenstein.
Big pass.
And now Rob is going. Yeah, we'll run
38K.
twice.
No, Rob never runs it twice.
No, it's not his style. He's just shaking his head, but he just knows. Look, that's how it's played out. Simon has rejoined us.
Oh yeah.
Ace up Barry Greenstein. Ace
Just
on
seen
the
the
river.
biggest pot of the night so far, 38K, and it's all in pre. Rob
snap called.
Well, Rob cold 5 bet all in with the 5s, and Alex and Rob get it all in. Now, you might confirm this. This is what I said at the start, just from seeing Rob on the King streams. I never seen Rob running it twice.
No.
He doesn't.
No,
He just doesn't. Yeah.
Because Alex said to him, "Do you want to go twice?" And instantly, Finton copped on straight away. Instantly, Rob goes, "No."
It's nothing to do with the person or the hands or whatever. He just doesn't.
Not his
flat
style.
out.
No, that's right. I'd rather just run it once.
So, big pot.
Wow.
That was
38K for the young Bulgarian / Irishman. I'm going to call him an Irishman because he's been in Ireland for 15
he's been here
years.
for long enough. By the way, Rob is all in there. That's the all-in
No,
bet.
Rob had him covered, you see. Rob
he?
had the big stack, yeah. Rob had 51K where Alex had 19K. So Rob, 19K is taken out of Rob's stack, goes into Alex's stack, and Rob has about 30K now behind. But you probably see him top up. But I have a feeling Rob, remember he came over to the booth and he said, "What's the story? How long is this game happening or what's happening?"
And that was about 15 minutes ago. So
He's
it's probably
looking
just
for
afterwards.
like just from watching Rob on other high stakes, he likes to play big, but Rob will give action, but he wants to be given action. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's funny you say that because he was one of the players playing at the high stakes game last night, which Chris Dowling was sitting at, and Dermot Blaine came over to just watch it for a little bit, and one of the masseuses came over to me and said, "Who's that guy?" And I went, "Well, that's Rob." I'm
surprised the masseuses don't know Rob.
I'm getting back into this, but they were like, he's very generous, but also he's
huge dipper,
crushing. He's absolutely crushing.
I knew he's raised to 300. Rob's called with Ace Jack, and Leah has 3 bet to 1K with 9-7 suited.
Okay, this is a little bit
Newey's called, and Rob's called. 3.3k in the middle. It's going to hit someone this flop. And
Wow.
what a flop that is for Rob.
Bang.
Lear's bet out with his 9-7. Small bet, 1.1k.
I mean, Keith is he's drawn dead, Simon.
Yeah.
But you could pick any two cards in the deck, it's still not any good.
Yeah.
And Rob, is Paul Newey still in this hand?
Yeah.
No.
Now he's out, but he was still in. Did you read the article in Super System 2 about flopping the absolute nuts, flopping a full house?
No.
Yeah, neither did I. I'm still looking to find that article. Flop the absolute stone cold nuts.
Now,
how many times have we seen this, by the way?
He's going to go again. He's put the whole lot in. How much is there? About 13, 14 grand there?
You're getting called, and you're getting called instantly, son.
No, that's wrong. Do you see the way it says 675?
Yeah, no,
there's
it's
a
a lot more than that.
10k add-on not
Yeah.
accounted for, and Rob just doesn't slow roll up. He just puts the money over the line and says, "Hard luck, keep."
Well, in fairness, if he slow roll, he's not that kind of guy. But if you slow roll there, you're just a bastard.
So there's basically 20k more in the pot than described.
Yeah.
That's a 35k pot.
Also, I think he is rebuying. Is he?
He's going to rebuy.
He's
Of course
topping.
he is,
He's topping up. Yeah, he
gonna
is. He's
rebuy.
topping back up.
But like the graphic said 675 all in, and we seen it was about 11,000.
Yeah.
So there was a 10k add-on not accounted for, and Rob
And
is
to be
the
fair,
beneficiary.
to be fair to our graphics team, very few mistakes. So
It's best.
we'll
The
allow
production
him.
here is class.
We'll allow him
Top class, really is.
one or two. I've never had access to this amount of data.
No.
And you'll remember, Simon, the Irish Open from 2009 to 2015. No hole cards until the final table.
Wow.
What the Because they were saying to me earlier on, how did you commentate on that?
Yeah,
It was
it's
like
not
you
easy.
just had to talk about people's lives, and then hopefully you get a showdown and you get to see heads up, and then you can go, all right, let's go back and do this. We didn't have the graphics. We didn't have percentages on aggression pre-flop, aggression on the flop, and that's all toys that we have, the Finton and I now have to play with, and it's brilliant, Simon.
Yeah, much better.
There's an under the gun. Is that a straddle, a 400 straddle, or a raise under the gun by Rob? I'm not sure.
I think it was the
Well, we'll find out pretty soon because.
raise to 500 from Rob with the pocket jacks.
Okay, 500 raise.
Wow,
Big Fish is Queen
that's
10.
interesting. That's the first time I've seen him make a loose score. He's hit his queen. There's no justice, is there, in this game?
Runner for a straight. Anyone see a jack fold beforehand? I don't think so.
Well, Rob's. This is wrong. 100. That's 1100 raise.
Yeah, it has to be, yeah.
Porrick's lost interest with the 3 overcards to his deuces. And 7-6, Newey has absolutely none of this. Rob's going to stick about, probably for one street. But then again, Greek Fish is just playing so snug that Rob is for sure concerned about the queen on the board here.
So
Rob does make the call, though.
yeah, and does his traditional stand-up.
It's a 4.5k pot. Greek Fish ahead.
4 pairs.
9
Not
on turn.
good news for Rob, I would say.
Well, I think it is good news because now he's finished. If he was, well,
No.
wow, he's repping the 9. Okay.
Wow.
So what he's saying here is, okay, I know you have a queen, but now I've hit my 9. And
Instant call on ace of the river.
Yeah, that's definitely going to slow things down.
Especially with the diamonds out there.
Rob could win it here, but it goes check.
Check.
Interesting hand. Nice pot for Greek Fish, 8.5k.
And to be fair to Greek Fish, he couldn't really do a whole lot other than check, because if Rob comes back over the top of him, what are you beating?
Greek Fish just got hoping to get the showdown there.
Yeah.
He made a call when that 9 came on the turn. Well, it's a smart bet by Rob because he's a lot of 9s there he can call on the flop put. Do you know what I mean? To
Yeah.
the raise. He gets raised and it's probable that he's up against the queen. But he has jacks, he calls to see what will happen on the turn. Then another 9 comes on the turn. Rob's likely to have more 9s than Greek Fish in this case, and Rob quickly bets out. But I think Greek Fish, because of Rob's image, etc., and the fact, queens and 9s, he makes the call. But I think Greek Fish would fold if Rob barreled again. But it's super difficult to do that with the ace.
I agree.
Is this a straddle? This is a 400 straddle. No, it's a raise. 500 raise.
There is a straddle in play, but how much that is, I'm not entirely certain.
Rob has made a 500 with the 6 deuce.
Now you see that the hand before Rob's raised with Jack's 500.
Yeah, and now the 6
Greekfish
2.
calls with, Greekfish calls with Queen 10. Now when Kuzlev raises 500, he folded King 10.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So it's a player dynamic situation.
Yeah.
I thought Rob raised there with 6-2.
No, I thought that was Kuzlev.
I think he folded the King 10, did he not?
Yeah, he did. But he called with Queen 10 before.
Yeah, that was his point.
The hand before, he calls with Queen 10 for the same amount. And on this hand, he folds.
Yeah, but was Rob that raised there, Simon? Rob
Yeah,
raised there.
Rob raised with the Jacks, yeah. That's the point.
No, at this point, in this hand.
What with the 6 deuce?
Yeah, he robbed 6-2 with suited.
Well, it's even worse. So why is he folding a better hand than the hand that he played before?
Yeah, just while you're here, Simon, right? So it's great to have someone that that is like has the exact knowledge of what's happening in the future in Dust to Dawn, and we're talking about the late night poker, right? So this is planned for late in the year, Q4, right? Okay, there's a little bit of a buzz. It's a kind of an underground thing. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
But there's a few people were talking about it, and they're really looking forward to it. So the 3K buy-in, right? 7-handed, seven heats, 7-handed.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to fill all this with online qualifiers? 7 online qualifiers.
Yeah, the plan is to have at least, well, not necessarily online qualifiers. We might talk to Pipebroker and see if they want to run a couple of satellites for us, but we'll also run live satellites in the club. I'm sure it'll be very popular.
Okay, but what I would say there, right? Okay, the one thing, the standout feature of late night poker was the characters.
Yeah, absolutely. The lineup, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're going to fill this with online qualifiers and live qualifiers, it's not going to. It's not going to.
No, when I say fill it, I mean have at least one per heat.
Okay, one per heat.
So,
okay, that makes total
the plan
sense.
is to have a couple of pros. Hopefully, we'll try and find some ladies that also want to play, because that was a feature of late night poker.
Yeah, lady on every heat.
One in every heat.
Yeah.
And then we want some of the old school players, that played 20 years ago. The likes of Porog, obviously, who won one. The likes of the Hender Mob,
Of course,
John Duthie, and a few others. Kevin O'Connell, for example.
Brilliant.
These are players that have already said they'll play. So, we just need to confirm the dates, and so we'll have at least one of them per heat.
Okay. So you'll have a lady per heat. You'll have an old school from the original lineup.
Yeah.
You'll have an online qualifier. You'll have a live qualifier and maybe a couple of invites. Now, you're going to fill these with European guys that no one's ever heard of or we've never seen before.
Well, we don't know. Once I'm going to be liaising with Rachel Hennigan, and we'll put our feelers out, and we're pretty sure that we can fill it.
You'll definitely fill it. But would you not? The point I'm trying to make to you was the late night poker was limited to the UK kind of Irish territory, wasn't it, or was it?
Yeah, at the time, yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay,
mostly.
Would you not keep that as a feature, like keep it really special?
Yeah, I mean, if we can fill it from that player pool, yeah. But I'm sure we'll have a few. Maybe we'll have one European per heat and a couple of Brits. So
sounds good.
We shall see. But yeah, it's a very exciting project. Looking forward to doing that later in the year. I've spoken to Jesse May about commentating. And we're pretty sure.
Who was the original commentator?
Yeah,
Brilliant.
We're pretty sure that he's going to be free.
So what you're watching here, viewers, if you've just tuned in, you're watching a high-stakes cash game. You're watching a 50, 100, 200 mandatory straddle. This is Fintan Gavin, and I'm in City West. And the next voice you hear is that of Simon Trumper from Dust Till Dawn. And thank you so much, Simon, for giving us the time to step in. I really appreciate it. And thanks for all you guys have done, particularly for the Irish poker, in the way you come over and you support. And you always bring a load of guys with you.
Yeah, the flight that I came out on, there was at least 15, 20 players that I recognised from Dust Till Dawn. So Newey, who's hardly raised their hand tonight, raises up with ace-8 suited, gets 3-bet by, is it Justin?
It's Jason.
Jason
yeah.
with queens.
And Newey just going to pay the waitress for his drink before he makes his decision. He's been super solid. We had him on the stream. We had him on the 5K high roller, and we had him in the main event. Like, technically, tournament-wise, absolute expert, Simon. He really is, this guy.
Yeah.
And you would think, you know, with his bankroll and, you know what I mean, his success and everything, that he'd be more of a kind of like, you know, he'd be a bit of a gambler, or he'd be bored with the stakes. He just fucking totally master craftsman.
Yeah. Well, he sat down with 50k, and the graphics just showed that he's got 50.1k, so he's €100 up after the last two and a half hours.
Would you believe the 3 Irish guys are the ones in the top of cumulative winnings? We have Alex, Porrick, and Jason. And the pre-flop raise, Alex and Rob Young up top. This is Jason Tompkins under the gun. It's 200 minimum. That's the straddle. And this straddle is live, which means basically that that person who straddles has the option to raise when it gets back to them. Now, this will get a little bit of respect, I'd imagine, Simon, this raise. Greek playing very snug, and Paul Newey in the big blind just decides not to continue with the 10-3 suited.
What did Greekfish sit down with? Do you remember? Was it
10k?
10, yeah. So he's up 7k.
Yeah, well, it was that
yeah, the Queen 10 against Jacks.
Queen 10 against Jack's hand.
Yeah.
So we have approximately 200k on this table, I'm guessing. There was 50k from Paul Newey.
Yeah.
50 from Rob.
Rob's in for 70.
And Rob reloaded for 20.
Yeah.
Then we had Keith who reloaded another 10.
Yeah.
So there's in and around 200k. So divide that by 7 players. That would mean the average stack is
28 and a half.
Yeah. Jeez, Simon. What's the story, but how did you get on in school? Mathematics. I'd say you were good at the exams.
Well, I know that 730s is 210, so 20 and a half sounds about right.
Brilliant. That is the voice of Simon Aces Trumper, the mathematician, late night poker winner. And the news, we've just heard it. Late night poker is coming back later in the year.
Yeah.
But first of all, next month we have this 500 buy-in, $500,000 guaranteed. Is there any add-ons? Is there anything juicy to attract the players, any of the value hunters? Is there anything you can say to us that will highlight the festival and say, you know what, that's worth coming over?
It's quite, I think it's like a 5-day festival. There's a 2.5k high roller and a 1k high roller. And 3 or 4 side events. But I think the main focus is on the championship event, the 500.
Which is 500k guaranteed.
Yeah, guaranteed $500,000.
Well, that's huge. What more can you do? You're guaranteed a massive prize pool, and you're guaranteed quality event.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to guarantee anything else? What are you going to guarantee a good time, Simon? That's the other question.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Come to Dusseldorf.
Sign me up.
We'll
sign me
look
up.
after you.
I'm in. Top place. One of my favorite places to play. It really is. Quality. Huge poker room. And I mean, you don't get any bigger than what you're looking at out there, Simon. Here at the Irish Open, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 floors of this. Did you go upstairs?
Yeah, I did.
That's brilliant.
I went and had a look.
You forget about it, like.
Yeah, when they were playing short deck, I went and had a look.
Like, you see the massive space here. The conference room is absolutely jam-packed. And then you walk out and you see people going up and down the stairs, and you kind of go, oh, yeah, I remember there's something up here. And you walk up, and it's another room completely full where they've had side events and satellites, etc. And in the main event, day 1C, 813 players. And out of the 813 players, we've 410. So the average stack in flight 1C at the moment. I'm going to ask, do you know what? I'm going to ask the mathematician. There's a 30k starting stack. So I'm going to ask the maths genius. Around, what do you think the average stack is here, Simon?
Well, if
now,
we-
this is a real deal breaker now if you get this one right.
Listen, if we've got 813 total, we've got
Okay.
410 left.
okay.
It's going to be somewhere just under 60,000.
Oh, no. Oh, that is incredible. That is incredible how you came out, how you worked that one out now, I'll be honest. 1.7 million plus prize pool. So we're going to, I said it earlier, we'll hit the 2 million, and it looks pretty much set for hitting that. There is a turbo on at the moment. I'll get you the clock for that now in a few minutes. In fact, do you know what I'll do? I'll get you the clock now and let you know. And all our viewers who are sitting at home, you're thinking, wow, will I run in for the last chance turbo? Give me 1 second and I will get it up for you. Doo-doo. Just as we're waiting for this to come up, you can actually reg this event as late as tomorrow. Now, the clock for the turbo, there's already 100 players.
Wow.
And it's just level 2. Now, Simon, you're a mathematician, right? And you're good at formulas, right? Do you know when you have a tournament, okay? And you don't, like, you obviously never know. No one ever knows how many players are going to turn up in a tournament. But say with a structure like this, right? But say with the turbo, which is like a 20-minute clock, right? After level 1, say at the end of level 1, would you have a formula to predict how many players?
For normal ones, yeah. Normally, we'd expect to get somewhere around about 4 times. But
4 times?
Yeah.
I was going to say, at the
3.5 to 4 times, yeah.
At the end of level 1. Okay, with big hand here, kings for Rob, but he's run into Paul Newey, who's connected with the ace on the board. We've been speaking about the turbo. We'll go back to that in a minute, but we're going to watch this hand progress. 4.1k in the pot. Rob bets 1,000. What's Paul thinking here? He's just going to call Simon, right?
He's raised this time.
Yeah, I'm surprised because he's in position, but I guess it's a feeler raise. He wants to see where he's at.
Yeah.
Rob's going to be calling this street at least and then maybe reassess the situation on the turn. Rob's going into check mode now. It's quite likely he's up against an ace. Paul might check this back, given that he got called on the flop. He raised the flop and got called, so he may check this turn back. Just control the size of the pot. He does check back at the queen on the river. Rob wants to get the showdown now. Rob checks, and I'm surprised Paul didn't go for value there in the river. He checks back river.
Wow.
Yeah, so this
the last 20 minutes we've seen Rob lose with jacks against queen 10 and now kings against ace jack. That could have been a lot bigger pot.
It could have been, yeah.
Against another opponent.
It was an interesting raise. Even though he had position and he raised, he's just trying to glean the information where he's at. And once he gets called in, Newey just puts on the handbrake. I don't think he's ever folding to Rob there if Rob tries to steal it on the river. Do you know?
So in answer to your turbo question.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now
I think you're right. We're going to get probably a couple of hundred.
Yeah, okay, my formula, okay, with something like a 20-minute clock, right, is at the end of level 1, you double it, and that's the amount of players you're going to get. That would be my formula. But of course, my experience is very limited. You're a lot older than me. You're about 15, 16 years older than me, and you've been around the block a lot longer.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. But I'm going to say 200 players for this turbo.
Yeah.
But then again, there's late reg right for the 15 levels.
10 levels. They're playing 10 levels.
No. Where did this come from?
They announced it at the beginning of the tournament.
Well, it's 15 levels.
Is it?
No, it's 10 levels. Must be something else. 10 levels. It's 15 levels because you can reg tomorrow. You can reg tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? So it has to. Okay. Well, let's find out. We'll go into the structure.
Which is showing 12 levels.
That's weird.
I know. I heard that they have took some levels out.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Okay, well, this actually makes a lot of sense. So they might have a longer clock, but just take levels out. Right, I get you. Okay. I never seen that before.
I have seen it. WPT 500 in Vegas, they do the same thing. Matt Savage does the same thing. So in the turbo version, he actually strips some levels out.
So you could actually have the same clock in a turbo.
Yeah.
But they probably reduce this clock anyway. There's no way it's an hour clock.
No, it's 20 minutes.
It's a 20-minute clock, and they take out some levels, and they stop it earlier then. So when you finish the day, you'll be going in on the same level as all the other flights. Absolute genius move, whoever came up with that one. These multi-flights are great for players that they can pick and choose. Like, say, guys that are busy or have commitments, or they've, obviously, family commitments, or they've work commitments, that they have the choice to play different flights. It really is a great feature in recent times. I remember going over to England playing a tournament, and I walked in, your man said, "Sorry, I can't let you in." I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "The tournament started."
Yeah.
I mean,
that was that. I actually entered a £1,000 GUKP tournament in Blackpool.
Blackpool, yeah.
Danny Bell, who worked for us for the last 15 years, he was card manager. And as I walked in, he saw me, and I walked in, it was like 30 seconds to go. And I just strolled through the casino area, and I got to the poker room just before they were going to deal the first hand. And he came up to me and he said, can you come with me? So I said, sure. And he directed me to the cash desk. I thought he was taking me there to get to draw my seat.
Yeah.
When I got there, he said, "Would you mind refunding, Mr. Trumper?" And
stop.
yeah, I literally missed it by seconds. But they were so strict in those days. When you think like today, we have multiple re-entry.
Well, I mean, you can enter a tournament on the second day. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's genius what some of the stuff they've come up with. But of course, then, do you know what, Simon? There's the flip side too, isn't there? That that players, the freeze-out format is the classic, and that's where the drama and tension and excitement and everything. So, like, you can overdo it with the re-entries and the late entries. And
well, we're holding UK Poker Championships. I think it's in September, and Rob did a poll on his Twitter, and the most popular was freeze-out.
Of course it is. Has to be. Has to be.
So Rob raised pre-flop, and he's c-betting with his king high with the ace on board. Gets Greek fish to fold, and knew he folds, so he wins that small pot.
That is Rob Young stacking chips, but he's down in this game so far. He's in for 70k. There's 10, 20, 30 grand there.
Looks like 40. So 40, 41, 42.
Of course, the 500s,
40,
yeah.
43. This is, I think that's 2 stacks, 20 each.
And then we have hundreds and 500s, right?
Hundreds and 25s.
Oh, hundreds and 25s, okay. Of course, yeah.
So he's about 27 down.
But early stages in this 50, 100, 200 cash game. This is the young Irish player, number 1 in the GPI rankings currently. It's Alex Kuchlev.
Oh.
And he makes it
great achievement.
300. Alex started off in the small cash, 1-2 cash games in the Fitz in the local club. And then huge player online at the moment, doing really well. Tompkins here in the big blind, and he does have a good shot. 6 would give him a bad straight, but 8 would put him in the lead. 5 no good, but Alex is just going to end this. Open in the hijack, and Tompkins just defending in the big blind. He's going to be folding, I expect, his good shot. No club out there. If there's a club out there, he might stick about. But I think he lets this go. And given that it's the low straight he's drawing to. But Tompkins doesn't seem to be finished with it. Tompkins has
He's
check called.
He's obviously got plans for the turn if a heart comes, maybe. And it has come. Now, is that going to slow down, Alex? Because I think if I'm leading out on that flop, it's a draw heavy flop. I'm expecting my opponent to be calling with straight draw or flush draw, and the flush has come.
Absolutely. Makes sense. Flush not out of the question to be in Tompkins' range here as he check calls flop. But perhaps Alex starts to tell a story here that he's the one with the king or queen high flush. He's the one that raised pre-flop. He's the one with the big cards, and maybe he fires again here on the turn. That's the decision he has to make. Check back or fire again. It looks like he's going to pull the trigger, put in another bet, and it looks like around 700.
Yeah, that's interesting. Did you see he put the chips in differently to how he did it on the flop? On the flop, he's kind of splashed them in.
Right.
And this time he just put them in and dropped them on the felt. But that's an impressive bet, by the way.
It absolutely is.
When your opponent calls that bet on the flop,
heart comes.
you've got to figure he's on one of the draws, and then the draw comes. But I guess that he's thinking, well, if I check it here, he's going to,
it's hand over.
He's going to bluff it anyway.
Yeah, so now's the time to put out a bet.
Yeah.
He'll finish with the hand. If Tompkins just check calls again, he's completely finished. Yeah. And these guys have been really impressive. I'm super proud, Simon, I'll be honest, because what's happening right here, right, is the three Irish guys are absolutely slapping the English guys around the place. And it's great to see. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I spoke to Rob briefly, and he said that, these young players are obviously very experienced.
Yeah, they're pretty technically up there. The mistakes they're making are just minimal. Like, I can't pick out a mistake. I'm sorry. Even if I have anything to criticize these guys about, I'm like probably getting it wrong myself. Tompkins here in the small blind with the queen jack suited, but oh boy.
Wow. So he's had
big
jacks that he lost with, he's had kings that he's lost with, and this time he's going to get action with his aces. There's no way that Tompkins is going to lay down queen jack suited.
€1,000 blind v blind. Well, not against Rob, he's not. He might fold it to Greek Fish, but he's not going to fold to Rob Young, a 3-bet to Rob Young, blind v blind with queen jack. He completely misses, which is good for him. Now this is it's a safe board for aces given the action pre, Simon, yeah? Rob's going to be putting out a pretty comfortable continuation bet, and you can see 1,000 over the line there. Jason's probably finished. You can just see him shaking his head. It's a bit of a tell that, yeah? He's finished with the hand. And Rob showed the aces. I think they have an agreement that they show the hands.
Oh, I see.
Every hand's been shown for the last 20 minutes or so.
So Rob, a little bit unlucky there, isn't he?
No jack, no queen, no diamond, no straight possibility or anything. It was an absolute horrible board for the queen jack of diamonds, and no action for the aces post flop. He did get an additional 1K. Now this is Greek Fish, who's up. He's up a chunk. He's up about 7K, 6.5K, under the gun here with the queen 10, and he's going to come in.
Yeah, queen 10 is the hand that he beat Rob's jacks with.
And I think they're saying to him, raise bigger, because he just put in 250. Is that right?
Yeah.
The big blind is 200. So, well, 350. If the straddle is 200,
must be playing 25-51.
Unless he forgot to straddle, perhaps. I think that's what it was, Simon. Well, no, because he was on the straddle the last hand, Alex. Because Rob was on the big blind, right?
Right.
So Alex was on the straddle. So he should have been straddling there. And that's what Nui was saying.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So Porrick should be straddling here, right? Oh, we're missing a player. Keith is gone.
Yeah.
So the straddle looks like it's not mandatory. Okay, so the blinds are getting lower. This is not really...
Yeah, with the graphics showing that the straddle's in. So...
Aces distributed once again. This time it's Paul Newey with the bullets, and he makes it 300. Rob calls with the 8-6 on the button. Has position. Greek fish with pretty low value Jack 2 suited, but he is getting the price 200 with a grand out there, so he puts the money in. Pot now 1.2 and a flush draw for Greek fish. Rob has completely missed. He's finished with this hand, but Greek fish will be continuing. Newey, that ace of diamonds in his hand might be important come the turn. Rob just dumps the 8-6, but Greek fish, he's check calling here the 800 it looks like. And now we have 2.8
safe card there for
in the pot, 5 on the turn. So yeah, it's an interesting bet given that he's in the big blind and the second 5 comes out. He's saying to Newey, yeah, I've made trips here.
I think the thing is, if he'd have made trips, I think he would have took a little bit longer to make the bet, but and maybe he should have bet a little bit more, but into that size of that pot. But there's no way that Paul Newey's laying aces down.
No chance. He's just taking his time. Maybe he's not going to raise either. It's just a straightforward call here, and that's what happens. He puts in 1,000, and now we go to the river. And the deuce doesn't change anything.
No, so Greek fish now has to put in a decent sized bet.
But Paul is going to pick this off 3K.
3K. Bet very quickly, didn't he?
It's a 5 or nothing, right?
Yeah, and he made such a good read earlier with the jack eye.
Ah, it was incredible.
There's no way that I can see him laying these aces down. Well, okay, so Greek fish has chosen to tell a story. He's got the flush draw. The 5's come. He's in the blind, so he can rep a small card. He's fired out on the turn, and then with a blank on the river, he's fired out again. But I think what Paul's thinking is, if he has got the 5, he would have bet less on the river for value, you know. And instead, he's betting as if he doesn't want me to call.
I think another thing going through Paul's mind is the player he's up against.
Paul Newey makes the call, and he's going to win this pot.
Pretty sizable pot, and that's Greek fish's profit dwindled. Newey up to 60k, in for 50. He's up just over 10k. This is the Irish Open you're watching. It's the No Limit Hold'em. It's a 1,500 cash game, but there's a straddle option of 200. Yeah. Irish Open main event day 1C, over 800 players. And that is still running, our clock. That's flight 1C. And now flight 1D has 123 players. And level 3 we're into. Just 12 levels being played in Flight 1D, which is the turbo event, and you can rage right up to the end. And you can actually rage up to the start of day 2, which is tomorrow. Are you going to play the main event, Simon?
No, I'll go home on Monday, so
no.
I'm probably going to play the PLO.
Okay, what game is that? What buy-in is it?
I think it's 350.
350, yeah. So 1,500 cash game. That's what we're watching. It's been really interesting stuff here for the last couple of hours. We have Rob Young, Paul Newey. These guys played at the very highest level, but they've got their work cut out for them in the form of Pádraig O'Neill on the very right-hand side, and this guy in the centre of your screen, Jason Tompkins. Jason just about flat for the day, but Alex here on the right-hand side. Alex is up a chunk. Alex double through Rob in a big flip. He's up to 38.5k. Greek Fish folds and Porrick O'Neill with the jacks. Rob making it 400 and Porrick with the 3-bet with the jacks. Porrick O'Neill. Paul Newey gets out of the way and Rob with ace-8 in the hijack makes the call. Puts in the additional 1.4. And now we have almost 4k in the pot. Well, top set. Porrick O'Neill has absolutely smashed this. 93% equity. He's first to speak. He's going to bet super small, I expect. Well, he goes 50%. And Rob with ace-8. That ace of hearts keeping him interested. Makes the call, the 5 on the turn. Now, Porrick could check here. Give Rob an opportunity to fire on this board. Porrick O'Neill with the nuts, top set, 7.9k. How do we get money in here? That's the way he's reasoning with himself, but I think another bet here, it's over unless Rob just goes off on one here. I don't think so. Rob check call with that ace of hearts on the flop and then folds, and now he looks, he has it, he goes, what can I do? He says, I just can't win here. These guys always have it. And even when I have it, they catch up and go ahead. Porrick O'Neill takes down the pot. 3-bet pre with the jacks. Top set. 2k on the flop. Change of dealer, it looks like. This is a no-limit hold'em cash game. Fintan Gavin is my name. Buzzing to be here in City West, bringing you all the action from the Irish Open. We're going to be bringing you all the main event poker content tomorrow, which is Saturday, day 2 of the main event. We're going to be streaming from around 3 or 4 o'clock, I believe. We'll have that information later on. Right through. You can buy into the Irish Open right up until tomorrow morning before the clock starts. 1 million guaranteed. Already 1.8 million in the prize pool. Crazy. And there's still several levels to re-enter. Player you see in the center of your screen, Rob Young, Dusk Till Dawn founder, the man behind Party Poker Live, also Looks on Pay, Coin Rivet, very well known in all territories, Rob Young, for all the good work he's done in poker communities around the world. This is Paul Newey, also huge personality on the poker circuit. And he raises here in the small blind versus Jason Tompkins. Jason just calls. 7-5 suited versus the Jack-9. And Paul is going to continue here on this board. He raised pre, ace-high board. I'm surprised he's checked, but watch how Newey plays this. Well, Newey now connects. Actually goes ahead, but that gives Jason Tompkins the good shot. An 8-ball would give him a straight, but Jack or 9 would work also. Jason looks back down at his straight draw, but decides not to continue. Jason shows and Paul shows his connection to the board. The 7 on the turn takes down the pot. Now, player on the centre of your screen, that's Greekfish, Andy Greekfish. And on the very right of the screen, that is Porrick O'Neill, the Irish professional. Quite capable in these cash games. Very left of your screen, and now you see in the centre of your screen is Alex Kushlev, the young Bulgarian who is now based in Ireland. We're happy to go or stop or whatever you want to do. So totally up to you. It's not my call. So whatever you say, I do. I'm happy either way. Hey, Simon, yeah. Now, top pair for Jason Tompkins. Alex with second pair. Rob, absolutely none of this. And I've just noticed one of my good friends in the room. I'm going to ask him to step in the booth. Simon has stepped out for a minute. Fergal Nealon, how are you, my friend?
Not too bad, Vincent. Not
Great
too
to
bad.
see you, buddy.
And yourself.
Great to see
And
you.
yourself. Cheers.
You look fantastic.
Thanks. I'm up above, upstairs. I've never seen this place as busy.
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
And I'm up hustling the 150 deep stack turbo.
Okay, how's
which has
that
got
going?
nearly 300 runners. It's got
Stop.
38 grand
Stop.
plus and rising in the prize pool.
That's ridiculous.
It's crazy, yeah.
That's absolutely
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. It's a little,
And, like,
it's a little
meanwhile,
sweatshop of poker players
like,
up there.
Yeah, 1C, right, has
Yeah.
over 800 players.
Yeah.
The 1D has just kicked off 128 players.
Oh, really?
That's,
Really?
That's
yeah,
the last,
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
turbo one. Like.
Well, I was actually listening yesterday, and you were calling 2 million yesterday, and I said, you're mad, Vince Gavin. Ever the optimist.
No,
And
look,
have we
it's
got it
1.8
yet?
now almost.
Yeah, that's going to hit, right?
2 million.
That's going to hit.
2
Yeah,
million,
yeah.
Because you have
yeah.
the late rate, you see, you're going to get like 30, 40 buy-ins at least tomorrow.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
get-
yeah.
Yeah, but once the clock starts, that's it.
Yeah,
It's game
yeah,
over.
yeah. And I heard it interesting, like I heard you mention earlier, I was listening to the stream up above on the tables, and I heard you mentioning about Doak's decision and the algorithms he's figured
was
out
brilliant.
about what to play. but what I'm interested in now is, right,
One.
so you can still late rage into 1C now.
Yes.
But you could play 1D
Brilliant.
and you could play tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So like only a man like Doak could figure that out, right? He's like, because
I
that'd
know,
blow my mind, right?
I don't know where he comes up with it, but he's spot on, like.
Yeah,
And the way he says,
yeah.
right, yeah, I could fire again,
Yeah.
but if I get a stack through, well then my first stack is just a waste of money.
Yeah.
So if you balance it all out,
Yeah,
but you know
yeah,
what?
yeah.
He's completely right.
Yeah, well, also what Doak,
He's spot on.
what
like,
Dara's
you
going
know?
to take into the equation is
Hold on 1 sec there, Fergal.
So, yeah, what I was
sorry
going to
about
say
that.
is what
my boss just called me there, Fergal. So
very good.
apologies.
Yeah, always got to answer the boss.
The whole poker industry works for Simon Trumper. Did you know that?
Right,
Like,
sign me up, Simon. Not me. I'm the only one that isn't. So sign me
Okay.
up there. Get me on that crypto buzz. Good man.
Simon, jump in here. Come on.
Wow.
So
wow.
Simon is going to join us as well. Just going to set up this seat for Simon. He's put on a few pounds in the last few weeks. Have you been
Make us
partying,
all.
Simon? You've been going partying, have you? So basically, you're going to hear the voice of Fergal Nealon and
Hello, Fergal. How are you, Simon? How's
Yeah, I'm
things?
good, mate. Thanks.
Simon Trumper.
I remember watching you back in the late night poker days with the long flowing locks. And
Now,
I remember Simon Ace's
you
Trumper.
missed this one, right?
Yeah,
we were going on about the winners of each season,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I could see Simon was like this with the jacket, and he was
Yeah.
starting it up, and he had the
Yeah.
chest out, and we were going through all the winners of the different seasons. So Simon named them all except season 2, and I'm thinking to myself, why is he not named season 2 winner? So of course I asked who won season 2, and we have him in the boot. Simon.
Wow, wow, magic.
Now, another aces. They've come out quite a lot. This is Greek Fish, who's been playing pretty snug. And Rob, of course, nothing really happening for Rob. All his big hands are getting cracked. And he's 3-bet here. Is it all in? I think it goes in. Rob takes a punt with the 10-7.
Yeah.
10-7 versus the Aces.
18.3k, right?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be taking a punt against a player like Greefish because he's playing off a very kind of narrow range of hands. He's playing super snug. But Rob is just trying to generate something here, like he's trying to create action. But he's in bad shape here, especially on this board. I mean, it's horrible, isn't it? Like, he hit his 10, but the ace comes out. And now the 3, which means 0% for Rob. And he hits the 2 pair. How sick is that?
That is a joke. He hits the 2 pair.
Pretty sick. Rob taking another knock to his stack. And Greek Fish gets his stack up over 20k, 21,500. I have a feeling this guy does weights.
Yeah. You were saying, Simon, you brought some ambulances out.
Yeah, Rob via Dustle Dawn did an appeal to raise money for Ukraine people, and I think there was a van sent over with things that people had donated, but we also bought 2 ambulances.
Brilliant.
And
Brilliant.
drove them out there.
Fantastic. That's great. And that's what's needed. It's targeted fundraising.
Exactly,
Yeah. We saw a lot of stuff out there, clothes and nappies and T-shirts, and they're not dying for want of a T-shirt, you know.
No.
And these things are ending up at landfill, so fair play to you. Respect for that.
Yeah, respect for that, buddy. So what's happening with Rapid Response?
Rapid
Ukraine,
Response. Well, I'm glad you asked. So we went out. Our original task was to I got connected on WhatsApp with the head of the Kharkiv Health Department,
right?
And he sent me for incubators, medicine. I said, I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
And he said, listen, we don't have any body bags. We've run out of bloody body bags.
Wow.
So our mission was, right, get the body bags to the border. So we got a pallet from a funeral director friend of mine.
Really?
And then we just packed it up, and then people like Vinton here beside us just stuck into their pockets and said, listen, while you're out there, add some meds to it, add some medical supplies to it. So we went out as a success. We crossed the border into the Ukraine, and we have a rally driver and a truck driver that meets at the Ukrainian border and drives 40 hours through the night to the east in Kharkiv.
Wow.
And gets it direct to the battlefields where the Red Cross can't. So what we've done is we're on run number 5 now, and we're basically doing runs every single week, just rinsing and repeating. So and what we can guarantee to people out there if they're listening is 100% of the money. Even a T-shirt I'm wearing comes from my own pocket, but 100% of the funds goes to those battlefield medicines. So yeah, we're doing what we can.
Fantastic.
It's a drop in the ocean, but look, if enough drops go into that ocean, we might sort this out. You know?
Greek Fish on a bit of a purple patch here. He's been involved pre-flop. He's called with 2s.
Bottom set.
Yeah, and he's flopped a set.
But no action. Tompkins and Rob Young both folding.
So tell us, Vinton and Simon, how are the 2 young Irish boys, pals of mine, Smidge and Jason?
Absolutely brilliant.
How are they holding up
Yeah,
against?
really brilliant.
I think
They're
it'd be
like-
fair today. This might be one of their first times jumping in against such opposition.
They're playing super. They're playing super stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen I didn't even know Porrick was a cash player, but I know now he's a pretty seasoned cash player. We had Darian earlier on, and he was saying that he plays cash at all the festivals, you know?
Yeah. Well, very early though, I shared with Smidge one time in over in Vegas for the series. And when I be going down grinding the sit and goes for the satellite tokens and grinding the 15 1K events.
You did really well in them sit and goes.
Yeah, that was what did they used to call it? The pit. You know, it was down in the pit. But they were great games, great value games. I'm not sure if they're still going on, but they're phenomenal.
I think there was something there they brought in that you weren't allowed. You know the way you could trade the tokens.
Yeah.
They cut down on that. I heard there was something about it at the last series.
Right.
But then again, that series was in like September or whatever, so COVID and everything, and there was all kind of crazy rules. But anyway, go on.
But so while we be doing that, Smidge would you like hightail it over to? I hear the win game is good. The Bellagio is good today, so he's been hustling the cash for a good few years.
Yeah,
but it's great because at this very festival event, and sorry to come across you there, in this room. Like I can remember distinctly only 6 or 7 years ago, but we used to joke. I used to call Smidge the little sniffer dog because he'd walk around for half an hour and just wait to see the drunkest table and sit down at a 1-2 game with his 200 quid stack. And it's actually just the people out there. It's phenomenal to see that a kid can grind like that, and literally 5-6 years later, here he is with the big boys.
Totally, and I like what you've just said there is actually a principle. It's a basic principle. Well, it's a principle of life. But in poker, right, if you can, all these guys who go, oh, I want to go professional and my goal is to win the EPT or World Series, whatever. Okay, first step, go to your £50 club game and win that. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and if you're
exactly.
successful, then you're going to go on.
Yeah,
Fergal, are you going to run out again? Or what's
I got to
this stuff?
shoot up. This is pretty much a turbo. So I got to shoot
listen,
up.
great
And
to
you
see
know
you,
there was a
buddy.
time, Vinton, where I'd laugh in the face of min cash and turbos. But the min cash for this is 230. And to me, that's like a good fridge freezer that my Siobhan at home has her eyes on. Do you know what I mean? So it's real money now, Vinton. I got to shoot.
What an absolute gent.
Take care,
That was
buddy.
Fergal Nealon running back upstairs to the turbo. And I wish him all the success. Massive numbers, like that's crazy. Over 300 players for that ad hoc side event. In the day 1D, we're up to 136 players. And in the day 1C, which is the biggest flight, we've well over 800 players. We're going to hit the 2 million, guarantee you. We're already at 1.8 million. And just as I say that, my friend returns.
I'm back, baby.
Emmett, how are you?
I'm okay. I had some very interesting conversations with a few pros. Jen, who's one of the best
I love her.
poker
Great
players,
girl.
but also
Absolutely love her.
writers. She's phenomenal.
Blogger. She's top.
I
top-tastic.
remember watching Jen playing late night poker, Poker Million, all of those games earlier on. I'm kind of amazed that she's still not playing to the extent that she was, but she's in the industry and one of the nicest people here. Actually turned to yesterday and said, I'm disappointed she's not here. Rocks up today.
I know, she just arrived today,
So-
last minute. She
so,
got the call and she just couldn't refuse. She says, okay, she works full-time now.
Yeah.
She's in the poker, what's the name of the...
With our good friend Clodagh Hansen.
That's right, she works with Clodagh.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
forget
with
the name of some big company, they own Poker King or whatever.
Something along those lines, yeah. Who the hell knows what it is? But yeah, I got to talk to a few players who are in the main. Some of them you'll hear in the background, are about to shut down for the day, so that's them done. Some of them felt that the action was a little bit slow. Some of them were thrilled with the way the day went. The atmosphere has been commented on by every single person about how it's electric. There seems to be this mixed opinion as to, is it electric because it's 820 days since there was an Irish Open, or is it electric because it's just this good? And we're going to see action here. We're going to see action.
Okay, big time.
Greekfish has got Ace Queen off. Porrick has got Ace King off. Nui would love to play the suited connectors 4-3, but he's not going to. Jason says no thanks to the Jack 6. Anything bonkers happen in my absence?
We seen Rob go all in pre-flop with 10-7 versus aces. Now it sounds a bit crazy, but it wasn't too crazy. Greekfish wasn't that deep.
Daniel Negreanu's favourite hand.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, hold on.
Oh, hold on. We're getting a confirmation. This is the second day in a row where we've butchered last name. So grab this from me, my man. Right? And tell us, what exactly is your last name? Say Razvan. Put it on the mic there.
So my first name is Razvan.
Okay, so we've been watching you in the feature table, right?
All
We've
right,
been butchering your pronunciation. So
all right, so
Razvan. So I was right about Razvan.
Yeah, and the family name is Affleck Taylor.
I was
Affleck
close.
Taylor.
Yeah, he was close.
Thank
yeah.
you
I
very
was
much.
nowhere near. I just kept going with
Affleck
Razvan.
Taylor.
But you said it right because you said Raz. And
Yeah.
everybody knows me as
Raz.
Raz. You know. Yeah.
Yes. I'm
That
taking
is
that.
Raz.
I'm
Great
taking
to
that.
see him.
Nice
How are you
one.
getting on? And much of it?
Now I lost after
Mic back on.
After I moved from the TV table, I lost a little bit, and now I went down to 15K, and now I'm like 47.
Nice.
47. And there's Is there 2 more levels, or are you finished?
No, one more level.
One more level.
One more level, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you feel the feature
Listen,
table when the cameras went on? Did you feel it tightened up?
No,
Nah, you joking me.
No, I'm talking about the opponents.
I used to work here for so many years. I used to be a TD and a dealer, and I said I want to be the first dealer or the staff who's making the final table.
Brilliant. Well done.
It's going to
sir.
happen.
Well, it's gonna, let's.
What about your opponents? Have they loosened up since they've gone off the
Listen, I made that
feature?
mistake with against the fellow with the straight. Remember, he had
Yeah,
a 7.
yeah.
I just, for
Easy.
me, it was good because I seen an information what happened before we moved on the TV table with him. And
Yes.
now I won a big pot against him, doing the same thing, but he thought I'm doing
course,
what I
you're
did
doing it
there.
like
So you're
But
using
I
the
catch
same-
him, yeah.
You're doing the
I-
same
I
facial.
catch him basically, and I think he judged me the way how he judged me on that on the TV table, the 7 with the straight. If you remember, A7 against 8.
Yeah,
that's
S8.
right. Yeah.
But I won the hand against him. So
And Razlan, quick question before you
Yeah.
go. As a former dealer, what kind of an advantage has that given you
it's
as
no
a player?
advantage. I don't think it's any advantage. It's just you see the hard side of the other side. You know how hard it is because everybody thinks, you play, you have fun, blah blah. Listen, spending time in hours and hours, it is hard.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I
Good
never.
perspective.
I used to play roulette. I used to be a gambler. I'm not afraid to lose money, but everybody told me you can play poker. You can do it.
Well,
So-
there's a big difference because one is a game of chance and the other is a game of skill, and this is very much a game of skill.
Yeah, but I have the patience.
Yeah.
Once you start to love something, you have the patience.
But if you've played roulette, that means you've got the stones to put it in as well.
I'm not afraid to put in.
Love it.
I've got a new. I'm both for this
Listen,
guy.
yesterday,
Well, I was just doing. You stole my line.
Yesterday,
I'm
I
up for
played the main event. I got knocked out 2 hands in a row with the same guys, set of 7.
Oh no.
No problem. I went in the satellite. I won the satellite ticket today. No problem.
Beautiful.
I'm not afraid to do it. You know, I
Brilliant.
still have a lot of lack of knowledge.
By the way,
But-
Razlan,
no,
are
bro.
we claiming you as Irish?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I'm originally Romania, but I'm Irish by naturalization.
We're claiming you as you are Irish though.
I am right.
Irish winner of the Irish
Yes.
Open.
Yeah.
Irish winner of the Irish
Irishman,
Open.
Raz. We've just heard him from the horse's mouth. Raz, thanks a million. You're
Last
welcome.
name again?
Take it. Affleck-Kaler.
Affleck-Kaler.
Affleck-Kaler. All right, we got it. Razlan.
That was Raz
Absolute
Affleck-Kaler.
gentleman.
I
Gentleman.
actually got it close.
You were close. I was nowhere near.
He said you got it at one stage.
He
What a
said
nice guy.
it was spot on with the first name, but the second name, no. This is the same as like the ladies' main event yesterday. We're only a few minutes away from wrapping up for the night, by the way.
I heard
Our
a
live
rumor.
coverage.
I heard
Yeah.
a rumor. Cash game is
I'm
coming
guessing
to an end.
about 7 minutes away from wrapping up as I look over at Oliver, who's glued to his movie about 8 minutes. Well, that wasn't too bad. So 28k up for Crystal
O'Neill?
Porrick.
No, Alex, was that Alex?
Alex is the one who's up 28k.
And Porrick's up a decent chunk. He's up about 15k, I'd imagine. I think Jason is about flat. He bought in for 10k, and it looks to be about 10k in front of him.
Yeah. Newey's been having the time of his life here.
Newey Paul, yeah.
Yeah, he's just been loving life. Rob ends up with pocket 9s in the button. 3 deuce is going to go in the muck. So Greekfish has been not exactly the most active of players. Does he defend the Jack 8, or has it already gone into the muck and we're moving on? We're already moving on. He just threw it away. Do you like that?
I think so. I think it's okay. No
So
problem with that.
How much, as we come towards the end of the evening, how much have you enjoyed doing cash poker, a high stakes cash poker for that matter, as opposed to tournament poker?
Okay, for me, right, this cash game, right, we're seeing kind of 2 different types of players, if you know what I'm saying. You've like, we had Keith earlier on, Keith Lahore, Rob, Paul Newey, kind of the older, kind of old school guys, massive bankrolls, do you know what I mean? Play
Yeah.
at high levels, very high levels. And then we kind of seen another kind of, you know, on the other hand, we've seen like the younger Irish guys like Alex, who I'm told is not that experienced in cash. He's more tournament player, non-9 player. But I mean, it's been incredible how good these guys have. Like Jason, I wouldn't have associated him with being a cash grinder. Porrick, now I got the intel that he's been playing cash for quite some time now. But the 3 of them have really stood out.
This is the wrong time for the Greek fish to 3-bet, by the way. as
Yeah,
he bumps into
looks like he's run into
Ace
Ace
King,
King, yeah.
suited. But he hits the jack though. Nobody's got a heart in their hands, so he's got top pair, decent kicker. Ace King suited. Does the Ace King suited, given the fact that it's only 4 outs, but it's a cash game?
Yeah, I
You've
mean,
seen the
if
flop.
one- if
Do you
one-
stay in?
If one of these cards is a heart, he 100% snap. He continues, and even now he does continue. He does have. He thinks 2 overs that are good, and he's the backdoor straight possibility. The Queen of Hearts. Now it's a really interesting card because.
Any heart in your hand? now.
Yeah, I mean, Greek Fish is going to hate this. He checks, and it's a kind of board now that Alex can, rep. He raised on the button, and he does. Like, this guy is a very strong player. I've been really impressed with him, and he's got serious profit so far for
and
the
to
night.
be fair, you were just saying it. 4K for Greek Fish to call.
Yeah,
So
Greek Fish can't
how
continue.
How does he call with just jack high and no heart in his hands?
There's no chance he can continue here.
Especially with the way he's been playing all evening. I think he's actually saying it. How do I call here? He mucks it. And
Yeah,
as you were
absolutely.
saying, they're showing. They are showing. And yeah,
It's reasonable to expect. his
Yeah, there's
opponent
not
to be-
really a whole lot else that he can do, in fairness. In that particular spot.
That is Greek Fish. He's up. I think he's up about 10k after that all in versus Rob. He had the aces, Rob at the 10-7.
So it turns out patience is a virtue.
Yeah, he's playing pretty snug. He got reward. Keith Lahore lost. Well, Keith, I don't know, did he bust the second buy-in? I know he added 10k on. I think he's down minimum 20 anyway. Jason is about flat. I think he's playing around 11 grand. He's in for 10.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Rob's down a chunk.
The
Rob-
purples are 1K.
Yeah, Rob's in for 70. I think he's down about like 30. This is Alex, who's up 20.
Ace 9 got mucked.
And look at this again. How often have we seen the aces?
Ace 9 in the blind, and we've seen an ace fold. And so Nui's got 7-6. He's got connectors. It's only 200 for him to call. And the flop comes down with a piece of it for Nui.
Yeah, Paul's going to check call 1 street. This is a pretty safe board for Alex to continue with his aces. He's going to bet out here about 500 or 600.
So it's just a raise to 300, call 2. And given the fact that Nui's got almost 60k,
Yeah, Paul's going to check call here, depending what size. It's actually a little bit bigger at 700. Big sizing, but he has a pair, and he has a backdoor straight potential.
Yep.
So turn is a 3. Well, that ends the possibility of a straight. So he's starting to lose interest now, Nui. He's going to check and probably check fold, I'd imagine. This is another safe card for Alex to fire. And
Yeah.
Alex is going to go big now. He's going to go 1500.
as we can see,
Try
only,
and build
only
up
4
the
outs
pot.
for him now.
Option with Alex.
He,
2.3
he has
in the
to
pot.
bet because he has to defend. He can't just let him
He's
see it
trying,
for
he's
free.
trying to build up. He's going huge. He's going 2.5. This is huge. 2.5, 3.5.
There's 2,300 in the
I know,
pot, and he's
going
bet.
absolutely massive. But trying to make his hand look like he's trying to steal it.
3.5K?
Yeah, it's huge.
To a 2.5K pot.
Yeah, it's 1.5 times size the pot, like, you know. And now he's still, you can see, he's such a tough and stubborn and sticky opponent, but he's well behind here. He just has 2 pair draw and trip draw.
And he gets out of the way, to be fair. I mean, if he calls, it's a bad call, even if he manages to somehow suck out with a 7 or a 6. It's a bad call. So, in other words, it was worth it to try and crack a big hand, to try and crack a bluff. He'd picked up a piece of it. He's got the stack to mess around. It's not tournament poker.
Yeah,
and-
he check calls flop. He has a pair. He can actually be ahead there quite often.
And
You
these
know,
are the kind of hands that can often cause utter chaos at cash tables.
He could be up against Ace King, Ace Jack, these type of hands that just continue. It could be even way wider range given that it's Alex. Alex is like, He's no nit, Alex. Believe me. And you can see it here. Look,
Yeah.
he's raising with like the 4 high, like, you know.
4-3 suited. I love it.
And Greek Fish with the ace 7 comes in for a call. Greek Fish is
Offsuit, by
loosened
the way.
up.
Yeah, he's
He
loosened
really
up
has,
suddenly.
like, you know.
It's like he's been told. By the way, lads, we're
Yeah.
wrapping this up.
Yeah, start gambling. Now it's time to start playing.
So it's down to Alex and Greek Fish. And the flop comes down 9-10 king. Only 1 heart on the board. Goes check, check. Board pairs with the king. Check again from Alex. Greek Fish has had enough of messing around. Now comes out and says, I've got it. And 300 is enough to get it through. And again, as Finton was highlighting, they are showing down their hands each time. So, which is another feature I like. I quite like this feature. I like the fact that they've all agreed to this.
Great,
like,
yeah.
We were not just talking about a straddle here. They're doing this as well. I like that. I really like the fact that that's an aspect of the game. It adds more layers to it, more fun to it. Tomorrow we are bringing you coverage of the main event itself, but the cash table's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it.
It's been cool. I'm really proud of my fellow countrymen, Alex, Jason, and Porrick. They've really put in a real good representation of Irish poker, and that is really it's a really good moment for me personally to see that.
It's in a good spot, Irish poker.
Absolutely.
We are biased.
Definitely, if this is the future, this is good. I mean, these are like the likes of Newey and Rob Young. It don't get any bigger, like.
No.
You know, these are two superstars of the poker world, like, and they play at the highest level, like.
But you look around the room and you're talking to Ono D and Tompkins, obviously. You're talking to Dermot Blaine. Like, come on. We've got so many stars. Andy Black. Andy Black, who, by the way, I believe is actually going to come and join us. He's still in the main.
Okay, will you tell me when he's going to join us
so you
I
can
can
get
run?
out so you want to abuse you?
Yeah, I love Andy. I love Andy. He's a good
No, he's
bloke.
great. So he's going to come on and do a bit of stuff with us tomorrow. King Jack, King 7, Jack 10. And that's it. That
Wow,
is it.
last hand.
That is the last hand.
Yeah.
It ends abruptly, just like
Okay.
that. You can see the little bit of COVID weight has gone here as I shaved.
I'm
It's,
actually getting
Joe.
chubbier by the minute.
No, you're not. You've lost weight.
Stop it, will you, please?
It's increasing for me. Not helped by the fact that I'm chewing down on pizza as often as I possibly can as well. So the last time we had an Irish Open, it was 820 plus days ago.
Yes.
This, and you were saying,
I have a press release for you.
million guaranteed.
Go on.
It was going to be 2 million.
Connected
this
to what
is
you're saying.
the largest ever Irish Poker Open main event
So far.
already.
Already, yeah.
And we haven't even got to 1C and 1D.
Okay, and there's like still low. Well, we
We're on 1C. Apologies.
We're in 1C and we're in 1D, but there's still late reg available in both of them.
Yep. So 1D tomorrow we'll be covering for you. We'll be covering a little bit of 1C as well. 897 entries so far.
It's massive. It's a record, and I'm buzzing to see what the final numbers will be.
Prize pool is 1.8 million. So this man, when we were talking about the high roller, said
2
it's
million
going to
was the
be
mark.
2 million. It's going to be 2 million guaranteed. I'm telling you, and that's exactly how it's playing out. So, and we've
Brilliant
also
stuff.
got some superstars here as well. We've got some superstars flying in late too. But the great thing about the Irish Poker Open is the standard of play has been so good, and we've seen this throughout the entire tournament. Obviously, there are some who have just been a little bit. By the way, that's not a pint. That's Red Bull. Other sports drinks are available. The standard of play has been really good. That's why I was asking Razlan, like when you
Raz,
went off
fair
the
play to
feature.
him. He's a nice bloke,
He's a
isn't he?
lovely fella. But like when
Yeah.
he came off the feature table, did they loosen up? And he was like, no. No,
yeah.
it still kept
Our
going the way it
standard
was.
has been good.
So, yeah.
We've had super guests. It was great to get Simon Trumper in. It was great to get Fergal in again.
Back in again, yeah.
We
Fergal's such a
Dara
good
earlier
guy.
on. We're promised to Andy. We're doing really well so far with guests. I mean, we haven't fallen out yet with anyone.
But let me tell you,
Usually, you kind of something happens at some stage, and you kind of go, okay, interview over, goodbye.
Yeah.
That
You're
usually
like,
happens to
hey,
me.
listen, we didn't come in here for you to promote your other brand. Get the feck out. Party Poker are paying for this, baby. But look, we got an awful lot of content for you tomorrow, which we're very much looking forward to doing. Laura has been doing some top-class interviews. There's so much great content from Jen and from Gareth on the blog as well, irishpokeropen.com. And if you're in the Dublin area, you just got to come on down to the City West. You can play.
Absolutely.
There's 42 tournaments. 14 of them are actual championship events, but 42 tournaments in total and endless amounts of cash tables. So where else do you want to be? You can
Irish
be here
Open,
with us,
City West.
or you can be in the City West. Come on over and say
You can
hello.
actually still play the main event if you want tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you need to be here before the clock starts. That's the
Another
rule.
chance tomorrow, and that's what we'll be focused on tomorrow as the main event. So from Fintan Gavin and from me, Emish Kennedy, thank you so much for watching.
Sayonara.
And salut as we keep going with the coffee. Salut,
Ciao.
my man. We'll see you tomorrow from the Party Poker Irish Open live from the City West.